we've been in this spot very, very long time, but we are finally here. And now, with our 12 teams, we go down to the final 8 that'll be playing on Sunday night. Guys, just as a heads up, we're going to be talking about this a little more later down the road, but we have today for day number 1. Tomorrow will be KEL, if anyone is interested in that. Maybe somebody will be co-streaming it. Maybe somebody will be watching it. I'm not entirely sure. But KEL is tomorrow. And then Sunday morning is when we're going to have our ERM Finals day number 2. So an action-packed Eternal Return, Masters, as well as Korean competitive side, tournaments throughout the entire course of the weekend. But for us, we're here now for day number 1. 8 teams. As Superior mentioned, we got 6 games that are going to be lined up for you guys for the next few hours to determine our 4 teams that will be moving on into day number 2. We have a lot of good contenders for the season, Super, and we'll be able to watch them come onto the stage in a couple of moments. And I'm definitely sure you're going to have a lot to say about these teams. I'm going to have a lot to say about these teams as well. Let's talk about the format just really quick while we go into anything beforehand, though.
Yeah, we've already done our last chance qualifiers on the top left there. You guys can see we're down to our semifinals, so we'll be just 6 rounds, and it's going to be total points. Our top 4 is going to move on to the grand finals. That's going to be happening on Sunday at 1 a.m. EST, so we'll be 3 hours earlier on Sunday. Keep that in mind. We will remind you guys at the very end, but that is going to be the schedule for this weekend. We do have the prize pool for you guys there. 20 million Korean won is what these teams are going to be playing for.
It is a lot of money. And even aside from that, it's going to be yet another season where we have to determine who our champions just in general are, right? That champion title is going to be something incredible for these teams to come up on. Our Season 7 champions as well in our finals this season. Mire and Sejong, FN Sejong, I should say now. I'm a little bit of a boomer myself for that one, but FN Sejong back at it again. Will they be able to maintain their title, uphold the glory that it was for, I believe it was the last season of the Nana being able to bring that one in? And are they going to be able to hold on to that title, or will it go to another team? This season was action-packed, very solid all over the place, so I'm really excited to see how this is going to go.
I thought Bomb came in.
Yep, Bomb was there. It's just the glory of the Nana. We got to maintain that title.
Yeah, 100%. You guys can see which 8 teams are going to be playing today, and which of the 4 teams did end up auto-qualifying already for day 2. It's going to be Outer Arms, Guardians, FN Sejong, and Always Incheon. These 4 teams had a great showing, and we'll be seeing them on Sunday. And the 8 teams we'll be seeing today is going to be Shadow GLT, Insider, Phalanx, Youngie N8, Busan Vespa, CNJ Esports, Highway, and Sangnam Rocks.
Very excited to watch a lot of these 8 teams. And for you and I, we have a lot of things to say about the teams coming in for day number 1. They have shown us an incredible season, a very versatile season as well, just because of how many changes there were throughout the course of the season. A lot of very non-conventional characters that we would normally not see in Eternal Return Masters be viable in the season, thanks to all the changes during preseason, as well as the entire course of the season itself. Some of these teams were able to make it up here because of those changes, like CNJ Esports. We know how much they invested into that Jackie. Is that going to be something that we're going to be able to see throughout the season finals, or has it been neutered, right? That's a lot of things that I want to see today from a lot of these teams. It's been such a long time since we saw LCQ, since a long time since we saw each of the phases as well. I want to know how these teams are going to do about it.
I think this season had I would say the biggest innovation in terms of team comps and what the different teams are playing. We saw a lot of teams playing, that triple backline team comp. It did end up getting, I would say, more of a spotlight in the later half of the season, where a lot of these teams started picking, the double backline plus that heart combo. Very excited to see, if it will end up coming back, if that's still going to be the meta going into the season finals here.
And for a lot of the teams in KEL especially, I have seen quite a versatile set of team compositions coming in. I think I said this at the beginning of the season. A lot of teams starting to move on in towards that double DPS support, maybe double DPS, triple DPS, even backliner characters coming in for some of these teams. We know Shadow Golden Light is probably going to be running something like that if they're going to be fancying it. A couple of other teams were looking to divest into that specific category of characters and team compositions as well. There's so many things you and I are going to have to look and analyze throughout the course of this weekend, and that's going to start right here. I believe our teams are going to start walking in super. I'm so excited. Let's start welcoming these teams onto the stage slowly but surely and talk a little bit about what they're going to be bringing to the table.
Boy, it's Team Sangnam Rock's going to be coming out first here. We saw how good they did in the LCQ. They had a really strong start. I think they won 3 games in a row. They just weren't able to get that last win, but eventually, at the very end, they're able to sneak their way in, getting that second LCQ slot. Going to be our 12th seed.
Indeed, what a run they had during the LCQ. Their team slogan, the Demons coming back from LCQ again and again and again and again and again and again. You said it perfectly. They fought through once again, clawing their way into season finals. They worked hard during LCQ, struggled a little bit at the beginning of that series. We know how long LCQ went this season, but they are here. They are here to fight.
I mean, they had a really strong showing for LCQ. It was a little shaky in the middle, right? They got, I think, 2 to 3 wins in a row. They're first team in checkpoint, but when you are in that checkpoint breakpoint type of format, you got to get that win. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it. It was really close, but they were able to just squeak it out at the very end. Exactly.
One of the biggest things that I talked about during LCQ for both of the teams, we're going to be talking about the next one coming up right now, is how well they're going to be able to transition from that shaky performance in LCQ and putting it into season finals. How much were they able to improve? The other side of the coin from that one is the team coming up onto our screen right now. It's going to be Team Highway, a very incredible performance they had. Very slow from the beginning. We know this team had the EVA, but scaled throughout the series and was able to just clutch it out all of a sudden out of nowhere. Not so many teams were able to anticipate this, just yoinked away a spot in the season finals. Looking forward to this EVA composition if they're going to be running it here again today, or are we going to see a side of Team Highway that we've just never seen before? There's not too much data on this team.
Yeah, I mean, EVA, one of those characters that we usually don't really see too much in ERM, so very excited to see if they do end up picking that for today even.
Let's see what ends up happening here today. Once again, Team Highway are first place coming in from LCQ. A lot of expectations for that team oncoming. Alright, so that's our 2 LCQ teams. Let's start talking about the teams that were seeded in from the regulation season. It's going to be our 10th place team for our regular season. CNJ Esports jumping onto the stage as well. Very excited for this entire series, and rightfully so. A very, very long time it has been since we've seen CNJ Esports in season finals. Very rightfully deserved this season. But again, as I mentioned earlier, is it going to hold? That's what I want to ask CNJ Esports today.
Yeah, they've been having a pretty clean season. This is a team that's come a long way. I'm very excited to see them back on the big stage here. I wonder if their team comp is going to work, right? They do play really unorthodox team comps, but I think with how they've been playing throughout the season, I think they should have a good time for today.
Indeed, with the team slogan of "Let's go Daejeon, let's go finals, Lumia Island, warning, 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 warning." This is going to be a fun one. Such a wildcard team that I want to do well tonight, because all of their performances has been really exciting throughout phase number 2. If they're able to replicate that here today, it would be a godsend for us to be able to watch. The next team up on the chopping block, coming up onto the stage, is going to be Team. Which one is this one? Busan Bespa. There it is.
Yeah, I can recognize Rosner from a mile away. That is Rosner in the middle there. So very excited to see, Team Busan Bespa coming back once again. They did end up winning, I think, one of our previous ERM finals. So we're going to have to see if they can come back and prove themselves once again on the big stage here.
Absolutely. A little bit of a shaky performance throughout the course of the season. You can see it right there. 5th place for phase number 1 and 20th for phase number 2. But that was enough to get them in straight from regulation season. Really, really good stuff from them. Their team slogan, "We'll win." Keeping it simple. I like that about this team. I just need them to play textbook. They have their playbook. They know what they need to do in order to win these games. We saw it throughout the course of phase number 1 and even phase number 2 as well. They just need to replicate it. That's all I want from them today.
And it looks like this should be Gyeonggi, I think, right? With the...
There it is. Yeah, you're right. I see their logo on their uniform.
I mean, this is quite the team, They always have a pretty solid performance really, really dominant on the front to back, but this season, kind of shook up the meta, right? All these teams are playing these triple backline team comps. We have to see if Team Young can adapt. They did have a pretty solid performance, getting 5th place in phase 2 there, getting themselves into that 8th seed.
A little bit scary for the season, though. Young did look shaky, I think, during phase number 2 at the very, very beginning. They were one of the teams that were kind of put into the earlier portions of knockout stages, if I remember correctly. But they did divert back onto their very, very old playbook of the Haze plus the Nadine. I saw that quite a lot towards the end of the season. They bring that out here today again as well. They will be a formidable foe, and it all comes down to the other teams to be able to deal with the bread and butter of Gyeonggi Innate.
Yeah, they didn't really have a good, or they didn't really even qualify for phase 1, but that phase 2 performance is going to be enough. And we do have a cosplay here. I think that is a Johan Sensor, right?
I believe so.
Johan?
It's coming out now. Yes, it is. Look at that. The sensor coming out. The next team up at the chopping block is going to be Chechum Failings. That is cool. I love that sensor. And rightfully so for the season. I think Johan has made an absolutely incredible comeback. Chechum Failings was one of the teams that were able to kind of utilize that character. Dushiman on that character over and over and over again. Revolut as well as Cadmus plus Dina. I mean, they have a powerhouse of a team. So if they're going to be running things like the Johan, rightfully so, that cosplay makes sense for this team.
Yeah, and pretty solid performance from this team overall throughout the season, getting themselves in that 7th place spot there.
See how they perform today. What is it? Let's see. Team slogan for us. There is a dragon that will come out of Chechun. Interesting. We'll see if that fighting spirit is going to translate into what we see in the games tonight.
Yeah, I like that. That is that's a pretty fire slogan. I think this is Team Insider, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
it is. And this is a team that has been showing quite that they're definitely quite the formidable opponent, right? We've seen them in season finals in the last season. You could see they made season finals in both of the phases, phase 1 and 2 here, making themselves a strong 6th seed for today here. Very excited to see where this team goes.
Indeed. A little bit of a bias for your team as well, for your side there, Superior. I'll be okay with that. I'm not going to make fun of you for it too much tonight. If you do decide to show a little bit of that, don't worry about it. I'm just going to farm a little bit of clips here and there for you, so no worries. Very excited for Team Insider. Very aggressive team, very by the book, as long as they are just going to be able to play their characters. It all comes down to whether or not they even can. Adela was heavily targeted in phase number 2. We did see that, but the responses they also had were something of a nightmare for other teams to deal with. So Team Insider going to be a formidable opponent here tonight.
Yeah, the Nikki Su Adela is quite the team comp for them, but I mean, we've seen them play other team comps as well with that. Like the
Tazia coming out every now and then too.
Yeah, Tazia, Shukai, William, I think was the other team comp, and we're gonna have Team Shadow GLT gonna be our 5th seed here for today. So our top seed for day number 1. They did end up getting a 4th place in phase 1 and a 9th place in phase 2, so a pretty solid performance from these guys.
Absolutely. Consistent performance is what we are looking for Team Shadow Golden Light, especially with the triple backline composition. We've seen this team bolster so often during Season 8. They're able to utilize that today, again, for as so many other teams. If they can just do what they want to do, it is a very, very difficult roster to deal with, especially with Youngman on that Tia. It is going to be so hard to deal with the damage just piling on in. Do they have the practice? Do they have the playbook all set so they can actually execute that style? We'll have to see today, Super.
Oh, 100%. And with that, that is going to be all of our teams here for day number 1 in the season finals here. Very excited to see where this goes. And oh, you can see those posters there. It's a little Suichibi there. I like that.
That's one of the things that we always look out for during the season finals too, right? The fan posters coming in from the backside. That's something we always love to see. And I know something else you guys always want to look forward to is the team posters. I have requested it from the Nimble Neuron side. Maybe they'll send it to me throughout the course of tonight. If they don't, I'm sorry I can't get that for you guys, but I'm trying my best. If I have it up, I'll show it right onto the side like I did during season 7 over on top of that magnificent trophy picture. Look at that.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is quite the motivation for these teams to kind of strive for, right? Picking up that season finals trophy.
Yeah, that's trophy all the time. And I still remember the days when the trophy was just like a little plaque. We've come a long way ever since then. So Eternal Return Masters over on the KRS side of things always becoming better. And do remember, guys, today you guys will get the drops as well. And now that it is season finals, you guys know what's up. We've got the emotes as well as the profile pictures of the winners from last season, which was FN Sejong. So do be excited for that. I believe today should be the emotes, and Sunday for day number 2 should be the profile picture. So be here. You just need to watch an hour in order to get all of that, and then every hour on forth we will probably get those drop tokens. Yeah, drop tokens. There we go.
Bomb, One Circle, and Romantic. I think they were on Cicella emote. There's Cicella emote, Stell, and I think Natapon emote. So if you guys like those characters, make sure you guys stick around and make sure you guys get those drops to get your cute little chibis. At
this point, I feel a little bit bad for Bum because when it comes to One Circle and Romantic, I am not worried about the amount of character pool they can just start drawing their emotes from. But for Bum, he's kind of locked into a couple characters. We know Romantic as well as One Circle being able to play a variety of characters. If they end up winning here in the season again, Bum might start running out of things to start putting on those emotes. So he might have to think about that a little bit more, but all the best of luck for all the teams that are going to be playing here, of course, throughout the course of the weekend. We just introduced the 8 that's going to be playing for tonight, 6 games one more time in order to determine the 4 teams moving on to Sunday for day number 2.
Yeah, and obviously it is going to be a LAN event. You guys can see, all the teams coming here in person. So it's definitely going to be a little different of an environment for some of these players, right? Maybe they haven't been on the big stage before. We do obviously have a lot of really familiar names. So I'm sure most of these players are familiar by now on, how these events kind of go.
Should it be that big of a surprise? Even if we say that there is a lot of things that changed throughout the course of Season 8, the one thing that hasn't changed is the list of players for the most part, right? We've seen these players before at this level of Eternal Return Masters. Season finals, we see these guys all the time. It's just a matter of what the differences are between each season, and for that, a lot of it comes down to compositions and execution. What the hell is that poster?
Why is a lot of text? What does that say?
I'm not reading that.
This is a lot.
Oh my god, that is a CNJ Esports support poster, though. I do see that little owl up at the very top. I believe that is for CNJ Esports. Really good to know that they have some fans here in the audience, because this is one of those teams that you and I had a lot of doubts about, especially at the beginning of the season, just because of their track record. But we have seen the complete opposite side of what they are able to bring to the table. I want to see that tonight.
And wow. But yeah, in the early seasons, they didn't really have too good of a track record, but they've come a long way, right? We saw them; they end up taking a week in KEL, and now they're all the way here in the season finals for season 8.
I know, and that's so impressive to me. A lot of the things that you and I talked about for CNJ Esports, for those guys in the chat, is that they had performances that were decent, but it was never good enough to get them to season finals. That was for seasons on end. A lot of changes that they had to go through when it came to composition, execution, but it seems like they finally settled on an idea. The question is, can they play it in the season finals? I see the hockey puck, and we're about to go into character select. Here we go, everybody.
Yeah, you see the little background there. It looks like it is going to be, I think it's cloudy weather or just clear weather. I saw a little cloud there on the little screen. So looks like we're going to have our first look here for the meta composition of the season finals. Very excited because a lot of teams have been swapping around, right? We have seen that triple backline team comp from a lot of these teams. We're going to see some Mai lock-ins. It looks like Mai is going to be off the table here. So it looks like a lot of these teams are swapping back to that typical front-to-back team. And we have Sangnam Rocks playing that dive with that Ardor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing too surprising for both you and I, although I am seeing a lot more of a focus on the Cicilla than I feel like we saw a little bit more in towards the season. We're actually going to get a ban out of that in game number 1 and 2. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. And we also see a couple of Mai starting to coming in. So we're going to see a bit of that streamlined style of KR Eternal Return, which is nothing too surprising for us.
I mean, I think it makes sense because Cicella is one of those characters right now that just does a lot of damage. She's really, really strong into these double or even triple backline teams because she's just able to provide so much pressure, right, with her ultimate and just landing, those Wilsons. So you seem to have to be a little careful. But they're not gonna have to be too careful because she will be off the table going into going into game 2 and 3. And I think Mai is also going to be a banned as well. I think we did end up seeing 3 bans, so Mai will be off the table as well.
Absolutely, guys. Here we go. Zooming onto the hockey puck. You guys know what that means. Game number 1 is about to be underway. Let's take a look at how the beginning of ERM season finals are going to go. And what the heck was that stinger? That thing just flies on past today.
It's going a little quick. You gotta be a little fast with it today, Shuvi.
I might have to. Man, dude, production is going to be so much harder for me today. I'm just going to have to like zoom, click. My reaction speed sucks. I have figured that out in very recent times by playing some games recently. Dude, I don't know if I'll be able to deal with it. So for those of you guys in chat, if it looks a little messy today, bear with me. Early start for Storm Chaser is going to get tagged down, pulled back in towards the Wilson. Busan Bespa will be starting out us early with the first blood of ERM season finals for season 8.
Yeah, they're already fully grouped on the bottom side there. Bobo going to be able to use that one up a little too early, so not going to be able to get the proc there, and Memory going to be able to finish them off. So a nice early kill for Team Highway as well. And it looks like they are going to be sticking with that Eva pick. It looks like we're going to have like a split, roster difference in this lobby. We see 2 triple backline teams with Shadow GLT and Team Insider. And we have about 4 teams playing that typical front to back with Phalanx, Youngie Innate, Team Highway, and Team Busan Basketball.
There is something that I do want to mention about a lot of these team compositions coming through. As Hunter, unfortunately, I don't think standing there was going to be the right call. An extra kill going in favor of Titan Phalanx, as we do see that inside of Cemetery. A lot of team compositions are pretty similar to what we saw throughout the course of the season, but Sonam Rocks is definitely running something interesting here too. I've seen this from before, but that Abigail pair alongside it is just kind of interesting to see. Rocks also going to be looking for a fight. That's a lot of AoE coming down onto the members of CNJ Esports. Down goes 1, down goes 2. Kyungi Innate also here, just taking the fire on the side, but look at the damage coming out from the Jackie. There's the Nia's Game World. Can they catch up to the Istvan? I don't think so. Gino might be able to just randomly get it with the Wolf. Yes, they can. Kyungi Innate piling up on a couple of kills alongside, and the follow through fade away Wolf on the backside will also knock down Pixu. KCW in a little bit of trouble himself. This Yan is not going to be able to get anything done at day number 1. A bunch of deaths, a mass graveyard up on the north side of the map at day number 1.
Youngie Innate picking up 4 kills, getting 2 tournament score for themselves, and CNG Esports getting 5. So definitely going to be accelerated in this game here. And Oman going to try getting some damage back in, but just not going to be enough, as a shield from the Esteban is going to keep them alive from the Tia. Looks like Dean is going to try looking for something, but isn't going to be able to really find anything here, as they do end up just walking away here. So a little unfortunate for the Tia there. And we do have Yona versus Revolu, and it looks like Yona is going to be able to get the clean kill on that Kadia.
Kind of surprised about that. That really does go to show you why Kadia has been so popular. Being able to 1v1 these Subami this early on as a backline damage dealer is nothing too difficult. Is nothing too easy, I should say. Yeah, damage output onto KCW, not that bad. Nia's Game World is done. Tetragon also is going to be gone for a little bit, but Peksu is already dead. CNJ Esports will back away. An easy kill coming for Busan Bespa. Just walk away with it and control the inside of Stream. Jumo in a little bit of trouble himself, but the back damage is so good that it just knocks down Revolu in that 2v2, but Jumo still gets taken down in the end. It's a 1-for-1 trade with 45 seconds to go till day 2.
Unless we do have a teleport coming on in as well. Seiko maybe going to try to look for something here with Yona, but looks like the Justina and the Mai are just going to slowly walk away here. We are going to have our first objectives. There's going to be a Doc Meteor coming in very shortly here. Couple teams maybe going to be contesting for this Tree of Life, and Geno is going to get caught here. Great exclusive, but a huge double crossbow skill coming out from the Nadine. They are going to get lasered down. The Estelle ult is going to be able to keep them alive just barely, and Zero Jin going to come forward, get the Nadine, but is going to fall to that Eva, and Ing9 going to get the res. Does have that Estelle passive, so should be able to get them up, but no, is going to get cancelled out by Storm Chaser. Great read there coming out from the side of Team Highway, as you do end up picking up a nice 2 clean kills.
Yeah, massive pickup there too, because I did see a meteorite up in gas station. That's going to be an early pickup for that team, a team that wants to scale extremely early on. I don't know who it's going to go to just yet, but I do remember them piling a couple of items onto the Eva early on and then onto the Nadine after. We'll have to keep track of that. Down in dock, we have a little bit of a fight. Hyungi trying to fight it over onto Siku, who is completely isolated. Execution and a little bit of an overkill over onto the Sicilla. Hyungi pushing up a bit too far forward will also get taken down. In the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
I think the meteorite was already picked up by the side of Team Insider though, so they will definitely take that 1-for-1 trade while getting the objective as well. And it looks like Team Insider are just going to slowly back themselves on out of there, make themselves the way down to warehouse there. I mean, Team Sangnam Rocks, I think, has a pretty good matchup into the side of Team Insider, right? They're playing that triple backline. When you are playing that Arda Istvan and Abigail, you can just send it on to any of the back targets on the side of Team Insider. It's kind of going to be up to the Priya to, you know, try to split them off with the X of the Earth. Here comes Engage. Oh, KCW are not going to get this done. Onto the Sicella there. Sicella isn't going to be able to themselves on out, but the Jackie going to be able to jump on forward. Nina's Game are going to come down as well. It's going to be a nice 2 clean kills coming for the side of Team CNG Esports. They will end up losing 1, but Busan Vespa is going to be forced to retreat.
On the bottom side of our map, we had a really good fight up against Team Insider as well as Shadow Golden Light. Jumo getting taken down. Dozy was able to actually get the kill off of that by the end of the Peacemaker. So really good kill there, but in the end traded out up against the other side of the token. Insider was able to pick up 1. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but more importantly, the buy timers are going to work out in the side of Team Insider because they get control over the kiosk. Up on the northern side, it's going to be Highway versus Team Chechen Phalanx, but we can see the items already built up for this Eva. Look at that, triple gold items on that character already, and the damage output is absolutely insane. As you can see, Dina just disintegrated into the absolute nethers with the laser coming out from that Eva.
Wow. Yeah, unfortunately, Dina getting caught by that Eva knockup there. Just, yeah, if you get caught by that knockup from that Eva, just so much damage that you kind of have to watch out for. The box is going to be secured by Oman there. The heart is going to try going back in. A lot of damage is going to be traded. It looks like they're going to trade 1-for-1 here. And Hyungi versus Youngman. I think Sia should have this, but it looks like both teams are just going to opt to play it a little safe here and slowly back themselves on out.
Actually, a good call from the tier 2. There was a team right underneath them inside a warehouse. So really good call from Shadow Golden Light. They picked up the boxes, got all the items, just wants to hightail it on out of there. Not that bad of a result. And on the south side, a little bit of a pick over onto Fancy as he's going to get taken down by Chechen Phalanx, who has full control over that huge value of Knight 2 each.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a fight in the Rift here. Here comes Engage coming out from KCW. They're going to try to find an angle, but a huge cancel coming out from the Arda Nina's Game Board is going to be placed down. They're trying to get a lot of damage onto the Istvan. Istvan is going to be able to keep themselves alive for just a little longer, but it's not going to be enough. Bubble staying alive for so long here. The Jackie's going to come on in and should be able to get the kill onto the Arda here. He's going to be able to get forward and get the reset, and it's going to be a clean 3 kills coming out from CNG Esports. Very nicely played.
She still works. Jackie still works. Even after the entirety of Season 8, we can see that it works. CNG Esports looking comfortable on this roster. Once again, the bread and butter of what we saw throughout the entire course of the season is just what they are going to be running with absolutely no ban threats in sight from the looks of it too. So really nice setup for Team CNG Esports, and also finding a kill off the top of the revive as well. Yeah, massive setup for CNG Esports going into night number 2 now.
Yeah, this is such a huge tempo swing coming out from CNG Esports. They win the Rift, they get a free kill, and they get an item off of the Wolves there in archery, and they have enough to get their buy-ins here. So if they can get their buys, they're going to be really strong. KCW is going to be able to get his stacks here on the side. He's going to have the 10-stack Engage. Jan is going to try looking for something here. He's going to try looking on forward here. Not going to be able to find anything. KCW is getting kited back, but there is DW's Game World, but a huge exclusive coming out from the Mai to keep Memory safe, and it's going to be 2 kills going from the side of Team Highway. Very nicely played by them. Just able to kite back and dodge out on that Yacht Engage.
Great call from CNG Esports to just take their losses immediately. Unfortunately for the Nia, obviously not that many mobility skills. She wasn't able to get out, but the Jackie just completely booked it to keep their teams intact. Kuzan Vespa duking it out up against Chechen Phalanx. Good damage output coming from the Sicilla, who is half HP and sending now. That free at last doing a decent amount of damage, but you can see the damage exchange between these two teams looking pretty even. Tree of Life is what they were contesting over. It seems like Chechen Phalanx should have this as a Sicilla. Really out of steam at this point. Can they get out is the question. I think they are going to be able to. Nobody dies in the midst of all of this. Chechen Phalanx makes up that Tree of Life.
Yeah, the problem with the fight being even is you give priority for that Tree of Life for that for team Phalanx there, and they will be able to get that tree completely for free. So it's gonna be a nice pickup from them. And we do have a little looks like Team Highway is a little split off here, and they're just gonna try catching out the Mai, but Team Sungnam Rocks, they don't want to send it. They know it's a tank. They can't really kill that tank in time.
Yeah.
So it looks like Team Highway is going to be able to get themselves on outs for free there. Team Shadow GLT is a little bit split as well. We don't know where the... Oh no, looks like Vizsla and the TR are going to slowly walk up here. But this is a triple backline playing into the Sisela. But there are two Siselas, so both these Siselas are going to try getting some poke on each other. Heart going to get some damage, but not going to be able to really find anything.
But they are still looking for a little bit more. There's the colors going through. It does end up landing over onto Zerojin, but he is pretty safe. Remember, this is the triple backline DPS composition. Youngman almost getting taken down, but just barely staying alive. Full Rainbow looked really good, but the amount of sustainability and shielding from the side of Team Gyeonggyeone was able to keep that Sisela alive.
I'm so surprised Zerojin lived there by just shielding himself with the pole, just pulling himself, just able to keep themselves alive through that full Rainbow and that Sisela ult there. They're going to try looking for another re-engage. I think the Sisela shouldn't have their blink, so they could try looking for maybe an angle onto the Sisela here. But it's going to be a little tough. Good pull coming out from Fancy. Going to get some poke onto that Estelle, but Sisela going to be poking that Heart in return. There is Explosion Orb. He's going to get a lot of damage here. Zerojin going to get caught once again. Is going to be forced to use the bubble. There's the ultimate coming out from the Estelle. Ultimate from the Heart is going to be used as well. So a lot invested on the side of both teams. I think they're just going to slowly back themselves on out. But looks like Team Shadow GLT still want to take the team fight here. There is the ultimate coming out from Fancy. The ult is going to be used in return by Zerojin, and the pulls are going to be exchanged. A lot of damage going to be traded, but no team wanting to commit, as both teams are just going to slowly just walk themselves on out.
So close, a lot of these fights, but on the south side of the map, unfortunately, Team Inside are actually losing a member entirely. Priya getting taken down. Same thing for Tetum Phalanx, as they're split apart quite a little bit inside of Forest. Means that Dina on that Justina is going to get taken down. Minus 200 for both of those teams coming in. It is night 3 after all. They're running out of time to get some of these credits in. Minus 400 overall so far in this game, divided between 2 different teams, which quite frankly needs to not lose out on these credits, because they are very hard scaling comps where you got not triple DPS, technically it's double DPS with the support on Team Insider. Priya, very specific case, right? For Tetum Phalanx, double backliners plus the tank, you need to scale on those, and even if it's just minus 200, that can still affect your late game a lot.
And I really like that play from Team Gyeonggyeone. They're kind of stuck in that corner there, being held by a triple backline team. So they just decided to use that VLS system. You can see their credit counts, right? They all almost have enough for those blood samples. So right now they're floating on a lot of combat power that they should just wait to get those bloods first before taking any other team fights.
A lot of time after all. We got 10 seconds to go until bloods are going to be purchasable. Gyeonggyeone trying to find a little bit of positioning for themselves. Same thing for Team Insider as well as Busan Vespa. But there's a lot of teams hanging around here. That's a triple quake coming in. Tetum Phalanx trying to jump in on towards Insider, and there is no way the Priya can react at all. Well played from Tetum Phalanx. That's going to be minus 200 again going to Team Insider. They do have the credit for it, but that means overall it's a minus 400 for this team.
Yeah, and it looks like they were able to just barely avoid the vision there from the side of Team C&J Esports. We're able to get the kiosk down and get themselves back on up there. A huge vision play coming out from the side of Team Phalanx there, on just sitting in that little corner there. Just were able to catch Insider completely off guard. With Clan going to be shown in about 10 seconds here. It's going to have to see which teams are going to start to play for it. There's the ultimate coming out from Yona. A little scary there, because the Arda gate was still down, so definitely could have been taken, but it's going to be some teams coming in. Here's KCW going to try looking for something, but it's going to get countered by that Arda. And it looks like these teams have to be a little careful. There's going to be a lot of teams in the zone. KCW maybe going to try looking for an angle in. Is going to get his 10 stacks. Can look for an engage, I think Team Insider do end up knowing that.
This is actually really good for Team Insider because it felt like they were really claustrophobic for a second there, although CNG Esports is starting to close the gap on ins. KCW does have the cooldowns, but it's a face full of Wilson. We'll have to just immediately back away.
Yeah, and the Wilson actually canceled KCW's dash. I don't know if you saw it, but 5 stacks did end up getting used when Seiko did end up pulling them. So it's actually a great pull. I think if the Yacht actually ended up dashing out of that Cicella pull, I think that would have been disaster coming for the side of Team Insider. But it looks like they're going to be able to just barely make sure that the Yacht is not going to be able to get that engage in.
Once again, now we're starting to see the problem of these triple DPS compositions. You can't really walk forward, but if there's a team on the flank, then you kind of have to. The map's starting to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Here we go. Wickline is now up 12k HP down to 9,000, 7,000 now as well. Just bursting through it is going to be Chechen Phalanx. I did see a team around, but no one seeming to contest it at all. No healing phase at all. It means Chechen Phalanx can just completely burst it down.
Yeah, I love that play from the side of Team Phalanx. Obviously, just using the Explosion Orb, it does end up doing max % HP damage. So there's a lot of damage to Wickline. Just bursted the Wickline down about 1 to 2k HP there. And all these other teams are a little scared. You did see a lot of teams, hovering Chapel Cemetery. Don't really want to walk up into another team to get third party. So Phalanx is going to be able to get it completely uncontested.
This is a little bit spooky now for CNG Esports because usually throughout the course of the season, by this point, we already saw things like Blood Tonfa onto KCW. They were a little bit behind in items, especially with Pablo not having a chest upgrade. Yeah, they got the money, or do they have the money? Yes, they do in a couple seconds.
Yeah, he just has to get the buy here for that Blood Tonfa, but has to be a little careful because Team Highway is in that zone to contest him maybe off of that kiosk buy. We do have Team Phalanx just gonna hover in Cemetery down here. Yeah, it looks like they do want to get the buy here, and it's gonna be Bobo just gonna completely zone off the other team here. Blood is gonna be called in, and the Blood Tonfa is gonna be built up for KCW here, so they can definitely luck. Storm Chase is gonna get a lot of poke on this Evo, and yeah, Team CNG Esports gonna have to invest a little bit here to get themselves on out to safety down in Forest. And now the backline mage doesn't have that blink. That Nia gonna have to use that blink a little too early in that in the skirmish here. And Team Highway should know. So if they want to take the scene fight, they definitely can, but have to be a little careful about third party.
This is the problem now for CNG Esports. You still have that immobile mage, can't really do anything about it. So are you going to just kind of sit down, hunker down, and wait for things to cool down? Yeah, or are we going to start using VLS at this point in the game too? It's so early to still be pumping points into gadgets as well. Do you really want to invest it? Not really, but at this point you might not have that many options without the blink. Here we go, the triple flank angle. Can Golden Light somehow get themselves out of this conundrum? Damage output over onto Dina is looking pretty good, but the exchange is not that bad. Down goes Youngman. Oh no, a 1-for-0 going in favor of Team Chechen Phalanx. Dushimen on this Mai has been getting some incredible flanks as well as some incredible quakes today.
Very well played from Phalanx here. I didn't even realize, but looks like they just knew that Team Golden Light was just sitting in that little spot there, and they just surrounded them completely. A great taunt coming out from the Mai, and a great follow-up from the rest of the side of Team Phalanx.
Yeah, here we go. Dozy in a bit of trouble himself. Fancy trying himself to get away too, but Chechen Phalanx is waiting in kind. There's a Peacemaker coming in, pushed out of his own, but it doesn't matter. The kill credit, I'm actually not sure who went over to.
I'm pretty sure it went over to Young Yenate there. It looks like they were able to snag that kill for themselves. And, at this point in the game, you got to be feeling pretty good about that. Shadow GLT down to the last member. So it's going to be the Scylla going to have to try to rattle off replacement here. 8 teams still, not full teams, but 8 teams alive going into night 5 here. It's going to be a little, Fancy's going to get caught off by the side of Team Insider. I think that is going to be it. Fancy's going to be able to pull them away, but is going to get slowed by the Cicella. Safety orders are going to be used by both teams here. Fancy going to try to pull themselves forward, but it's be coming out from the Priya is going to be a little too much, and it's going to be Insider going to be able to wipe Shadow GLT off the map, as we are going to be going down to our final 7 teams. And oh god, there is so much teams still alive with how small of a space there is, and there's going to be a lot of damage going to be exchanged. Young Yenate's actually going to be able to win the trade here, despite Team Phalanx, having that wick buff, and they should see another team in the zone, so have to be a little careful. Good pulls coming out, and a good ultimate coming out from the Cicella, but Team Rocks is going to be here
All
for the
over the
third party, and
place.
there is a double cube. Are they going to be able to find anyone here? Great ultimate coming out from the Mai, and the ultimate from this spawn is going to be used, and no one is actually going to die here. Team of Busan Vespa going to be down to about 11 seconds of time. We're going to have to probably invest 2 safety orbs here. Going to go all the way around, and look at how many teams here are in Forest. It is going to be a hectic final zone.
This is so hard now for Busan Vespa. Caught themselves in the corner and now they're in trouble.
They have no timer.
Single-digit timer, yep. They just had to waste a ton of gadgets getting some information as well as that safety gadget as well. This is all over the place. Can they somehow stabilize is the question. There's so many teams inside of Forest. This is like the roundabout for everybody. Everybody just stuck in here, and now Gyeonggi Innate's the one that's in trouble. Jino about to get taken down. They will, as a matter of fact, and Nadine just gets absolutely obliterated. And down goes Zerojin as well. Ignite trying to somehow salvage this with a res. They do end up getting it. Dino on the backside is trying to get the res as well. Will end up getting cancelled somehow. Gyeonggi Innate gets the reses somehow. Gyeonggi Innate turns the fight. Chetum Phalanx is down. And with that execute, they do end up getting Zerojin up really quickly. All the teams inside Forest are now so absolutely tangled up in fights that nobody knows what to do. Down goes the Jackie as well. Istvan's going to be able to snipe that down. KCW in a whole heap of trouble. And he has Game World doing absolutely nothing. And now CNJ Esports are the ones in trouble on the west side of Forest. What is going on, Super? We got 10 seconds to go until the Tempson pops.
Team Rocks, I was going to try looking for something here. I'm going to be able to find anything, but look at the damage that MOBA was able to do.
Oh my god.
Going to get to the party here. Busan Vespa going to be able to get all of the kills. And that's going to be Team CNJ Esports going to go down with the side of Team Sangnam Rocks at the exact same time. Sangnam Rocks trying to chase for the 2 kills. Got a little too greedy here. Didn't expect there to be another team onto the backside of Forest here. A little unfortunate. They do end up going down here. Now it's going to be Team Busan Vespa. They're going to try clearing the zone with these explosion orbs here. Looks like Busan Vespa were able to find their footing. Perfect third party for them to get all their timer back, and they're going to have complete zone control with the Cicella here. Zerojin is going to get some damage in return, but Cicella, who is going to get tagged up by that explosion orb. There's the ultimate coming out from the Cicella, and the ultimate in return from the damage coming out from the Nadine is going to be way too much, and it's going to be an easy 3 kills from the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate.
That's just item differences. You look at Team Gyeonggi Innate's DPSs as well as Busan Vespa's DPSs. Blood items for weapons on both Gyeonggi Innate's members. Busan Vespa, I'm honestly surprised that they were able to even push into that temporary zone because they were down on items, but Hunter was just able to try brute forcing it. In the end, when it comes to the actual standoff, the blood items just reign supreme.
Yeah, they're able to get zone control with those explosion orbs, but just not enough, right? Both, if you have pieces of Cellas, obviously the one with the blood item is going to get so much more value, especially with that ultimate coming down onto the squishies there. We are going to have Team Gyeonggi Innate versus the side of Team Highway there. A lot of poke onto the Eva there. They're going to use this also to try to push on forward, but there's going to be some trap. I don't think they end up knowing here. A lot of damage. Oh my god, the Estelle is just going to get completely deleted by that Eva here. But wait a second. You know it's going to try clicking on forward. They're never going to try to trade damage back. But the...
Fantastic.
The ultimate coming out from the Mai, the exclusive, just so perfectly timed onto that Nadine there. And it's going to be a clean first game coming out from the side of Team Highway.
Yep, an LCQ winner coming in for game number 1. Team Highway takes away game number 1 with an immaculate snipe down onto the Estelle to start us off. Good attempt from team, was it Chetum Phalanx to start? No, it wasn't Chetum Phalanx. Was it? Which team was it? I forget. But Team Highway was able to stave it off by sniping down that Estelle from the get-go immediately from that shield bash, by the way. No time to ulti at all for herself. GG's, and Highway will take away game number 1 to start our day 1 off for ERM season finals.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great turn there. The Estelle, using that dash forward, it did end up costing Team Gyeonggi Innate's, that team fight. I think got a little too hasty, right? We ended up seeing, the ultimate, a lot of poke going down onto the Eva, so the call was probably made to, try to push, our HP advantage. But, Eva, one of those characters that if you get caught in any form of CC, she will just absolutely delete you.
And plus as well, I think the response from Team Highway was absolutely fantastic because they had full information, but with the max stack Soul Stealer, it is still very difficult to deal with it. You saw the Nadine instantly put down the Monkey Wire. You saw the Eva instantly use that Amethyst Flow away to get that little boost of movement speed. Didn't even have to use the blink up against the max stack Soul Stealer. That was just excellent response coming through from Team Highway. If they're able to play like that in season finals, I genuinely cannot say anything other than explain their LCQ performance not being a fluke?
I mean, this is, I think, probably the underdog team for today, and they're coming to show that they're definitely not the underdogs for today.
Absolutely not. That was an immaculate performance. Super stable pretty much throughout the entire course of the game as well. I really didn't find any fault in how they played. And pretty much every single fight that we saw from them was them just wailing the power of Eva on their side. But that did start out with the meteorite start from day number 1. We saw the items just being shoved onto the Eva, like I mentioned. 3 items, the boots, the arm, as well as the chest piece, all going in favor of the Eva. Those kind of progressions are really, really required in order to get that Eva locked up and running. Do it over and over again. Yes, I can see it happening. If it can't, that's where Team Highway is going to start falling into trouble. That's what we saw in LCQ for the first few games.
Yeah, and I mean, Mai is going to be off the table for game number 2. You know, Mai was a pretty good pick for that team. I wonder what they're going to maybe swap into. Maybe the Estelle, or maybe they'll go into that triple backline team. I think that we did end up seeing them play in the LCQ. We're going to have to see what's going to be the flavor for, the series. What these teams are going to swap to, with these characters being, banned going into the next couple of games. Here's Cicella, banned for 2 games, and Mai going to be banned for the next game.
I think the Cicella ban is actually massive here as well, because Cicella is going to be banned for 2 games. We saw massive value coming out of our Cicillas in game number 1. A lot of good poke damage coming in. The Wilsons were able to find some picks here and there with the play with us as well. Free at last getting a lot of distance for pretty much safety nets on everyone on their side of the team. We're not going to see that for 2 games. That's a lot. That's a third of the games that we're going to be able to see here tonight for day number 1. And if a lot of your team composition ideas were revolving around the Cicilla being able to do what she does best, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble for some of the teams in day number 1. And now it's time for you to figure out how to actually deal with that.
Yeah, 100%. But I think a lot of these teams are already prepared, for these bans. I think Cicella, near the end of the season here, has been had a pretty prevalent, I would say, meta share that a lot of these backline mage players are swapping to, especially these teams that are playing that triple backline team, or maybe even to counter these double triple backline teams. A lot of these teams are playing that Cicella, and it being banned, I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams are going to be well equipped to swap up their team comp.
Funnily enough, there is a trend that I do tend to see with Cicilla. You and I always say that Rio tends to show up a lot more in the earlier season because there's so many changes, and typically Rio thrives in environments where everyone's just trying to figure things out because she is such a stable character in chaotic events. But Cicilla, on the other hand, tends to start making a comeback towards the end of the season, and we're really seeing that off from game number 1. So you're absolutely correct. I think it's going to be a pick that a lot of teams already anticipated, getting banned already. So they should theoretically have responses in conjunction with it, but also seeing that Mai ban alongside it, obviously another predictable ban over on the KR side of things, but it's still a little bit finicky.
Yeah, I think the reason as well is I think Mai did end up getting I would say quite the buff in the later half of the season, right? So I think she ended up getting like a lot of damage reduction on her W. So no surprise that we're going to see a lot of these teams, swapping back to that Mai for that typical front to back team that we typically always see, every season for the KR side.
But here we go, the leaderboard. It's actually quite a lot closer than I thought because Team Highway didn't really get that many kills throughout the course of the game. Sitting in first place is going to be 17.5, but only a point behind will be Team Gyeonggi Innate. Got 2 additional kill scores above that, so they're going to be sitting in second with 16.5. Right below them is going to be Busan Vespa, who just ransacked the lobby from the looks of it. 10.5 points for them from kill scores alone, 15.5 for this team as well. So pretty evenly spread throughout the entire course of the lobby today off of game number 1. No team super far ahead, no team super far behind. Even for Team Shadow Golden Light, 3 points is not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, Sangnam Rocks and CNJ Esports 4th and 5th place, only a 1.5 point difference, so it's still really anyone's game here. This is a 6-game series, so, even Shadow GLT and Team Insider having a bad first game, there's still 5 more games for these teams to come back.
Absolutely, it is going to be all over the place. And actually, I brought us over onto us, but let me actually bring it back over onto the clean feed because we got the posters again. Oh, baby.
Yeah, Team Golden Lights, and it's going to be a really cute team drawing there, and you have that Tia there as well. I know. Team CNJ Esports here with, I think that is Tia?
I would have to assume it is. We got the yellow colorings and everything. That one's a Bianco. I know we can tell
That's
that
Bianca for sure. Yeah. Yeah, with the cafe art skin, I think.
Yep.
You guys have seen those, but they're really, really nice.
Okay, yo, I wonder who that one's for.
Oh, I really like that. The Yan and then on the two shoulders, you see Jackie and Nia. I really like that. I really like that.
I love that bush as well because
really
CNJ Esports has been utilizing that strategy a lot throughout phase number 2. I don't know if you remember, but they've been bush cheesing a lot towards the end of the season.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think that's really, really cute drawing. And on the right, you got ooh, that's really nice. All the players reaching for the master finals.
Rightfully so,
cool.
right? We got a ton of teams that are reaching for that championship spot. We've been at this for seasons and now months for Season 8 specifically. It's that championship title that everybody oh so wants. But here we go, guys. Game number 2 about to be locked in underway. We got the clear weather, sunny side up today for game number 2. Let's see what the character selection is going to be because you can see it on the player screen. We're going into that right now.
That means it's going to be less bushes, and it's going to be boosted food. So it's going to be good for these teams that are going to be making those hunter pots and getting those legendary food crafts.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if that even becomes comes to fruition because I'm not seeing any as of just yet. I'm seeing a couple of Alonso starting to pile on in, and Ekion here and there as well. Marcus, Nikki, this is going to be fun. I even see a Martina for Revolu. Oh my goodness, that is a blast to the past. Dushimen on Dylan as well. Okay, I'm getting literally everything, man.
That is quite the team comp, I think, for the side of Team Phalanx here. But I mean, they've been practicing, and also Lenoir as well. 3 characters that we usually never see on the big stage, all being played together for the side of Team Phalanx here. They are putting all of their cards, or they're just putting everything to the table here, and they went all in.
This is crazy, by the way, because that kind of a composition is one that you would almost never see just brought out in the middle of nowhere in season finals either, right? Dial in Lenore as well as a Martina. Very, very heavy scaling composition. But if you can't get that mid to early game, early to mid game done correctly, you have really no hope in that late game setup fight for your team. Let's see if they can actually handle it, because here we go, guys. Game number 2 is now about to be underway. No available picks for the Mai and the Sicily. That's why you're not seeing any of it, and you can see how different this lobby is as a matter of fact.
I mean, we're going to have some teams still playing the exact same team comp. I think CG Esports still going to be on there. Jan, Jackie, and Nia. We are going to have Team Highway going to be swapping to the Sua over the Mai here, and it is going to be paired with that Nadine and that Eva still. We're going to have actually, I think Insider was also on the Sua pick, so I think it's going to be 2 Suas here. It looks like Team Insider, they're going to be playing that, the bread and butter, right? The Nikki, Sua, and Adela here. We're going to have to see how it works in this lobby.
All right, well, Hyungi getting jumped on quite early. We're seeing the return of the Piolo even as well. Wow, just because of 2 bans, we're seeing an entirely different lobby compared to game number 1. Not too surprised about it, but goodness gracious, a tank gun, a DPS gun, everyone is just looking for dire straits. Gino will be able to start us off pretty early as Golden Light's going to take the fall with Fancy going down. Pixel on the backside trying to get the stacks on set, but the damage output is a little bit too high. Down goes to Jackie, but traded out for Dozy, and now the Alonso left by his lonesome can only waddle away right around the ban as he's going to get taken down too.
Oh, I didn't even realize, but there's going to be a Tsubame ban, looks like. We do have Busan Vespa, Gyeonggi Innate, and Team Shadow GLT. Gyeonggi Innate playing the Ekion Tsubame, which we saw actually win the first phase. It is going to be coming back here for the season finals. It ended up getting changed, like nerfed and changed quite a bit, but I think Team Gyeonggi Innate still thinks it's strong enough to be playing it obviously onto the big stage here. So we're gonna have to see how they do end up doing. It is gonna be a kill going to, oh my god, Team Highway gonna be able to just completely obliterate Belzer there on that Eva Sua. They're gonna try to look forward, then the Hyejin in the back should be able to get the kill. They do end up trading 1. And the teleports are going to come on in, and they're just going to set their sights onto that Nadine, and Nadine is going to go down. That's going to be Team Silent Mox going to be the ones to come out on top, getting 5 kills for themselves. On the other side, CG Esports getting 6 kills already so early into the game in day 1 here with that 3 tournament score ready for themselves. But Bolu is going to be able to actually scan 2 bodies for themselves, and you can hear the crowd. They're having a good time watching this Martina.
Yeah, they already are on 4 stacks as well. This is a very early setup now for the Martina. If she's able to actually get the 6 stacks going by the middle of day number 1, there it is. There's a second stack coming in, and that's it. I mean, that's broadcast for you already. She is activated now. We'll be able to join back up with her team. This is a very, very early broadcast, by the way. Very ahead of schedule, so really, really massive for Team Tichum Phalanx. Now they can start actually doing things and get that early to mid game that I was talking about earlier on set now. But here we go, fight. KCW is going to try to jump on in, but Dina's right around the corner, and that rewind gets the stun on the KCW. Lockdown. He just cannot move. Wow. An early kill over onto the Lenore as well as the Martina. They're starting out strong.
Yeah, great CC combo there coming out from those two. Great lockdown there, right? With there was a stun from the rewind into the root from Revolu. And then, Revolu going to try looking for an angle in on the backside here, but isn't going to have enough damage just yet. He's going to get a decent amount of burst, but not going to be enough there. Dushimon, who not going to be able to find anything. Probably was looking to turn, but the execution bonus coming for the side of Team Shadow GLT is going to be able to keep all 3 members of them healthy. Looks like Team Phalanx is going to be on the back foot there. Dina, I'm guessing he's out of food there, not going to be able to regen his HP. And it looks like the side of Team Sagnum Rocks is going to be able to find another pick. And a lot of early game kills for these teams. 7 for the side of Team Sagnum Rocks and CNJ Esports each in day number 1. They have to be feeling pretty good about that. And they're going to try looking to contest for these objectives.
Songnam Rocks luckily giving us the same pattern as we've seen pretty much throughout the entire course of this season, where Alex teams are getting a lot of kills during that day 1, night 1 phase. But I don't think this Alex specifically is running that oh-so-favorite coin toss that we've seen a lot of Alex run. Here we go, though. A fight's going to begin. Tichum Phalanx trying to duke it out up against Team Insider, but there's the full-on combo coming in. The rewind is there, but it's not enough to save the Martina. Oh, the health regen just wasn't there in time, and the burst damage is just barely enough to knock that squishy character down. Good attempt from Tichum Phalanx, but of all the teams to do it in, it was over onto Team Insider.
That's the Nikki Adela for you, right? Nikki Adela, and then Nasua is going to be there to follow up as well. Great combo there coming out for the side Team Insider. Going to be able to get that kill, and that's Meteorite for themselves down there in hospital there. Great nice. Blink coming on forward, but a great blink response from KCW, and they're going to be able to get themselves on outs. CNJ Esports should be safe here, as looks like they're just going to rotate around and get the farm down here in fire station.
I already do see the weapon built up for the Jackie. That's what they were waiting for, CNJ Esports. But do remember that there is no picture gun available for KCW, and there are no animals around this area to build up any of his unyielding stacks. Pull back in from the dead drop. Power control stack is there. The quick spin is there too to keep him alive, but Belzer just gets obliterated by Pixel jumping in. He can't even move because of the weapon. Oh my goodness. Down goes 2 in the blink of an eye. Songnam Rocks chasing a little bit too far. Saktin will just completely hightail it on out of there.
Yeah, I thought they'd be able to get the kick. I thought they'd be able to get the yawn there, but KCW using that quick spin at the perfect time, blocking out on so much damage, and Young Yene get the perfect angle onto Memory there. Is going to be able to get the ultimate from that Tsubame to get that gap close, and they should be able to get a nice 2 clean kills. Actually, Sword Chaser should be able to get themselves on out with that White Lily there. Lujin going to try looking to chase, but Bear is going to be on that Suwa, just going to be able to get themselves on out with that Soul Sealer as well. So it looks like Bear going to be on that more supportive role here with that healing factor as well.
The problem is, look at the complete opposite side of the coin now for Team Highway. Look at the items that they have. They have nothing. It's about 20 seconds to go until we go into night number 2. And we're going to see Storm Chaser dead. Yeah, this is just terrible timing for this team. And now this is reminiscent of game number 1 from LCQ. We've seen this team struggle, and when they struggle very, very hard. So as you can tell, it's the opposite side of the coin from game 1.
It's just a little unfortunate, I think, just not able to get their buy-ins. I mean, we've seen these teams, sometimes just not being able to get their 4-score buy-ins, and it just sets them so far behind the rest of the lobby, just because everyone else is obviously going to be macroing, perfectly getting those 4 scores on that night 2 timing before the next night 2 objective contest. And Team Highway, if you're not going to have your 4-score buy-ins, you're not going to be able to contest for that objective, and these teams are just going to get more and more items on top on top of you there. And oh, we do have Team Highway. It looks like they did end up dropping that mithril. It's going to be that Dragon Fury going to be used for that Eva. Engage is going to come through there. A great spell shield coming out from the Suo to actually get themselves out there with that CC immunity on that Don Quixote as well. A lot of poke from Storm Chaser is going to find the blink. Oh, KCW finds the Eva there. Very nicely played. But wait a second, damage in return is not going to be enough as Jackie is just going to be able to just clean up the last 2 kills here. Should be able to get the Nadine here as well. And very nicely played by that Yan. Able to get that engage onto the Eva, knock them into the wall, and it's just an easy cleanup for the side of Team CNG Esports.
Yep, this is what we want to see from KCW. We've actually seen him start increasing his effectiveness on the Yan quite a lot in the most recent seasons, right? We had some seasons where KCW's Yan definitely got outshone by Taekyung's Yan, but he is starting to kind of make his way back up as one of the most formidable Yan players in KR. The play like that we just saw inside of the Rift, that's exactly what we want to see from that player. A fantastic setup with a great follow through from Peksu as well. Great fight inside of the Rift from Team CNJ Esports, but another fight now inside of Factory. Dushiman getting taken down dangerously low. Dialing can't stay alive any longer, and down goes the Martina as well. Dean is going to get taken down. There was just no ability on this team, and that's the problem. As I said, if you don't get that good early game, then the mid game will struggle. If you struggle mid game, then you have no late game. Well, they don't get a late game at all now.
Yeah, I mean, Revolu tried using the ultimate onto the Justina, but it was just timed very poorly. He just wasn't able to get the ultimate from the Justina coming down, so it didn't end up hitting anyone there. So the Martina is not really getting in, the value out of that team fight there. And KCW find an angle once again is going to be able to get so much damage onto the backside there. There is Ania's Game World in response from Shao GLT, but KCW is going to be on the chase here. Will be able to find anyone. Should be able to find a nice knock up here. Is going to be able to find Water too. They get the trade in return. Great turn from Shadow GLT to keep them alive there to actually kill that Yan that did end up over chasing. But CNG Esports actually not going to lose anything for that. Very nice engage coming out from KCW once again. Just able to find and just get so much value to set up for the Nia to get so much damage down.
Yeah, he seems really confident today. Really confident, really proud of the work that he's done so far. He's just looking to make more plays. Look at how ahead Peksu is as well. 4 transitions by day number 3. This is a Jackie that you get caught out one spot, you are dead. There is no living against that. With KCW playing like this, I genuinely don't think there's any other really teams that can face the wrath of CNG Esports. They're scaled up very nicely. The kill leaders of the lobby once again by day number 3. We saw that in game number 1 as well. These guys are on point, practiced, well set, well rested. Is there anyone that can deal with this in a raw 3v3?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely pretty far ahead of the rest of the lobby here, but we can look at the items of the rest of the teams here. We can see Team Highway and Team Busan Vespa, and even Team Genki Ine here also having quite the amount for themselves here. Should be able to contest if they do want to end up taking the team fight. CNG Esports, they are in stream here. They might be coming down for this Omega. It's already going to be Team Insider going to be able to set up for it.
Here we go. The fight's going to begin as a 5-omen will get popped immediately, but an instant blink coming out from Zerogen to get themselves out of the fight. The pull-on is there, but only onto the Ing 9, means that is way too tanky of a target. EMP Broads goes down, nothing left on the side of some of them rocks. They'll just take their loss and get away with it. Control over Cemetery, though, still in their favor.
I mean, they got some damage onto the Ekion, but it is that Ekion with that SSM as well as on that full tank build. Can't really target him, but that was really the only person that they could really hit in that. Oh, wait a second, KCW is going to find an angle in with the perfect on the backside. And oh my god, KCW is going to get immediately blown up by the full combo there. But Insider is going to lose 2 members. Both the Sua and the Adela are going to go down. A great find from Team CNJ Esports, but unfortunately the third party is going to be here. It's going to be Team Highway. You're going to be able to get all the rewards, get the Omega, get a couple kills, all the credits as well from these bodies. Wait a second though, Insider is going to find the Adela, but the spell shield and Sua is going to be there, and it looks like there's going to be nothing left for the side of Team Insider. But ooh, they get a box or they get an item there to actually recoup on their losses from that team fights. A little unfortunate for the side of Team CNG Esports. A huge angle there from that Yawn coming in from that jump pad. Instead, we're not expecting that. They did end up bursting down that Yawn, but they ended up losing 2 members in exchange with that Nia's Game World.
Yeah, I think that was actually a really good fight from CNG Esports, more so than anything else, because Team Insider responded really well. But that's one of the reasons why you never group up as a team up against teams like this for CNG Esports. Way too much AoE, way too much turnaround potential that you're going to see something like this again. Here we go. Tetragon is down. Quick spin is going to be sent through. Is the Nikki ever going to pull the trigger at all onto anybody? Absolutely not. Down goes one, and the resets are there. Beautiful parry coming out from Pixu. Now Insider are in trouble. Seiko goes down. Yana's in trouble as well. Just getting jumped on everybody. There is no resets coming through. Yana should be dead. There's the blink on him, and that's it. Team Insider is out. CNJ Esports on an absolute roll. What a play from everybody on the side of CNJ Esports to clean out Team Insider.
Huge find from KCW once again. I mean, it was definitely a misplay coming out from the side Team Insider. You saw Jumo, I think, on that Neki just using the parry on basically nothing, just gave the green light for CNJ Esports, for KCW to just send it there, and it just got that Nikki completely, you know, isolated because they're just sitting there a little too far up without, you know, having that damage reduction. And they tried sending it. They ended up using the ultimate onto the Yawn, but yeah, it just wasn't enough damage there, or there's just no follow from the side of Team Insider.
Can we talk about that parry though? Oh my goodness, probably one of the most high value parries I've seen in a long time. Night Fork, Queen, disintegrated, as well as I think it was a Don Quixote with the bookmark as well. Every source of crowd control left on the side of Team Insider just parried away. As the name states, well played from CNG Esports, but now they have to hold control over stream once more. Kyunggi and Nate is going to walk away, and the team that walked up, Busan Vespa, will just take that VLS on out. Nobody wants to deal with CNG Esports right now because the Yang also has that Blood Tonfa.
They're looking really strong here, right? So you could see the items on the side of Team CNG Esports. They're on 15 tournament score. They have a lot of combat power, or a lot of value in their items here. That they seems, as soon as they see the blood sample on the Tonfa Yawn, they're just gonna slowly back themselves on out of there. Busan Vespa though, they end up getting that blood weapon onto the Justina, so I think they can definitely look for this team fight now. But they're just going to slowly back themselves on up to Fire Station. Maybe look to contest for this wick line coming up very shortly here. Looks like Team Shadow GLT are the only team in school, so might be an uncontested wick for Team Shadow GLT here.
Great timing on that blood sample call for Storm as well. Storm Chaser now has that Chaser available for themselves. The Ziva is going to do a lot of damage, which means Busan Vespa is going to get the heck on out of there. Now CNG Esports, we've talked about this before. They've had a really good mid game, but can they finish it off towards the end? Tetragon gonna get invested, and now Peksu is in a little bit of trouble himself. I think that was a really bad call from this team. Can this Jackie get out? I don't think so. Perry's gonna get sent, and there's the Astroburst coming on in. But look at the healing onto Peksu. He's full stacks now on the Jackie. I don't think Nekion can kill this anymore. What are they doing? What is going on? There's a trade. I don't know if that trade should have ever happened, but they do end up getting it. Peksu gets taken down, and now Bubba is on site. As Chido is just gonna follow on through. There's the execution technique, +1, but it doesn't even matter. As 2 lives down, and the entire team is gone. CNJ Esports fumble it once again.
That was so well played from Jino there. Just able to just use the ultimate to bypass Nia's Game World to just get themselves on ins and just finish both of the backliners there from the side of Team CNJ Esports, or not really backliners, but just finish off the Jackie and that Nia there. Just so well played by the side of Team Youngie Innate there. A lot of value as well from that Ekion, just able to keep themselves alive just a little bit longer than obviously the Jackie on the backside, or the Yawn on the backside.
Yeah, and I do say fumble, but it wasn't even that much, right? Because I think it was Kyunggi Innate just taking a great fight, being able to isolate away a Yan. Yan is not that tanky. He only has quick spin, and if you can't lock anybody down in the crowd control, you don't have effective HP as a Yan. It's effective HP, that's all he really has. So being able to lock down the Yan, getting rid of him, no crowd control available on the side of CNJ Esports, I think that was just a great fight taken from Kyunggi Innate, but it does suck, right? Because this is what always happens to CNJ Esports. Fantastic mid-game, but they can't finish out a game.
100%. I mean, 16 points is still a pretty good game for CNJ Esports, but you know, could have been so much more, right? I don't know if that's what they're looking for, but still a pretty solid game for them. And Team Youngie Innate, just so well played, right? On this Ekion. I mean, we always talk about it, right? So the downside of playing, these two melees into the front to back is, your melees are not really that tanky compared to, a character like Ekion or, a proper frontline tank there. And Ekion just was able to just live for so much longer than that Yon there. And oh, here comes the VLS. Oh, looks like they do end up spotting it. They will be able to keep themselves safe. Wusan Vespa playing with fire here, using the VLS a little late into the game, but it looks like they should be fine here.
Do you recall that Songnam Rocks also ended up taking the Wick line? Look at the position on the map. They're on the far south side of the map too. I think there's a possibility Songnam Rocks might do a playbook on their side where they just kind of hover that bottom side so they never have to watch their flank. Love the play here from Songnam Rocks as well. 8.5 points for that team so far in this game. Could look for a lot more as long as they play their cards right with this blood sample. Sorry, not the blood sample, but the Wick line buff. Wick was a little bit chaotic, as we did see a couple of teams hanging around that area. It was just a snipe away, I think, from the Piolo from the side of Songnam Rocks. Blood went to a different team that started moving a little bit north from that eastern side of school. It's all good and dandy, though. As, 30 seconds to go until night number 5. Now we really start strangleholding the entire map. We start figuring out where teams are going to go. We know our temporary zones as well. It's going to be archery range as well as forest, I apologize. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's only going to be 5 teams this time, so it's definitely not going to be as chaotic as the previous game, but I think that is probably for the better here. We're going to have some clean 3v3s, most likely, are going to be happening very shortly. I don't think Team Highway wants to take this team fight. There's a lot of teams in this zone. I think Team Highway just figured out that their cam was taken by another team, so they should know that there's about 2, maybe even 3 other teams in the zone here. Gotta be a little careful. Team Shadow GLT already taking control of archery, and you can see Team Songnam Rocks on the bottom side taking forest. So these 3 teams are kind of in a rough spot here. They're gonna have to decide if they want to play into the Swick team or if they want to play into, Team Shadow GLT onto this Nia already set up onto the top side here. Team Busan Vespa in a really awkward spot between 2 teams. They're gonna have to walk up, give away a little under positioning here, but I think they know that if they do end up splitting off here, it's gonna be a little troublesome. So just gonna hover, hope that the other team is gonna pressure them. And looks like Team Shadow GLT did end up walking to the other side.
Regardless of what ends up happening to the teams inside a score right now, you're going to walk into a blind spot and completely zero. You're devoid of information outside of anywhere inside of the zone. I think these guys have to start making their decisions on where to go and do it fast. We got 30 seconds, and if you start getting locked into a zone where you have to start investing your time or your gadget points, well, it's not going to help you at all during temporary zones, which is why I like where Highway is.
It's going to be a little tough. I mean, we as the casters can see everything, right? And as the viewers as well. But if you're on the player point of view, like, you have no vision, you don't know where any of the teams are. You're completely in the dark here, and these teams, no teams are going to be making pings at this point into the game. You can maybe just have an estimate on 1 or maybe 2 teams, but I mean, if you're like Team Busan Best, but you don't even know that Team Highway is taking the top side of Team Arch or of the archery zone here, right? Both these teams are unaware that there's going to be another team in the zone because the cameras did end up just going dark for the side of Team Shadow GLT. So these teams have to be a little careful here, and they're gonna find out now with the recons, and now it's gonna be Team Shadow GLT. They're gonna be the ones in the middle here. They're gonna be in a really awkward position. Maybe gonna have to force their hand into the side of Team Busan Best, but oh wait, they're gonna use BLS. I really like this play. They're gonna try. I think they're gonna probably just make a swing around here to just reposition themselves. And I think they should be okay, but oh no, they might jump onto the hands of the side of Team Highway. A lot of damage going to be traded. And they're going to be in the corner now. Oh, they're going to be in the corner, and I think Eva has full reign here. There's Nia's game ball. They're going to try to use it onto the backside there, but they are going to be able to finish the Suwa and the Nadine, and now it's going to be Eva versus the Nia, 2 mages here. Storm Chaser should be able to finish this one off, but can they get the reses in time? They do have that Terminate res. It's going to be instant. They just have to reset here. There are
they smell it.
The timer orbs are going to be placed down, and we're actually going to have a clean 3v3 here at the final. I actually thought they would get third partied.
Me too. Over on the right side, it seems like inside of Forest, Kyunggi was able to at least get a trade on in. It's a 2v2 so far. Down goes the Alex though, and we should have that PLO following suit in just a second. It's going to be Kyunggi to bring us into our final zone inside of school. Let's see which one on the west side is going to be able to do it. Nemri just gets obliterated before they're able to do anything. Timer disadvantage is a little bit too much. There's the execution over onto the Tsubame. Wait a second, the Eva is still alive. Damage output just seems a little bit difficult. There is no timer left for this Eva to play with whatsoever. I don't think you're going to be able to get the snipe over on towards the Justina just yet. And it's not there. Hunzer will stay alive. Busan Bespa takes away the temporary zone inside of archery range. But now, our final zone of school is going to activate. Busan Bespa versus Kyunggi. Kyunggi looking for 25.5 points in game number 2. Busan Bespa looking for 16.
Both the teams on the Tsubame and the Justina here, and it's just going to be the difference between that Marcus and the Yekion. The advantage is going to go to the side of Team Kyunggi, it looks like here. Actually, yeah, it looks like the Justina on that double blood. But Team Busan Bespa also, you know, having 2 blood samples for themselves as well on that Justina and that Tsubame.
All the core items for Ing9 is already there too, right? Ingu doesn't need his weapon because he's running the side widener tank version. You don't really need that anymore. With the changes stun to Ekion, I believe, in Season 7. And now the fight for positioning goes on through. Busan Bespa on the outer ring. Can they somehow push in on towards Team Kyunggi? The damage output from these Justinas are going to matter a lot. These Blood Half Moons, they hurt quite a bit. And for Team Busan Bespa that has to push on in on towards this enemy Justina, it's going to suck quite a bit. Ing9 on the backside. Is he going to pull the trigger? Yes, he is. Jumping on towards the backside. That is a beautiful explosion shot. Down goes Hunter, obliterated, but Chino also gets traded. Look on the backside. Rosner gets access over onto Zerojin. He's trying to pump in the damage with the lasers, and he does end up getting it. The knockup doesn't land. Rosner is in trouble. There it is.
Zerojin just completely obliterated the other team there. Just a huge explosion shot at the very end as well. Just able to keep themselves alive and just finish off the couple of kills. And oh my god.
Oh no, that's BM. I love it.
Just a thumbs down, you know. That's crazy. That's
crazy.
What a
play. What a play. That explosion shot completely sealed the deal. And yes, it kept Zerojin alive, but at the same time, it just completely obliterated any hopes of Busan Bespa being able to turn it in, right? Because Ingu was already on top of Hunzer by the time that explosion shot came through. It is the worst timing in the world for that to happen, and it did. What a great play from Kyunggi Innate. They'll round out the second game with, 25.5 points for themselves. A massive lead for them to get going on in towards the series for the finals.
I mean, there's a great turn there, right? The Tsubame coming in actually just 1v1ing the other Tsubame, so they had a great turn, but Zerojin once again just able to just close it out for his team.
Yeah, what an absolutely massive play coming from everybody on Chechon Failings, and sorry, not Chechon Failings. No, it was Kyunggi Innate. There we go. I keep mixing up the team names. Oh, man, but that's the plays that we need to see from Justinas, right? After all, this is a very high priority pick for a reason. We see why so many teams opt to give her so many items starting from the beginning, because she is able to make plays like that over and over and over again. Pick potential absolutely massive, poke potential absolutely massive, fight damage potential absolutely massive. We saw the results of it just right now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, explosion shots, you have the ultimate, right, to keep yourselves safe there. But we're not going to have a Justina ban. It's going to be that Tsubame going to be the one to actually get banned, because I think this character, over on the KR side, we see this character being picked a lot. Just a really versatile, ADC that has a lot of mobility and is able to kind of dive in on these engages that maybe some of these tanks are going to be initiating with.
I will say though, it was a really good fight from Team Highway as well. That's another fight that I actually remember quite a bit, because a lot of people from Team Highway were actually really far behind on the fight too. The first pick actually ended up going away in favor for the other team, but Highway was able to turn things around. Again, it's Storm Chaser on the Eva being able to just burst down the Alonzo, which is funny to say, right? Burst down the Alonzo, but that's exactly what happened, turning it into a 1v1, a 2v2 that turned into a 1v2 and immediately turned around again by the EVA. That's the possibilities that we can see in a series like this where so many characters have these turnaround potentials. But it still doesn't matter when it comes to the scores because 경기 innate, after that monstrous game number 2 performance, 42 points, finally we see a lead for the first place team.
Yeah, and not behind them, not too far behind, it's going to be Team Highway with 30, Shinji Esports with 28, and Busan Vespa with 26.5. But 5th place, only a 2.5 point difference here, so it's still anyone's game, right? There's still 4 more games left. So these teams probably gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe the teams are, on the bottom side of the leaderboard here, but still a lot of games and a lot of Eternal Return to be played.
Absolutely. Still have 4 more games left for our day 1 of season finals. That's going to be the 4 games to determine which teams will be moving on to day number 2. Once again, that'll be happening Sunday morning to determine which team will be the best out of every other team in season A. But we still have to take the baby steps to get there, and that's going to be day number 1. Guys, that was game number 2, which means you know what that means. We're going to go on to a break, so we'll be back with you guys of game number 3 and 4 of day 1 of your Season 8 season finals. So don't go anywhere. Go grab some water, go grab a snack, and take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the next set of 2.
Take care.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
내 정이야.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋은 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로군요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실은 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 주작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Hope you guys had a good one. We are just coming out of games 1 and 2 and now starting to head our way over onto the games 3 and 4. But before that, of course, the Korean side is going to have to do their interview. So let's bring it back over onto us. We don't unfortunately have any interesting interviews with these players because they are halfway across the world right now. But we can definitely talk about what actually ended up happening in the first two games. Super, what are your thoughts so far on the games that happened and any memorable moments for you already from games 1 and 2?
I mean, I think it's just some clean internal returns so far that we've been watching. There's no, I wouldn't say there's too many standout moments, right? We haven't had any real bloopers or any real big mistakes. But I think the standout moment for me was it's probably I guess it's probably just KCW. Just finding these really clean engages on Ion.
Yeah, me as well. I think KCW has definitely stepped up today once again, like always, right? He's been looking a little bit lackluster in the past couple of seasons, but Season 8 seems to be the season of KCW once again. His Yan has been stepping up when he is exactly needed. Pixu following up correctly with the Jackie, and on top of it, you got that Nia in the backside just pumping out damage when they needed to. So CNG Esports looking very, very solid right now. The only thing that we need to see from that team, like we said in the previous season still, is they need to finish out these games. They're doing really good, getting a ton of kills, being the kill leaders by day number 3, 2 games in a row, but they can't finish the game.
Yeah. I mean, we always see it from CNG Esports. They always get a lot of kills, right, in the early stages of the match, but just not able to just close it out there. But I mean, they still have 4 more games to play here. They're in a pretty good spot, right, in that 3rd place spot right now, and they just have to place in that top 4 for a ticket into the finals for day 2.
That's one of the benefits of playing in day number 1 is that you just have to make the top half, which is completely fine for teams that are able to consistently score very high because of placement points, but it's also very good for teams that are able to score pretty high because of the amount of kills they're able to have because of their aggression levels. Now, the only problem is Gyeonggi Inne was able to just completely throw that out of the window because they got a ton of kills and a ton of placement points in game number 2, but that was only game number 2. We still have 4 more to go. So a lot of these teams still have chances, they still have a lot of hope. We just need to see them execute correctly in the 4 games that we have left for day 1.
Yeah, but it does mean that there's not going to be too many games left for them, right? So we're already about almost, or we're already about 1/3 of the way through, right? Our first 2 games are already done. So these teams either have to change up their strategy going into the next couple of games here, or try to stay true and try to adapt to their lobby.
I haven't seen too many teams not being able to perform today, but I will say Shadow Golden Light has been a little bit iffy, especially with their entire roster getting banned. Well, not their entire roster, but their main roster getting banned out in game number 1. No Cecilia means it's very difficult for them to get the poke on, and then yes, you do have the hearts, but they did default over onto putting Youngman on the tank. Now, I was surprised that it wasn't 11 like we saw during phase number 2, but we did end up getting the Alonzo, and it did work out to a certain degree, but we know that there are faults with that kind of roster. We saw it inside of archery range in that temporary zone.
And unfortunately, Zacella is still going to be banned going into game number 3 here. Remember, it was a 2-game ban for Zacella, a 1-game ban for Mai, so Mai will be back on the table, and Tsubame will be joining Zacella, being banned out in game number 3 here.
Unless anything gets banned out in game number 3, there is a complete open roster going on into game number 4. We just have to see what the picks are going to look like in game number 3. But with the Tsubame and the Cecilia getting banned, I think the Mai is definitely up on the chopping block for the ban once again. Just way too valuable that we saw in game number 1 for these teams to opt to not go for it.
Oh, 100%. I think Mai is just such a staple tank right now. Probably the best tank on this patch, just because of the buffs that she did end up getting. We do see more Mai's over the Estelles. It was Estelle, I think, in phase number 1 and 2, but a lot of these teams swapping back over to that Mai. I mean, Mai, just such a great character, right? Has really good engage, has a lot of mobility, has that exclusive to keep your teammates alive, and then having that damage reduction as well.
It's just all of these utilities that you can get for your tanks. It's all got to come on through. Otherwise, maybe do a different composition, but that's not so easily done in season finals, right? You just got to go with your comfort picks.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, we do see, a lot of these teams obviously swapping over to, what they think is strong, obviously to the meta, right? We see some of these teams playing that triple backline team, but yeah, I'm not too surprised that a lot of these teams are swapping over and swapping back to the front to back, just because I think Mai was one of those tanks keeping these triple backline teams in check, right? Because of her engage, she could just easily get themselves on in, and also be pretty tanky for themselves. And it looks like We're going to jump straight into game number 3 here. It's going to be that rainy weather this time around.
Let's see how that actually ends up affecting the map, right? Because overall, it's going to be a little bit more dark, a lot more bushes to go around, which means teams like CNG Esports is going to have a field day with this one. We'll see if they're able to kind of utilize all of that bushes to their advantage. We saw that team poster earlier. They do like their bush checks every now and then. But for other teams as well, a lot of catch-up potential as we are seeing so many of them going and diverting over onto these lockdown style of compositions. Shadow Golden Light, we got the Alonzo, Jumo on the Alonzo for Insider. We have the Ekion Lenny again for Tetsuo Phalanx. There is so much lockdown that if you start checking bushes wrong in this game, you're going to have a lot of trouble on your hands.
Yeah, the Ekion Jenny plus Lenny, well, you know, one of these or this team comp that's been played for quite some time now, right? We've seen it since I think season, it was like 3 or 4, and it's still being played even to this day. You know, it's still a pretty solid team comp, and we're gonna see Team Phalanx if they can perform on it.
All right, these teams and players are all nervous about how these games are going to go. Remember, we got 4 more games left, and yes, it might seem quite a lot, but to these players' eyes, they're running out of time. Here we go, folks. Game number 3 is about to be underway, and as we go through with this game, we'll be halfway done with the night. That means for these players, we got only half the games remaining for them to make their stand to be on the top 4. And as we zoom into the hockey puck, here we go. Game number 3 is now underway.
Oh, wow, wait, we actually have another really old team comp as well. We have the Alonzo Dio Bernice coming out from Team Shadow GLT. So 2 really, you know, old team comps gonna have to go into, you know, some of these new team comps like the side of Team CNG Esports on this Yan, Nia, and Jackie.
In the face of Songnam Rocks as well. It might not be the same roster that bolstered this back in the heydays of this composition, but it was still the same team that was able to run it. So Bernice, Alonzo, as well as the Theo. This is a bread and butter composition inside of Eternal Return Masters. Not one that's been too popular as of late, but it is definitely one that's been played quite a bit in the past. Cadmus in a little bit of trouble himself. He doesn't actually end up getting the speed gate for himself, but does end up getting the resets. Can he get out from the looks of it? No, as the Spark Nade is going to miss. It is the Black Mamba conversion of Cadmus on that Ekion, so it's a bit of a change-up compared to game number 2.
No, he's going to try looking for something here, but does end up seeing DPLO and isn't going to press their lead anymore. They're blink on forward from Revolu, and they're going to try getting the Hyejin there. They do end up picking that off, but go to the side of the Dido. Dido is going to be able to pick that one off, and Cadmus now going to be on the back foot here. He's going to be able to find anyone. Is going to try getting the wolves, and I think they should be able to get on the other side. KCW is going to get tagged up here. There is Ania's game world is going to be able to burst down that Theodore, and I think it's going to be CNG Esports getting a clean wipe once again. A great start. It's always just CNG Esports just getting so many kills in the early game here. It's going to be another 3 kills going to the side of them here in Police Station.
All right, checkmark 1 complete for Team CNG Esports. Get a lot of kills in the early game, get that lead and the snowball going. The question is, it's the other check marks that we need to tick off for this team, right? Cadmus getting the resets, he will be getting himself on out of there. Archery range completely in control of Songnam Rocks, but they are looking to chase this. I don't think it's possible, guys. That's an Ekion. Even in the earlier stages of the game, you do still have the resets.
Yeah. It's a lot of dashes for the Ekion to just get themselves on out of there, and is going to be able to land onto that speed gate as well. So should be able to get themselves on out. And here is the vision play here coming out for the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate. They are going to get a lot of damage here. Jackie's going to get chunked a little low. Is going to be able to trade 1-for-1 onto that Priya there, as Bobo is going to be able to get 1. But Ing9 is going to be there, going to hit that struct for that taunt, and should be able to pick that up. So a nice 2 kills going to the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate, as they do end up picking up both the Jackie and the Lenny, but KCW is going to try egoing this, jumping in 1v2 here, and it looks like the Priya is going to respawn back in, going to get a lot of damage off, is going to be able to get a lot of stacks here. Jackie's going to be there as well, should be able to get 1, and should be able to get the resets here, is going to be able to get the Theodore, and that's going to be a lot of damage. Oh my god, KCW just going in, well, completely 1v2, 1v3, it doesn't matter. Is it going to be able to live for so long as Dasu is going to be able to respawn, and they're going to be able to clean up the rest of the fight there. Great 3 kills, and that's 7 kills once again for CNG Esports. starting off day number 1 really strong.
But a very big gambit, I think, for KCW, right? Because he ended up giving away all of the bears that they could have taken inside of Temple in order to go for all of those kills. If that didn't end up working out, either KCW dies and you eat the full brunt of the death timers, or there is nothing available on the map remaining for you because all of the mutant boars were taken by, I think it was Team Gyeonggi Innate, yeah. So there was just nothing left inside of Alley for that team. Just a really massive gamble taken by CNJ Esports that does end up paying off. But I don't think this is a gamble that Pixu really wanted to take unless he just gets all the stacks for himself. The parry is fantastic again, but the Paulin is there. Satin's way too good for that. Blink invested by Pixu, he's still going to get taken down.
Yeah, that's kind of bad for the side of Team CNJ Esports. That puts Jackie on a really bad timer, but it looks like the tree is going to be completely uncontested in Temple, so they're actually not going to get punished for that. Team Sangnam Rocks are going to be able to pick up a couple kills, and they're going to come down, maybe try to contest for this meteorite, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it in time, so a little unfortunate for Sangnam Rocks. They ended up getting 2 kills, so I mean, still not bad for them, but not going to be able to contest for really an objective here. Actually, they are going to be able to find Jumo though on this Alonzo, and the Alonzo is completely isolated from the rest of the team. The Alex ult is going to go down to zone them off there, and ooh, they're going to get a nice knock up as well. Going to try looking for the Adela. There's a checkmate is going to trade off Hyungi on the backside. Hyungi is going to go down. Seiko dodging out on these point sinks here. I think they should be able to get themselves on out. It's a great dodge on that as well, and Adela should be able to get themselves to safety. Wait a second though, the Jackie is going to be here with the ultimate. The move speed is going to be able to maybe get a Seiko here. Seiko going to try looking to get themselves out of there. Blink going to be invested. Should have the rook over the wall, and I think they should be safe, and a great knock up as well.
Great way to get themselves on out. Seiko a little bit too calm for that kind of situation. Nice blink away from Jumo. Does end up getting away from the explosive bola, but the White Lily gets cancelled out. Down goes the Alonso regardless. So Golden Light still making utilization of this composition. Even if it's the early game, you're still able to get a lot of pickouts like that. With the blink invested from the Alonso, still is able to chase on through. Seiko still in the whole heap of trouble themselves. The blink actually from Satin is going to miss, but everybody else on the team is able to follow through. Okay, we just forget that happened.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, Sangnam Rocks is going to be there. You know, they got that Alex. They got that Piolo to, get over the wall there. And that's going to be a 1v1 between Revolu and the Atsu. But the carpet is going to go wide here. And the damage from the Jackie is just going to be way too much. Fortunately, once you're in melee range of that Jackie, once they get that 5-stack on you, they're going to be able to get so much damage and so much sustain off of you. So, yeah, you're going to be able to get a nice, clean kill for the side of Team CNJ Esports. And, again, they're just starting this game off so strong, but can they close out this game?
Yeah, it's still too early in the game, once again, for even the Jenny to start outscaling the Jackie. Here we go, the combo over onto Seiko looking pretty solid. Unfortunately, the checkmate being invested very early on, but the Alonso is also in the thick of it. Will, unfortunately, end up losing out on the Adela. Correspondingly, the Alonso is going to get taken down as well. Huge fight from Team Sangnam Rocks, who is playing a lot more proactive during the mid-game than we saw in game number 2, with the exact same composition as well. The Piolo as well as the Alex back on into the fray. They are able to make utilization of all of the chaos. Team Highway trying their best to run away from Golden Light. That's a lot of damage over onto the Alonso. Not enough to actually knock him down, but the Spark Need is just spreading to all of these auto attacks. Juno is trying to get the damage in. Oh, they do end up getting one. Bear goes down. That means goodbye to Storm Chaser and Emery. We'll have to give up onto the Alpha.
I thought that was a bad luck from Shin Xiao GT. I mean, it was a great initial look with the just blink Alonso point into the Theodore ultimate, but the explosive bola going wide. I thought maybe Team Highway would be able to turn it there, but once again, it's just Theodore and his Spiritings just able to provide so much damage, while the Alonso just was able to just tank up and soak up all of the EVA damage there. I thought the Alonso was going to go down, but that damage reduction coming out from that W is going to be able to keep themselves alive.
This is really big as well because the Theo was able to get himself a Mithril, which is not a common item nowadays in Eternal Return at all. The only real source that you can get it guaranteed is going to be from an Alpha. So the fact that a Theo is able to pick it up right now is absolutely massive. Deadeye collected for himself. He has the chest piece, which is probably the Holy Orders, and the arm piece as well. Tellurians is not something you see all too often built early on the Theo, but you saw how much value it just had. The Vigor doing quite a lot to keep him alive, and the damage output is massive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it combos really well. Like, if you get your first 4 score with that Holy Orders, you get a lot of skill amp. So it definitely scales with that Tyrolins pretty easily there. So it looks like they're going to send it onto the Alonso here, though. But they do have a good angle from Seiko. Are they going to look for an angle in here? They're going to get a combo. Not going to be able to find anyone. And Jumo just going to go down from the Bernice and the Theodore. But wait a second, Theodore is going to go down on the other side. Yona will provide so much damage on this Kadia here, and it is going to be able to outrange this Bernice. Uh-oh. Looks like a Great White Lily over the wall, but they are going to be able to cancel out on that point from that Alonso, and Seiko going to look for an angle in. Is going to be able to get some damage onto this Bernice, and I think they should be able to get themselves on out of there with that White Lily.
Okay, good. If that White Lily wasn't there, I genuinely think it would have been a bad idea for the Bernice to keep on running away, but he did. Another fight up on the southern side of the map. Ingu is able to get himself out, which means nobody dies at the beginning of day number 3. No minus 200s just yet, but the purple box goes in favor of Team Gyeongnam in Gyeonggi in 8.
Yeah, I mean, the sustain coming out from this team, right? They are playing that Priya and that Theodore to keep that Mai alive here. And oh, here comes Engage. Wait a second, it's going to be all Team CJ Esports respawning back in with about half their HP here. And oh no, that is a disaster for Team CJ Esports. They're going to lose 20 credits so early on into this game here. As, yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Everyone respawning back in, KCW sticking on that tree, just a little unfortunate. I think they want to take that team fight, but yeah, Busan Best Boy is going to be able to immediately punish them for that.
Could have been worse. I think the minus 200 is probably like one of the best case scenarios in that situation, because I genuinely thought that Peksu was going to die as well, but leaping away from him as the Jackie was able to just barely keep their lives intact. That's huge, by the way. Minus 400 compared to minus 200 right now, especially for a team like CNG Esports, that matters a lot. So just the Yan falling down, it's not that bad of a situation. Of course, it's not the best, but it's what you could really make do with that kind of situation.
Yeah, so early into the game as well. We do got the double sniper skills. They are going to be able to just chunk down the back line of Team Insider. Looks like Team Insider, they're going to try playing for this Lumi though, and looks like the Lumi is going to go to the side of Team Golden Light for the rest of the HP bar here, as Team Golden Light is going to be able to just secure a couple of credits for themselves.
Pretty big. Golden Light is able to make up the credits that they haven't really been able to farm. 6 transitions by day number 3 is like average pace. It's not bad, but you definitely want to be ahead with this kind of composition. Cadmus on the backside doing quite a lot of damage. This is Quake as well for the Ekion. Healing drone activated from, I think, no, never mind, not both sides of the coin, because Bear still has his available. Nemery trying his best to chase on through. Storm Chaser doing the exact same thing. These lasers are raining hell against the members of Chechen Phalanx. Are just going to have to skedaddle themselves on out of here.
Yeah, I like this play from the side of Team Highway, just trying to push Phalanx as far away as possible so they can go back and do this Omega for themselves. And they're trying to look for an angle back in, and Cadmus is gonna get chunked down here. And I think Phalanx is gonna have to give it completely this time, but there's gonna be another team, Team Shadow GLT, gonna be joining the fray, taking tests for this Omega. Is Team Highway gonna try to pressure them out? And no, it looks like Team Shadow GLT are just gonna walk away, and it's gonna be Omega given over to the side of Team Highway here, and that's going to be huge. You can see the credit counts as well for the side of Team Highway. That's Eva having enough for that blood sample, and oh no, it's going to be Team Phalanx. It's going to walk straight in hands of the Theodore. That is going to be a double spark nade, but wait a second, Team Phalanx, it looks like all of them are going to be able to get themselves out to safety with this White Lily here. There's the point. Oh no, the Alonso doesn't the point forward there. The Verdi's coming on in, blinking on forward as well, and oh, wait a second, a huge blink over the wall come up from Revolver. Wait a second, sniper shots. Oh no, it's too many sniper shots. You can't dodge them all, Revolver. And it does end up going down.
Multi-pronged attack, baby. Unfortunate. It looks so close. If Chechen Phalanx was able to get out of that without having to spend any credits to get the resurrections back, I think that would have been getting away with murder. But in the end, the sniper shots rang true. Just one had to land, and it finds its mark. Well done for Team Shadow Golden Light. But now they're looking forward again. Chechen Phalanx has been really gutsy with some of the fights that they've been picking this time around. No play dead available for Revolu, and they're still opting for a fight like this, especially when the Theo, he has his energy blast field back up. It's a thin quarter once again as well.
Yeah, they're definitely playing down a couple items here. I think 3 gold items on the DPS, especially, you know, for Team Golden Light. They have it on the Theodore and the Bernice, so it's a lot of value that they're kind of losing out on, but I mean, it's not too bad of a matchup. Oh, wait a second, they're gonna full send it here. They're gonna try locking down the Ekion, but the Ekion's getting so much value. Look at the AoE damage coming out from the Ekion here. They're gonna try locking down the Alonso, getting a lot of damage from the Jenny, but it's not going to be enough. The Theodore is going to be there to sustain up the tanks back to full HP, and I think it's going to be Team Shadow Golden Lights and Team Phalanx both teams are just going to slowly back themselves on out of that team fight there.
this is incredible. I keep thinking it's these gutsy plays, but in the end, it ends up working out because every single one of these Black Mamba King Envenomizations are landing against some kind of target.
I think the matchup spread is pretty good for Phalanx just because I can just get on in, right? And Bernice can't really kill the Neki on.
Yeah.
So
it's all really down to the Theo at that point.
Yeah, so Cadmus just has kind of free reign over them because I mean the Theo doesn't want to use their wall in a way that you know is gonna be a little awkward. And oh, there's a double checkmate actually gonna hit onto both members of the side of Team Phalanx here, but we're probably gonna get a lot of damage onto or on this Jenny here. Seiko gonna get chunked down to 1 HP. Dona out of the fight already here, and it's gonna be Team Insider gonna lose 2 members. Juma gonna go down as well. Seiko gonna be the last member alive, and unfortunately,
that Kadia.
I mean, they do have enough credits here, but looks like
God.
Insider just barely making it out here. Kadia just barely avoiding Team Shadow GLT, and they should be able to get the res off this Lumi.
Golden Light making their way north actually ends up saving Team Insider. Huge for that team. Unfortunate for these guys as well, because this kind of composition would theoretically do well in these chaotic fights, but Seiko got taken down too early and the checkmate was forced out instead of being used offensively. No real damage coming out of it, no value out of it other than just saving Seiko's life for a couple extra seconds. Let's see how anyone else deals with this. CNG Esports looking for a flank onto the backside. Good flank in from KCW, but a great blink in response from Jino. Look at his timer. There's no way for CNG Esports to know about that. All they had to do was to buy time, but they don't know about it. It's a question mark above the heads of that player. CNG Esports, can they get the rift? Yes,
they
all
should
of
be
them are
fine.
in.
Yeah, it's a little tough. I mean, CJ Esports, the only engage they have is that Yawn, and you know, they got that Priya. You're right. The Priya just uses the Echoes of the Earth to split off the Yawn, and they can just kill the Yawn there, and that's exactly what happened. CJ Esports just weren't able to respond. Usually, the Nia can maybe try trading with the Echoes, with the Nia's Game World onto the Echoes of the Earth, but yeah, it's just not going to be there just for the side of Team CJ Esports.
All right, here we go. Round number 3 for Chechen Phalanx and Golden Light, but Dozy is just completely split away, blinking away into the bush, but he still gets taken down. Will be notifying thanks to that recon drone. Now everybody from Golden Light is still trying to fight on through, but the damage output from the Theo is looking pretty solid. Cadmus pushes past the shield, and now Juno is in trouble. He has no pushes around. Down goes the Theo. And that's the fight Chechen Phalanx has been looking for this entire time up against Golden Light. It's the one target that doesn't have any mobility. The Bernice getting caught out early is huge for Team Chechen Phalanx.
That's one of the downsides to Team Shadow GLT Seam Comp, right? Like this Alonso, Theo, Bernice is, I mean, it's a team up we've seen so often, but these 3 characters, they don't have any mobility for themselves. So if they get caught, if they don't have the Theodore ultimate, if the Theodore isn't there to, you know, use the ultimate to get their teammates to safety, there's really not much that they can really do if the team does end up getting jumped on like that.
Even missing a blink from the Bernice is absolutely huge, but spent too late, right? Trying to jump over to the wall, but yeah, I know that's a hard wall to jump because you can miss your blink a lot and just kind of face plant yourself into the wall, but you gotta use it earlier.
Yeah, you have to use it earlier, but I don't blame him. You don't want to do it, you know, when there's a lot of people watching.
Yeah, that's true. You don't want to be the victim of a clip there.
Yeah. No, blame them, but you know, I think at this point, I mean, that was the only way out, right? They had to blink earlier, just took a little too much damage, and did end up getting hit with that Phantom auto attack from that Jenny. A little unfortunate.
All right, here we go. Multiple pronged attack. Unfortunately, it's the Lenny that gets taken down first. Dushiman just lands smack dab in the middle of Kyunggi. They see the team coming from the left, says immediately, nope, let us get the heck on out of there. Songnam Rocks comes to finish it up, but all the other members of Team Chechen Phalanx is able to live.
Right.
Can they find a Lumi?
Right in front of the Theodore, like that's the worst one to land in front of, because it's just a start date and it spreads, and yeah, it's just kind of cooked for the side of Team Phalanx. A little unfortunate. There is going to be the White Lily going to be used for the side of Team Insider. Team Insider is still a little strong. They could definitely take this team fight here because Team CG Sports isn't as strong. I mean, they're still pretty strong too, but looks like on the other side, it looks like it's going to be Team Sanctum Rock's going to go down here. Great explosion shot coming out from the Nadine, and it looks like it will be Team Sanctum Rock's Chunky, unfortunately, going to be the last member alive. Going to try looking for the Lumi res, but Lumi nowhere to be seen. It's going to be 8 teams and 19 players here, so there's going to be 2 solos and a duo. I think these teams definitely want to look for the res, but all these teams, they know what's up. They're going to just make sure that these teams aren't going to be able to get the res for free. Gonna have to maybe burn some red timer in red to try to get it off here.
was gonna say earlier, Chechen Phalanx actually had a direct path over onto Lumi that was completely opened up because other teams decided to fight along the path of Lumi, but they don't have the credits to get the res back over onto Dushimen. Look at that. The one person that has no credits on the side of Chechen Phalanx is the one that fell, and their total credits, yeah, it's enough, but it doesn't even matter, right? You can only borrow from the person that is gonna be resing you. You can't borrow from anybody else. Oh no, Chechen Phalanx is gonna be permanently down Dushimen for the rest of this game, most likely. Team Highway looking for a fight. Songnam Rocks trying to do a round number 2, but on the backside is an Alonzo, but they're just pushing straight on in. Storm Chaser on the backside will get pulled back, but Team Highway is a little bit too split apart, and now Chechen Phalanx joins on into the fight and says, thank you very much. We'll take a free kill for ourselves. Just walks away with absolute murder.
Yeah,
Team Highway, never you didn't have to step out of there.
No. That's so unfortunate for the side of Team Highway there. Just ended up getting caught out by just a random duo in that hotel spot there, and now it's gonna be Team Highway gonna be on the back foot. Just only that Mai gonna be left alive. Gonna have to rat it out for their team. Maybe gonna try looking for a res. Maybe gonna try wrapping around here. I don't know where Lumi is, but Lumi should be wrapping around
close.
Very shortly. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like they're gonna try sitting in this bush. I think they should be able to find them out here. And it looks like Oban is gonna be found out first. Who's gonna die first here? It is going to be Alonzo going down in 8th place, and Bear gonna go down in 7th place for Team Highway. So an extra point for the side Team Highway, so not too bad for them. You know, they are sitting in that 2nd place spot, only 4 points, so they're gonna fall a little behind, but I mean, still in a pretty good position.
For Golden Light, this is a little bit of a desperate situation to be in, though, right? They're sitting in 7th place right now, and 5 points is 5 points, but all the other teams are alive in that bottom 4. This is going to only get harder and harder and harder for Shadow Golden Light. Chechen Phalanx in a little bit of trouble themselves, as Songnam Rocks are going to find them out, but they have plenty of time to work with. We'll just walk into the restricted area, reposition themselves inside a forest, which again, by the way, is another temporary zone. Are we playing a repeat of Game 2? It's archery range and forest once again with school as our final zone.
This is one that I see pretty often here, and oh my god, there's a full combo. Saturn already getting chunked down to 1 HP, but wait a second, Saturn is still alive, but on the other side though, oh no, it's gonna be the Alonzo and the Kadia. No, Deception, wait a second, is gonna get blocked out, and it seems like Rocks is gonna be able to get themselves caught out. There's another great double knock up from Seiko once again. Seiko on the Ciadella is just playing out of his mind here. Inside are gonna be able to pick up 2 kills. And Phalanx is going to be there to clean up, but there's a third party. Volu is going to get caught out here. The Insider going to go onto the side of this Jenny here. They should be able to finish off the Jenny out of that play dead, and Cadmus going to try looking for Yona. This is going to get, yeah, they're gonna need to get them. They need to get this Ekion down, and it looks like they will be able to get them down. The safety orb is going to be dropped as well. They still have some time to look here, but
oh boy,
we're gonna get a lot of damage and a great blink invested on Sneha, so they could look for an angle here. Maybe Juma can look for the blink point here if they do end up having it up. Blink alt though is going to be used instead, and they're going to look for a lot of damage here. The timers are going to be picking here. Can they get any knocks? They have to get in the zone or get some knocks here. Yona unfortunately going to be forced to walk in, and that means the Jackie can just auto attack them down, and Insider going to go down in 3rd place.
Okay, here we go. CNG Esports, we talked about it right after the break, right before the break, pretty much throughout the entire course of today already. They're on the chopping block to get that 1st place spot. Can they finish it is the question. And funnily enough, this is actually one of the games where they were a little bit slower on their progression, right? We haven't seen too much fighting from this team. 16 points, but 7 of those are from placements alone. 9.5 is quite a bit, but it's not as much as we've seen from them in the first 2 games. Can they finish this game though is the big question. The only problem is it's rainy and they're up against Dio.
I mean, they have to find this Dio, right? They have to kill this Dio. It's so hard though, because they have that mine, they have the Priya with Echoes of the Earth. Really is the big one, right?
Yeah.
The Priya is so good into these bruisers and these dive characters that want to look for an angle onto the back line here. And they're gonna have so much sustain as well, right, with that Priya. So it is going to go down here to our final zone. The Chronosphere is going to be closing. And some poke is going to be traded here. Not going to get chunked down to about 10% of her HP, but it's going to get healed up by this Theodore.
Okay, I do like the situation of the Chronosphere though. Jino is in a really good spot to be able to utilize quite a fair number of bushes in this area, quite big ones too, and impactful ones. KCW, I don't think you can ever kill Zero Jin here, because once you do, Jino will be too important in the fight, and you're not really going to have any resources available to kill that Theo. KCW has to pull something quick, but Jino is doing really good, keeping himself hidden. There's the leap away from Peksu. Shield is down, and Jino's not getting any auto attack, so it's not like he's getting any cooldown resets off on that either. Let's see how impactful this is going to be. Peksu's still on the backside. There is a little bit of a blind spot on that right side of the fountain. Peksu is trying to hover around it, and now he's going to find a little bit of angles. Tetragon goes down as well. That's a big cooldown invested from CNG Esports. Unyielding stacks are there. They're trying to push their way on in. They get the angle over on towards the Theo, but outside of the ES Game World is going to be that Theo. He is so tucked in safe on the backside, but everybody just jumps on top. Can they get the kills? No, they can't.
No, the sustain is just way too much for the side of Team Gyeonggi. They just played it so well. KCW had the angle, but the Echoes of the Earth are just there to split their team away. I saw what Team Gyeonggi is doing. It's just so well played from them. I don't know if you saw, but the whole time they didn't place any cameras down to make sure that the Yon just wasn't able to get any stacks. And then they were just waiting. They were just trying to wait out the Yon because the Yon had that 10 stacks. So he forced the Yon to engage, and they're just able to immediately punish on that.
Both teams playing it excellently. Gyeonggi Innate doing exactly what they have to, and also CNJ Esports doing exactly what they have to. But in the end, the composition favors Team Gyeonggi Innate. The team composition rock, paper, scissors will be what allows Gyeonggi Innate to take away game number 3 and get that first place spot. GG's.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, really well played by this Team Gyeonggi Innate. I mean, most teams, I think, aren't as disciplined as, I would say, Team Gyeonggi Innate. Because, I mean, when you're fighting into a Yon, a lot of people, like, you're not supposed to place any, like, cameras down because the Yon can use it to get to, like, build up his stacks. But throughout that whole entire fight, Gyeonggi Innate did not drop a single cam there.
That's the really big part. It's one thing that a lot of people actually end up forgetting, right? We see it quite a lot even in ERM where they just give cameras for the Yan to continue building his stacks or at least maintain it. And that's why I think for Team CNG Esports, what they did was also right. Right, you just talked about it. Because there were no cameras and the Tetragon was also invested, there are going to be down cooldowns. Even if it's a short cooldown at level 3 for the Tetragon, it's still 30-40 seconds for the Yan to build that cooldown back up. They don't have that time. It's the reason why the safety drone was also invested from Gyeonggi, because they exactly knew what the plan was. Just stay away from the Yan, and he doesn't have that ultimate cooldown. That's why I love the play that Gyeonggi did. I love the play that CNJ Esports did. Desperation plays sometimes work out, and if they do, they look super cool, but most of the time they don't work because it's a desperation play.
I mean, KCW was able to get those 10 stacks, but you could see how far away Team Gyeonggi was playing. They were just trying to wait out Yon stacks there. KCW was able to get the engage, but once again they do have that Priya and that Theodore just able to kite themselves back and just have so much sustain and peel for themselves, right? They have that Mai for that exclusive, and then the Echoes of the Earth to kind of split the team fight to make sure these melees aren't getting as much value.
Indeed. And with that, Gyeonggi will soar their lead compared to all the other teams once again. It's going to be a 17-point difference this time around between them and that second place team, which is still, as a matter of fact, going to be CNJ Esports, just due to the sheer number of kill scores that they have, which is absolutely mind-boggling. In third place, Songnam Roxanne Highway will be in fourth place to round out our top 4, 36.5 and 40 points. But do remember that right below them is going to be Busan Vespa at 32.
Yeah, I think Gyeonggi Innate is relatively secure at this point. I mean, there's still 3 rounds left, but 61.5 points is in a 6-round series is, I think, about 10 plus points on average. And if they just get a couple more points, I think they should be okay here.
Even more posters. By the way, now that I think about it as well, that Stinger being super fast. So Koreans have this very, very strange tradition of just like hating things that are too slow. I have a feeling there were complaints that were made about the Stinger. I can see why maybe on the Korean side they decided to speed that thing up. We are not really that patient as Koreans.
Yeah, I could see. What does that say?
Let's see here. What does that say? It says there is no checkpoint. You just have to go to day 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, that's a really, really cute one. That's thank for Team Insider. This is Jumo.
Yeah, and it's in the background, very up in the background. It says Byung, turn on your stream. They even put his full name on there. That's crazy work.
Yeah.
I love these posters, man. Every season I always look forward to this, and I say this all the time, but it really is true. These fan posters, there's almost never a single time where they're duplicated. And look at this, there's even one for the new Garnet skin that's going to be coming out in season 9 with the Matsuri Battle Pass that you guys should all get.
We got a Suo one, a Cicella, and I think that's Fiora on the left side. Oh, back over here. I think that's Tia, right? Yeah.
Yep.
On the right side there for Team Gyeonggi. It looks like both of those are cheering for Team Gyeonggi there.
What is that cursed Suo one on the left, man? Is that Suo or is that Fiora?
That's Fiora. Yeah, I thought it was Fiora, but I think it's green eyes, so it should be Suo, right?
So weird. I don't know. I see that little. I see the little plant as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Suo. I'm pretty sure it's Suo.
Gosh, this is so weird. Yep, Adina up on the top side. The Songnam Rocks train is departing. I love it. I love it. Whoa, wait.
Is that from Escanor, right?
Yeah, that's Escanor in the back. Real quick, at the bottom poster of the center also says, in order to cheer for Songnam Rocks, I took the number 13 airplane. I go to the military next month.
Oh, wow.
That's dedication at its finest.
Wait, whose face is on Escanor there?
I actually have no idea, dude. I'm not good with faces for the players.
Oh, I think that is. I actually can't see because of the lighting there. I think that is the. Is that a book? I think it's like a book cover.
No, I think it's one of the sponsors for KR. It's like the it's like the cooling pads that you just kind of like stick on your skin whenever you have a sprain or something, right?
Yeah.
There's the Escanor one again. Look at that. It's actually kind of funny. So I don't know if you remember, but
one circle on there. I don't think so.
It could be. I actually don't remember which team it was. Remember, in one of the phases, they were able to get out of. Was it? I don't think it was LCQ. I forget what it was, but there was a team that, after like a dominating performance, ended up typing typing that Escanor quote. It's still day. What is it? It's still day or something like that, right? I forget what the exact quote was. Might have been. I think it was Honsor team. Was it Busan Bespa?
I know there was a thumbnail with Escanor on it, so. It might be one of those players.
Might be a reference to that. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, I just remember that there was a moment when one of the players just had like an insane series, so they ended up just going to their Discord server and just making an announcement saying, "Yeah, doing the Escanor quote." That was a pretty banger day of Eternal Return. Yeah, and here we go.
Oh, guys.
Game number 4 is now prepped up and ready to go. I don't recall a ban from game number 3, which means there's a potential, if there weren't any, that there's nothing for game number 4 Super.
You can see there's no bans here. Going into game 4, everything is back on the table here. I think the Cicellas are going to be coming back to fruition, but maybe some of these teams, having a good time on these other comps are probably just going to stick with what they were playing with. We do see 2 Cicellas already being locked in from the side of Team Gyeonggi and the side of Team Busan Bespa. Will Team Insider also join the fray here? Will Cicella be on the table going into game number 5? Wait a second, Henry.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this. We are going to have the debut of Henry. This is one of the patches that we are going to allow the Henry to actually be played. You and I were talking about this during the break. We actually haven't been able to see him so far in ERM because of the embargo. Now that he's available, there he is. Insider will be touting that. Seiko will be bringing out yet another mage to his arsenal. A debut of Henry into the hands of Seiko. How excited are you for that one?
I'm very excited for this team comp because they're playing like a more diverse team comp with the Mai as well. So very excited to see how they do end up utilizing this character. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we did see the Tsubame being banned once again. So Tsubame looks like it's going to be a staple pick here in the finals for some of these teams.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this one, guys. Massive change abouts. And yeah, Sicilla might still exist in this lobby, but it doesn't really matter because we get to see the Henry. And as we zoom into the Hockey Pug, you guys know what's up. Game number 4 is now underway.
Yeah, you can see, I think it's Team Insider. I think it was Teams. No, I don't think it was Team Sanctum Rocks. But it's the first 3 teams that are going to be on this Tsubame here that is going to be the ones to get it banned out.
Alright, so with the Henry, for those of you guys who weren't there for the Professor's Day, so how do you play Henry, Super? Give us a quick rundown for people who might be a little bit on the lost side for this.
I didn't do the Henry
no,
one.
I know, but you're better Eternal player than I am.
Yeah. Henry is more of like a dive mage, right? Because I mean, Henry does have some poke where you throw out your Qs, but the full combo is obviously you drop down your little AoE circle and then you dash into it, and when you dash into it, it does end up CCing the opponent and also doing damage. So they are playing, I think, more of a dive-esque team comp because they do have that Henry Mai and they do have the Tsubame as well. So, you know, Tsubame, one of those dive ADCs for the side of Team Insider there. And Team Insider, looks like they're gonna lose 2 members. They do end up getting 1 for themselves, so you know, a couple points for them. Or a couple half points, I would have to say, for them. And Team Shadow GLT also getting a full point for themselves as well.
Yeah, you can see the sheer number of deaths happening on the bottom side of our screen, by the way, as well. A full team actually going down as Hungnam Mox is going to get broken by Team Highway. A couple of kills going in favor now for CNJ Esports as Bear's going to get completely isolated. I don't really think Amai is going to be able to get away from a full stacked Jackie just yet unless she uses her leap, which is exactly what happened. Bear might be able to get out, but walks straight into towards KCW. There goes the Mai, an extra half a point going in favor of CNJ Esports. But look, again, at the bottom side of our screen, 1.5, 1.51 is about to go even higher now. There is so many kills going in day number 1. Look at all the swords. Look at all those red flashing swords at the bottom side of our screen.
Wait a second, Omod is actually out. That is crazy.
He waddled on out of there.
Ended up using the pole and then or the point onto the PLO there, and the PLO just ended up saying no, but still ended up just getting targeted by the other team. So a little unfortunate. But Shadow GLT will be able to get themselves to safety, and Zeojin is going to get caught. Is going to get the pull off onto Yona, but it's not going to be enough. As Team Insider are going to be able to pick up a nice kill and going to be able to grab this mutant board pack for themselves as well. KCW realizing there's more than one person here, so not gonna take this fight for themselves. And a great cancel there coming out for the side of Team Sanctum Rocks. Are actually gonna be able to get the Fear frame 1 onto the Estelle ult. I think just getting it coincidentally there from the side of San.
Yep, there's way too much crowd control in PLO side anyway, so Estelle trying to do whatever she can, but it's just not going to be enough. And I will say, I might keep a counter on this just because of how fun it is to have a Henry in our game for once. The chronograph and time jump combo did end up missing from Seiko over inside of Police Station, so that's a 1 counter, by the way. The WE combo, chronograph, as well as a time link combo, not going to land for the first time that we see inside of the series, so we'll keep a count on that. Another fight inside of 4 says that's going to be a 1-for-0 trade as the play that available for Revolu. He's still trying his best to run away, and a great trumpet to deny the kill over onto the Jenny. Dozy gets taken down, and that should be a break coming in this couple of seconds here. Break over on towards Team Insider. Really brutal. Oh, sorry, not Insider, but Team Shadow Golden Light. At that trumpet, man, from Dushiman. The locks down 2, trying to knock down Revolu.
Yeah, it was a huge stun there because the Tsubame tried to blink on forward, or did end up blinking forward to try to get and trade the Jenny off, but you know, the trumpet just completely denying the Tsubame from, you know, using the ult to get on in there. Just killing them there. Bear just able to live for so long here. But wait a second, the damage from the Tsubame is going to be there and is going to be able to jump on forward, but no! Storm Chaser on the Eva. Just able to get so much damage here. Should have to dodge out on that pull. They're going to try getting this. Not going to be able to find anything. And I think Storm Chaser should be able to get themselves on the themselves to safety here with that White Lily, and I think Team Insider are going to be the ones to pick up the objective.
That's really bad, I think, for Team Highway. Yes, you do end up getting the wins, but it just doesn't matter in the end. Massive chrono field, but it doesn't really result in anything. Triple stun, but no follow through from anybody else on their team because Team Insider is still trying their best to utilize the meteorite. Now Yona's going to start joining onto the fray, but the Henry is already taken down. And now this is a little bit of a problem. Satan getting taken dangerously low, but the Tsubame isn't there to finish it. Yes, he is! What the hell was that? They do end up getting the kill, which is absolutely massive, and now Songnam Rocks is the one in trouble.
Huge.
Team Highway on the backside trying to chase down Belzer. I don't think this Alex is getting away. He just got pinged by the vision plant.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that any day as Team Insider. They were able to get the craft on the Tsubame, so they got the objective, and they get a free kill for themselves, right? Only they do end up losing. They do end up losing out on some farm because they did end up going down. But I mean, objective and an item. Belzer needs to get themselves on out, and Jumo gonna be there as well, and it's gonna be the kill going to the side of Team Insider.
Okay,
and they're gonna look for an angle back in. There's the ultimate. There's a blink on forward from the Henry there. Using ultimate as well. A lot of damage is gonna be traded, but Storm Chaser is gonna be able to trade back the Henry, and looks like the Mai is just gonna get so much damage on the backside here. The Mai can't really kill this this Eva, but the Eva can't really kill the Mai either, and it's going to be Storm Chaser going to be the one to just fully get their team to safety, and Insider going to be able to pick up 2 kills.
This is another slow game for Team Highway. Look, we got 30 seconds to go until night number 2 is about to come underway. Highway hasn't even been close to a kiosk. At this point, you either have to call using a gadget, which I don't even think you have enough gadget points for, or you go to a rift, which is right there inside a factory. I love the positioning from Team Highway, but we're seeing another game like game number 2.
Actually, maybe opting not to actually go to the rift there because
they have to.
They need to go in now because they need to get their buy-ins. I'm surprised they're leaning towards the top side, and there's gonna be a team. Ooh, Wing 9 almost gonna be able to stun one, but it's going to be the side of Bear is gonna. Yeah, it looks like they are coming in, but they came in late, so I don't think they're gonna be able to get all their buy-ins. Only maybe 2 4 scores at the max here. Looks like Team Rocks is also getting their buy-ins as well. I think Belzer is going to be a little far behind because does have to get their buy-ins as well. The heal plant is going to be obtained
their
by
items are so bad.
Youngie. I mean, it's 2 4 scores, so it's not the worst here. But there's the White Lily, but there's the instant exclusive. But a huge explosive shot coming out from the Nadine. Is that going to be enough? No, they're going to get locked down by the Alex and the PLO, and that is going to be a easy clean 3 kills to the side of Team Sangnam Rocks.
Yeah, like we imagine if in a situation like that we saw the item differentials being similar for Team Highway as we saw in game number 1, where we had triple items onto the Eva, triple items onto the Nadim. Maybe something could have changed, but it's not going to be happening in this game. Fortunately for CNJ Esports, I should say fortunately for CNJ Esports, they'll be able to take away the other dimensional rift, as it was Tetum Phalanx losing it out on that one, which means Playdead is also going to be unavailable for that Jenny for the time being too.
CNJ Esports, a great win coming out from them. You can see Team Highway, that Nadine still not getting their buys, sitting on about 460 credits there. Yeah, you kind of have to wonder. I mean, I don't think it would have mattered particularly in that team fight because it was a pretty clean engage from the side of Team Sangnam Rocks, right? They were able to get that White Lily. I don't think Nadine, I mean, everyone kind of falls for that, right? When you go into the rift, you play on the bottom right side of the rift, and then you just forget about that White Lily, just doesn't cross your mind, and you get jumped on by these engage characters like the Alex and the Piolo, and just instantly go down. The exclusive was used instantly, but just not gonna be able to save out on that Nadine. It was a great attempt though, right? We saw the exclusive into the great explosion shot, but it's not going to be enough as Nadine was a little too far forward.
I also think it was a great plan from Satan to be able to just isolate away the Eva as well. I think that was also pretty huge on that support.
100%. And it looks like meteorites are going to be dropping in here. Youngie and A are going to be able to secure themselves a free meteorite here in police station, and you can see the credit counts as well. If they can get their next couple of buy-ins, I think they're going to be looking pretty good. You can see their items, they're looking pretty strong here. Maybe I think at this point actually they could even save up for the Bloods, just because they have such a good lead over the rest of the lobby.
It's just all about the pacing. If you can save for the Blood, because that's still about what, 3 to 4 minutes away, that's still a long time for you to just be sitting on a hefty chunk of credits for yourself while not really doing anything with it. If you're sitting at about 350 by the time you go into night number 3, that's when you're really feeling comfortable about being able to reliably save up until the blood sample. So we'll see what teams end up doing. We are potentially going to have a fight between Songnam Rocks as well as Team Shadow Golden Light. Juno is sitting inside of the the sand plant right now, which means they do end up getting the Sapphire Protocol, but both of the teams do not really want to cause a fight. So we're going to divert our attention over onto Chapel as Rosner just gets obliterated inside of the building, but Yona gets pulled back with the play with us while Seiko is way too low for them to support the fight. Not entirely sure if that the re-engage was the right call from Team Insider, but it does end up happening. Yona goes down. That's a minus 200 actually happening to Team Insider instead of the opposite team inside of Chapel.
Yeah, Seiko getting chunked down a little too much there from that Cicilla in that early skirmish, getting hit by a couple bubbles, and then that ultimate, you know, just should be able to just chunk down any, you know, backline carry there. A little unfortunate for Team Insider. It's going to be early minus 200. But shouldn't be too bad for them. You can see their items. They already have about 3 items on Henry. You see full build on that Tsubame as well. Just have to look for these clean team fights.
Okay, with 15 seconds to go until night number 3 pops, Omega is on the eastern side of the map or on the northern side of the map. Team Golden Light as well as Songnam Rocks is looking for positioning inside of gas station as well as archery range, but with the shield pop onto the Alonzo, you can see Golden Light being a little bit more careful with this, waiting for that shield to pop up. No one's deciding to hit the Alonzo. He finally will get tagged. The shield doesn't end up resetting. EMP barrage is going to be used to isolate away Dozy from the fight, but that's a lot of util already invested. Unfortunately, Dozy actually ends up flowing back onto the fight. 5 Omens isn't really going to get anything done either. Songnam Rocks holding on the backside, but the fear comes in at the perfect time. Luckily, the healing drone will save Youngman. Is there any more follow-up between these two teams? A lot invested from both sides, but for Team Songnam Rocks that relies on cooldowns quite a lot, it's a little bit dangerous. Dozy with the Tsubame trying to pump out the damage. Nice disengage from Dozy to get away from that, but now Juno's the one in trouble. He does have the bush, so Sapphire Protocol will pop. Is that going to be enough for them to get away? Oh my god! That was a disgusting phase vortex. Juno gets obliterated.
The Theodore already used a blink there, so just not having any real escape on the Theodore and not having the ultimate as well, so it's a little unfortunate there. You could see the credit counts as well for Team Shadow GLT. They are not in a good position. Just gonna have to maybe rat it out. It's gonna try getting some more credits from these animals, but I think they're gonna run straight into the hands of Team Gunky Ine here. I don't know what they. Yeah, this is really bad for the side of Team Shadow GLT as can have another team fight here though between Team Songnam Rocks and Team Highways. It's gonna be up to teams. It's gonna be up to Storm Chaser here to try to get some poke while keeping themselves safe. But Team Songnam Rocks are just gonna slowly back themselves on out. And oh no, I think they see Team Shadow GLT and look at the timer. They're gonna have to use a VLS system here. I think they should be able to get it off, but it's not looking good for the side of Team Shadow GLT. They don't have really any timer left on this Alonzo, so if they want to go red, it's not gonna be good for them.
Yeah, we don't even have that kiosk change inside of the recap. Super.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, what the heck? My OBS just decided to die. What the heck?
Clean wipe. Yeah, you like roboted there.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what just happened, but okay, there we go. I think we're back.
Right? We're back.
I think so. Okay, that was really weird. I think we're back.
Yeah, it looks like you guys missed a nice clean 3 kills on the highway onto Songnam Rocks. Unfortunately, Songnam Rocks tried to look for an engage in, but Storm Chaser on this Eva once again is just completely decimating these teams.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about the disconnect, chat. I do apologize for that. We did end up missing a fight. Hopefully we can get a replay of it later, right before the break. Yeah, I don't know what the heck just happened. Apparently I went robotic for a second for Super as well, but I was able to hear him the whole time, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but we're still going to continue on with the game. Apologies for that technical difficulty. 40 seconds to go until night number 4 is going to pop, and while that was done, you are correct. Chat did end up missing out a fight that ended up knocking down the entirety of Songnam Rocks. Shadow Golden Light still down a member, but outside of that, no real other changes.
Yeah, Team Highway, they just look so clean on this, this Eva front to back team here. Team Busan Vespa is gonna walk into Chapel here, and Team Insider, who's gonna walk straight into the hands of the side Team Busan Vespa. Do they want to take this team fight though? It looks like they don't want to take away a second. Actually, Juma is going to use the Grenade to jump back in, and they should be able to get a taunt onto this Sicela here. But wait a second, the Rouser on the backside is going to get a lot of damage. Yona going to be able to trade back, but the Sicela is going to force the reset onto both teams here. Wickline going to be spawning into Fire Station. I think it's completely uncontested for one of these teams here. Yes, it's going to be Team Youngie Innate. Our team already in first place is going to be able to get another free Wickline for themselves. And look at the items already. A blood weapon onto the Dean, onto the Sicela, another blood sample going into the hands of either Sicela or the Dean, or maybe even the blood weapon for this Estelle here. But I think it's just going to go maybe onto the Sicela, so they're going to be so strong here.
Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Another potential fight inside of Chapel. CNJ Esports versus Just From Failings, but Cadmus is just playing around with his food for a little bit. Double knockup with the envenomization, and now CNJ Esports is the one in whole heap of trouble. Revolu untouched off the fight. It's actually the dry bite of all things from Cadmus that ends up knocking down Peksu as well.
I mean,
this is
look at Cadmus' items.
Yeah, he is.
He's sitting on 2 bloods, the red shoes, the Viking helmet. He's got the Guardian suit as well. Like, he could just go in there, do whatever he wants, and you guys just saw how much damage the Ekan was doing there, just completely by himself. He's just eviscerating the side of Team CNJ Esports.
And now we still have to continue, right? Despite seeing all of that. Oh, that's a blink invested from Youngman as well. That's a lot of the aggression that the Alonso can show completely out the window now. Juno, does he still have the... No, he doesn't even have the energy blast field. I'm surprised that Team Highway are still being really passive with this, but it is a Theo after all, being real careful with how they decide to initiate in on this. Safety gadget going to be utilized by Golden Light to get themselves on out of here. 15 seconds is what needs to be bought in order for this zone to reopen back up.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, pretty okay with being here right now.
But they're burning a lot of timer. But yeah, I mean, I really like how Team Highway is playing. They're just playing really safe right there. They're making sure they're spacing well into the teams. And Team Busan Best Boy is going to catch the side of Team Esports here. KCW is going to be able to get some stacks, but yeah, Dawson's going to get caught out here. Good parry, but I think the Jackie should be able to get themselves on out of there with the speed, because I think they do have that. I think they're on the ultimate chest piece movement speed item. God. Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get themselves on out. I'm pretty sure they're on. I'm kind of blanking out on the item name, but it's the movement speed for the wisdom robes. Yeah, I think they're on that wisdom robe, so it should be able to get themselves on to safety there.
Oh, this is a little bit awkward, but luckily it was KCW, which means they have to be a little bit more careful about which kind of fight to take. And now this is a little bit awkward because look at this, CNJ Esports, they're trying desperately to get access to Lumi at the moment because it's day number 5, but not that much timer available for either one of those players. And Lumi just ended up running towards the northern side inside a pond, which another team has control of.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait for the full rotation to come down in Chapel, but look at how many teams are down here in Chapel. It's gonna be a little hard, and there's still 7 teams alive here. There's the point from the Alonso, gonna get some damage in onto the Nadine, or the Mai. The Mai's gonna look for an angle onto Jumo, and there's a full combo with the Henry, and there's the as well, and he is gonna be able to lock up both the Tsubame and the Alonso, and that's so well played for the side of Team Insider. Great engage from Jumo.
Oh, that chrono field was incredible. He didn't hold it, right? He didn't end up using it at the beginning of the fight when you initially got the combo over onto the Theo. Sometimes you have to do that as a Hendry. You have to pick and choose when you actually end up using your ultimate like that. And in the middle of fights when a lot of people are down their mobility skills is the perfect time to do it. Well played from Seiko to hold on to that until that crucial moment. It does end up securing them the fight, and all 3 members of themselves are able to get out well. Yeah, Shadow Golden Light is dead.
Yeah, they're in 8th place with only 16 points for themselves. This is not looking good for Team Shadow Golden Light.
They are running out of time too. Only 2 more games left. 2 points. They're sitting at 18, while the team in 7th place right now is already 18.5. Nowhere even close.
We're gonna have Team Phalanx here, gonna take control of the dog zone, and I think these teams are recognizing how strong Team Phalanx is, and they're probably not gonna contest, right? This Ekion sitting on 2 blood samples. You know, if you see the tank having those items, you better believe the rest of the team is gonna be pretty strong for themselves.
Okay, here we go. Peksu trying to jump onto whatever he can. The chrono field is gonna go down. There's the sandstorm to get him out though.
I didn't realize how the interaction worked, but if you guys saw that, the ultimate from wait a second, CNJ Esports is gonna be able to get the res here completely for free. Wait,
really?
they don't have creds?
Oh my god, they're selling stuff.
No, wait.
Really? They
They're
had
selling
enough
all
just
the.
now,
Oh,
no?
no, they didn't have enough.
But that also doesn't really work out in their favor either. KCW is going to end up getting taken down, so selling an item from Peksu is just not going to work out in their favor. Purple boots, or is she on 0? She's on blue boots.
She's on no boots. Yeah, no boots for themselves here. And
no.
I think they're going to get cornered here. Side team insider.
It's so good.
Gonna get caught here, and there's the damage with the 1-up. It's going to be able to keep them alive, just barely.
Oh my god.
And the damage, wait a second. Team Highway is going to be on the back foot here. Comes engage from the Mai, but a great dodge out. Storm Chaser is getting chunked down here. Can they find the engage onto this Evo or any of the back liners here? Looks like Yona's going to go there. It is going to be able to get themselves on out as well. And it looks like, wait a second. Storm Chaser is going to be able to get one. There's Evo. Oh, wow. He's going to be able to get two. Can he get the third? Oh my god, it's so close. They do end up going in, but look at the time. The zone is closing. They have to get in. They have to go back in. Okay, they do end up getting in, but that's... Oh, no, I don't think they should have chased. I mean... They do end up getting 2 kills, but is that worth it? They're not going to be able to win this game anymore, but maybe just opting for the kills and the placement is what Team Insider wants for themselves here. There's going to be a nice, a pretty decent kill game here. 18 points for themselves. On the bottom side, though, we do have Team Busan Vespa, and the side of Team Phalanx here. Cadmus is going to get chunked down pretty low, but is so tanky. Is going to be able to get so much value on this Ekion, and he's just going to be able to dash him forward. It is going to get Rosner down. Wait a second. It is going to be Rolo. It's going to get chunked down, but it's not going to be enough. I think Cadmus gets has it in the bag for his team. He's just so tanky and just does so much damage. And it's going to go down to the side of Team Gyeonggi and the side of Team Phalanx.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate for Busan Vespa too, because the only person in that team that is able to even remotely damage Cadmus is going to be the Tsubame, but there is no Black Lotus Shuriken, no damage output on that Tsubame either, because he was so busy running away from that Ekion instead of dealing damage to it, that the Sicilla was completely isolated. Just nothing happening on the side of Team Busan Vespa.
And you know, Ekion can easily deal with these backline ADCs, especially because they're on the Centipede Pauldron, so they have the Thorns, they have the Guardian suit, and they also have the Viking helmet. So I mean, Cadmus can literally just walk at Tsumama and just get the 1v1 for free. Cadmus can look for an angle in, does have the full gauge, is going to try to find an angle onto the Dean. Dean trying to get some damage back, but is going to be able to just keep themselves alive, and the sustain coming up from the lane is just going to be way too much here. But it looks like they're going to be able to reset here. Cadmus is chunked to low here. But I'm looking for Zero Jin. The Spring Trap is not going to go through, and it's going to be a complete reset for the side of Team Phalanx.
Yeah, the problem is Cadmus just stepped into another double guillotine, so they're going to be forced to use some timer in order to get this Ekion back up to some decent HP. But do remember that a couple of cooldowns and a lot of traps were invested from Team Gyeonggi and they don't really have any of those backups anymore, and they're utilizing some of their credits to get these explosion drones going in as well. Safety drone being activated, and the chronosphere is moving to the left. You're absolutely correct. It's going to be Gyeonggi Innate that has to push in onto this. We've seen this before inside a chapel, and it didn't go well for the team inside of the building. But Gyeonggi Innate still pushing their way back up. A lot of core cooldowns now starting to come back up for Gyeonggi Innate. But here we go. There's the pull. There's the trigger pull for Cadmus. He doesn't get access to anybody on the backside, but this is even more timer being invested from Team Gyeonggi Innate. Cadmus is going to send it out one more time, but he doesn't have the cooldowns available to make this readily a thing that they can do. Damage output is really good. 20 seconds left now for Team Phalanx. Do they have the points? Do they have the gadget points in order to be able to survive this to a certain level of degree? Explosion drone is going to get cancelled out. Gyeonggi Innate trying to do what they can. 10 seconds left for everybody on Team Phalanx. They need to hold inside of the position as much as possible. But down goes the unkillable Ekion. Explosion shot is going to get dodged out, but the timers are starting to tick. Pop goes the Weasel, and once again we're going to have Team Gyeonggi Innate take away yet another game in day number 1 of
season. It's just a masterclass showing for the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate, and there is the shoulder shrug from the side of those players there. It's kind of just another walk in the park for them, another day for the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate. But yeah, I mean, you know, we were talking about we're all talking about how, you know, tanky the Ekion is, but I did the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate, you know, the Nadine having the blood weapon, the Sicilla having 2 bloods for themselves. I think it was the arm piece and the weapon. and then I think they also just had the double buff as well. They had Alpha Omega buff. I think it's just a little too much damage for that the deck there.
It was really difficult. The moment that fight inside of the building wasn't enough to kill the Nadine. I think that was probably the calling card of what ended up resulting in the loss for that team, just because you invested way too much to try getting access to the backline. And yes, the other side did as well, but because they know and gauge your power on that Ekion, they're going to be a lot more resourceful on trying to keep their carries alive from it. So the fight inside the chapel, yes, it showed us that the Ekion is really, really fed and really, really strong. He can do that. But at the same time, it also gives now the other team chances to respond to it, because now you start formulating a plan because you know how strong he is in practice.
I think the problem is like just the item difference for obviously Team Kyunggi Innate, right? Well, right. Once your carries has those blood weapons and it has a defense shred, you can actually relatively easily kill this Ekion that's trying to dive into your backhand, especially when the Nadine, Jino, and the Seller are playing really well, right? They're able to dodge out on these dashes from the Ekions to make sure the Ekion isn't able to get the resets off.
I'm very glad that this is the way that it's working out right now for Team Kyunggi Innate, because remember at the beginning of today, I was talking a lot about the traditional composition that Team Kyunggi Innate has ran for quite a while. They're actually not bringing it out that often. I haven't seen the Haze at all today. I am seeing the Nadine. There really hasn't been that many Justinas brought out by Kyunggi Innate so far today either. Yeah, Zerojin did end up playing it on their win during game number 2, but outside of that, they're just sticking with the Cecilia as well as the Nadine. So color me surprised that we are seeing Kyunggi Innate succeed with a composition that they really haven't shown to us throughout the entire course of the season.
I mean, I think Cecilia is just such a strong pick right now in the meta, and it's shown, right? So it had a 4-game ban in game number 1, or sorry, not a 4-game ban, but a 4-pick ban, so a 2-game ban in game number 1. And then, and again, it's coming out, it's going to be Kyunggi Innate, showing the strength of this character. And you can see the leaderboard here. Kyunggi Innate, I think relatively they should be secured for their top 4 spot here for the season finals with 80.5 points for themselves.
With that, CNJ Esports in second place still, 51.5. I will have to say Kyunggi Innate seems very, very locked in at this point in the series. We only have 2 games left, and when the difference between 5th place and 4th place is 39, it's looking a little bit cooked. Highway in 3rd place with 48, and we have a tie in 4th place for Insider and Team Songnam Locks at 41.5, but that's only game number 4. Guys, we have 2 more games remaining for you until the end of the series, but with that, game number 4, it is an even number of games, so you know what time it is. We're going to go to a break to give ourselves a little bit of a break. So for those of you guys in chat, grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you can do it for tonight. We'll see you guys for games 5 and 6 of day number 1.
Take care.
많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋을 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로 가요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실은 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허튼 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. We just finished games 3 and 4, which means we are now left with games 5 and 6. It's day 1 after all. We only have 6 games for today. I see everybody in the chat trying to keep me away for as long as possible. Well, that's not possible today because we have 2 more games left to determine the 4 teams that'll be moving on. But of course, since we are just coming out from a break for the season finals, that means the Korean side is going to have an interview. So let's bring it back over onto us and talk a little bit about what we just watched. Super, explain it to me. What have you been kind of experiencing for this course of today? What are your thoughts about it overall, and what are your predictions kind of going in for our final 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a Gyeonggi NA masterclass. I mean, I think they're just so dominant today, just able to win out, I think, 3 out of the 4 games so far. And I don't really think there's really any other team that can really compete into them right now.
I don't think so either. Gyeonggi NA has seemed like a very stable team to be able to just kind of hedge your bets on today, right? It's not like they're playing anything too crazy. They're playing very standard style compositions, but it's a very stable style of gameplay where they're just executing better than everybody else. A lot of other team compositions are playing something similar. Maybe they're rivaling in terms of the DPS, but the front line is doing their job, the back line is doing their job. Even if it seems like they're in trouble, they just have control of the fight overall.
Yeah, 100%. And they're also doing it on like completely different comps, right? We saw they did on the Theodore, Priya, Alonso. They swapped over to the Cecilia team comp. I think in game 1 they played the Cecilia team comp as well. And I think in game 2 they played, I think they also played the I think it was Subame, Ekion, and like another one as well.
Yeah, oh goodness gracious, my mind is slipping. I forget what it was, but you're absolutely correct. Overall, I think the character selection from pretty much all of the teams that are playing today are not bad, right? It's either things we've seen in the past before or also things that are kind of different, but it is still working out to a certain degree. Like even Seiko on the Henry, it still worked out to a certain level. I don't think it was a terrible pick overall. It's just, they're could have been a little bit better, but it's still not a bad pick overall. That's what I like about today so far.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think these teams all definitely deserve to be here, but it is going to be coming down to our last 2 games, so we are going to see which teams are going to be our top 4 going into the season finals on Sunday.
Yep, absolutely. And really quickly, I did end up getting this thing going. Here we go. I finally got the team posters for the KR side today, so I'll have that for the remainder of today. This is just the teams that are playing today, and I'll see if I can get the ones playing for tomorrow as well. I haven't received those yet. And I will also mention, just one more thing too, there is one poster that is not the same resolution as all the other ones. And I hate that happens, but it's going to look a little bit finicky, but just bear with me. I wanted to at least make sure you guys were able to see this throughout the course of today. So there will be one poster that's going to be a little bit weird. Just let it go, right? I'm letting you guys see this. I want you guys to see all the team posters because they're great every single season. But yeah, there we go. Okay, we got the posters. Hell yeah.
I mean, I love seeing like all the fan art of like all the teams and everything. It's just really nice to look at.
All right, and while we are on that, let's go back over on towards the topic of the game so far. So something that I've also been noticing about a lot of these teams is that the macro gameplay seems to be pretty exceptional today. I don't think I've really seen any teams mess up in the macro front of things. Of course, when it comes to the micro, these teams should theoretically not be messing up. It's a season finals. You've had the entire season to mess around with how you're going to actually execute your composition. But macro is a whole different story, and I have not seen any of these teams really messing up on that front, which is incredible to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general as well, I think Korea, as a region has just leveled up with, how much competition there is, right? I mean, we even see like teams like Team F and Sejong. I mean, they didn't really have too good of a performance for the first 2 phases. They're not really, as dominant as they once were, right? It just goes to show you, how much competition there is over, on that side now, and how much these teams have, sort of leveled up their game.
Yeah, we've gone through about a month and a half almost of not seeing some of these teams. That it's been that long since we've seen some of these teams play in Eternal Return Masters, but the amount of form they're able to maintain. Because something else that you have to remember, Super, is that not all of these teams are KEL teams. It's not like they're always going to be able to practice throughout the entire course of the season, even if it's off ERM time. It's going to be a bit difficult, but these guys are all giving it their best. I can definitely tell. He's going to practice a ton for this tournament, which is absolutely massive. I just love what we are seeing here today.
Yeah, I've got the posters coming back once for you guys again. Is that Isaac cosplay? Oh, wow.
I do see it. It's been a long time since I've seen an Isaac cosplay, and you know what? That face just now, it resembled the emote, so I'll give it to him. He's doing Isaac justice.
He got the cape and everything. Like he's like dripped out.
Yeah, I say giving Isaac justice, but that's a little bit ironic because he's a corrupt cop. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, and even more posters coming through. This has a little bit of a pop out to it, doesn't it? It's a Cecilia with the demon skin. That's awesome. What is this one? Let's see. Even if the sun goes down in Busan, it is still strong. So I guess it's something about how Busan is a very good town to be in.
Oh wait a second. It's interactive. Oh, it's Adina. It's Adina Star Conjunct.
Oh my god, you're right. It's the constellation system. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That is absolutely wild.
That's cool. That's cool.
He's having fun. Look at that. I love it.
Oh my god, he's got the little Adina pill as well. It looks like they are a big Adina fan.
No, there's a possibility that that is a player that we might know. Again, I'm not really good with any of the player faces, so if that actually is, then that could be huge.
Oh, got a little. I think that's Squirrel Tia. We got Lenny on the bottom side there.
Yeah, I think so. Tongnam Rocks. Good stuff. Man, again, I will say this one more time. I feel like we should be able to just kind of like have those posters over on the North American side. You know what I mean? I would just take them. I wish they just packaged it to us really nicely and they just gave it to us, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, it's something that obviously they also want to take home as well, right? Like the people that are drawing it, you know, as a memory. So, I mean, maybe some of them leave them there. You know, maybe those ones they could maybe ship to us, but you know, I think most of them probably want to take it back for themselves as well.
There might be one exception to a person that ended up bringing the exact same poster from the previous season, because I think there was one. Usually it always tends to be unique in comparison to the previous one. There's change-ups in the styles of the posters, even the designs of the posters as well. But there was maybe one person that ended up bringing the previous season. So for all the other people that bring new ones, I wonder what they do with the old posters. They just hang it on their wall or something, just leave it there, or...
I guess it's just like kind of like a nice memory to have, right? Like, you know, you draw on it and then, you know, just... For that season, right? Like you went to the ERM season finals, you know?
Yep, exactly. Well, Super, we have 2 more games remaining now for day number 1. We know Gyeonggi N8 is most likely going to make it in, and CNJ Esports is also in a pretty decent spot, assuming they actually stay consistent in game number 5 to also punch their tickets into day number 2 as well. Now, the problem is we also now have to start thinking about Sunday's games, right? It's going to be day number 2. It's checkpoint system. Gyeonggi N8 looks very, very solid, so I don't think there's going to be any problem with them doing very good in that checkpoint system. But now we have to go back into the topic that you and I always dread talking about, and it's CNJ Esports, and whether or not they'll be able to break through that checkpoint system and actually manage to win that core game function of that stupid and darn checkpoint system every team struggles with.
That is true, and the game so far, right, that we've seen CNJ Esports, they always have a pretty good mid to early game, but they just are never able to close out games. That's gonna be even more devastating on when they do end up getting into that checkpoint format, because you know you have to win that last game.
Mm-hmm. It's so hard. It's so hard. CNJ Esports, not a team that is always able to push on through. We saw some glimpses of it in phase number 2, but that was also when Jackie was still very, very strong. And Dimple Neuron has done a lot of good work in trying to kind of cut down the versatility and usability of Jackie for good reasons as well, right? She was really, really strong at the beginning of the season, and we kind of got to the point where she is now dealable with. It's quite frankly incredible to me that CJ Esports is able to provide this kind of a performance with this composition, even with all the changes done throughout the course of the season. But there are limits to what it can do.
Yeah, but the one upside, obviously, to their team comp is it's a unique team comp, right?
Yes.
That means they are under threat of no bans for most of the time. I think we did have a Nia ban, I think, in like one of the earlier knockout stages. I think CG Sports had to sort of work around that, but usually they're like never really banned out here.
All right, and here's a little bit of a cleaner form of the posters. The KR site is starting to show it to us, so we'll have this on display for a little bit while we talk about a bit more of the KR site as well. I think another team that has also been really interesting to see today is actually, surprisingly enough, Team Highway, right? We were talking about how this team is a very kind of wild card-esque team coming in from the LCQ. Very new set of players that we also haven't really seen too much in the season finals. It is our underdog team of the tournament. They've been very solid. I think Storm Chaser has been really confident in comparison to what we saw during LCQ, and quite frankly throughout the entire course of the season as well. You need to see this kind of spunk coming out from EVA players, otherwise they just sit back, wait for opportunities that almost never comes up against anyone actually meaningful. Storm Chaser has been chasing down these squishy characters. It's the reason why their EVA has been so successful today, and I want to see more of that for the remainder of the games.
Oh, 100%. I think Team Highway has been having a really, really good performance so far. I mean, Storm Chaser on that EVA has just been completely decimating these teams. Like, these teams are not expecting the damage that EVA can dish out, right? It's just, once the I'm blanking on the blood weapon name, but once the blood weapon, the chaser, once the chaser comes out for that EVA.
Storm Chaser.
That is true. That is true, actually. They are chasing for that. Actually, I don't know where I was going with that one, but once that chaser comes online for that EVA, it's just so much damage output that these teams, kind of can't really, deal with there, especially with the lockdown on that EVA as well.
I'm really glad that their strategy is coming to fruition as well. I talked about how with Highway's composition and the way that they end up piloting this composition as well, you need to have a solid early game, and we saw that during game 1 where they were able to pick up that meteorite very early on inside a gas station. Triple items onto the EVA, triple items onto the Nadine extremely early on into the game. That's the kind of situation they want to create for themselves, but we've also seen the other side of the coin where they aren't able to get that, and we don't see them buy anything until night number 2 in the Rift. That is very, very slow pacing, but on the flip side, Chaser has been consistent throughout the course of today, and that's really important. Even if they're in a bad situation, Highway is still able to make do with the situation that they're given, even if it's a bad kind of environment they've been provided for the course of the game.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good spot here, I think, right? Sitting in that, I think they're in 3rd place, but there's still 2 more games left, and we do have, I think our 5th and 6th place teams are pretty close in points, so they definitely still need a solid game number 3, sorry, not 3 and 4, but 5 and 6 here to close out the series to secure that top 4 spot.
It's going to be real dangerous for Team Highway. Even with all the performances they've had, it's not going to be safe at all. As you said, 3rd, 4th, and 5th is very close at the moment. 6th place is kind of getting there, but I don't think they're like immediately next to those 3 that I just mentioned. 7th place is kind of there. For Shadow Golden Light, it's looking a little bit cooked for the remainder of the day. But as you said, Super, there's still 2 games remaining, and all of the things on the leaderboard, maybe save for Gyeonggi, and it can change in those 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, remember, even if Shadow Golden Light has, maybe 2 pop-off games here, winning the next 2, they could definitely still make it in.
we've seen this team actually getting a ton of kills in games where they can, but the only caveat is those were with the triple DPS compositions, and I haven't really seen that much after game 1, which is surprising to me because Cecilia was available in the previous game, but they still opted to run Youngman on the Alonzo instead of running him on the Tia, which was like his go-to pick for the entire season, and even including the previous ones too, where Shadow Golden Light really made their name a big and popular fan favorite.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not running their triple backline team, but maybe just opting out of it just because of all the Mai's in the lobby and the Cicelas as well. I think those two characters maybe is what is maybe the reason why triple backline has slowly fallen off. But we'll have to see going into the season finals as well what the other 4 teams are going to be playing.
And I see somebody in the chat is giving us a little bit of an update because we don't get those too often. It seems like there is a technical issue going on in the physical stadium itself, so we're just going to buy a little bit more time. So that means you guys just get to hear more of us. I mean, none of you guys are complaining about that one in the chat, right? All right. Okay. And I want to get one more thought from you before we maybe start going into our next set of games is Team Insider. What is your thoughts about them so far? And it's okay if you're a little bit biased about this one because I have some thoughts of my own with their performance today. What's yours? I'll let you go first.
I think they definitely look a little shaky, right? They're kind of swapping around team comps. They're trying to play meta. I think they just should stick with their Nikki Adela, but I think the reason why they ended up swapping is because the game that they ended up pulling it out, it didn't really work too well for them. But I mean, we'll have to see going into game number 5 here. But yeah, they're just kind of swapping around. I think Seiko is looking. I think he's playing pretty well, but I think they're just a little uncoordinated in some of these team fights.
It's kind of strange too because it almost feels as if Team Insider is the one getting overwhelmed when it's usually the other way around, right? In some of these fights, they're the ones getting overran and to the point where it's irrecoverable in comparison to usually what Team Insider is able to do, which is themselves actually overwhelming a lot of the other team. They instantly pounce on somebody they can get a pick on and then try to force the 2v3 with the remaining firepower available in their arsenal. We haven't seen that a single time today from Team Insider, which is why I'm a tad bit worried. They are somewhere in the bottom 4 at the moment. I think it was either 6th or 7th place right now. Still has a lot of work to do if we do want to see this team in the next day of season finals. So I do hope they're going to start stepping up because I do want to see that happening.
I mean, I think the last game, they had a pretty good game, right? They just ended up taking a 3v3 outside in the red zone and weren't able to get the rests off and get inside as well. So it's just a little unfortunate for the side of Team Insider, but I think relatively speaking, if we just see another game like that out of them going into game number 5 and 6, they should be able to secure their spot for the finals.
Absolutely. All right, well, even more posters coming in. I hope the computer problems do get fixed very quickly. I see a very funny poster on the left there. It says the hope of the 30s, and then crossed out it says 28 instead, water gun, but that's, I believe, Curry, which is kind of interesting because we don't have Curry in the games today. He's not playing today.
I know he was 28. Oh.
This is why I think Eternal Return is kind of interesting. We have a very wide variety of ages in our pro scene because we know Taekyung as well as Sanhans, some of our
really
younger side of the token, but a lot of the people who've been in Eternal Return, guys, you have to remember that this game has been playable for about 5 to 6 years now, and some of these pro players that are even playing to this day have been playing competitively ever since the beginning of ER competitive over on the KR side of things. They've aged quite a bit in comparison to what many of us might think.
Yeah, 100%. And these ones are really nice. Is that a Wickline body pillow?
Yeah, it is a Wickline Docky Bucket. I want one. What the heck? That was cool.
That is crazy.
Are we flipping it to the other side? Usually it gets a little bit weird when you start flipping it. I highly doubt they'd be able to sell those kind of things there. Oh my god, it's the same thing from earlier where it says Byung, turn your stream on. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely crazy. Oh, and the final poster says stupid with the emote in the middle. Okay. funny. The fans are starting to get a little bit funny here today from the looks of it. Oh, look at that.
Oh, do you have the
support bundle?
Yeah, this is the one I bought.
Oh, I wonder why. Does look really good. I think the character on the left is the Busan Vespa's.
No. I think it's Adina.
Is it? I could have sworn.
I was told it was Adina.
It was Adina? Okay. Because I know this season was... Season 8 was a season where a lot of these KEL teams actually ended up getting the... like the mascot streamer for their organization.
Yeah.
So I thought it was that one, but if you say it's Adina, then, well, there you go.
Yeah, people kind of, I mean, I like kind of connect the dots as well. Like it's the same hair color and hair like eye color. So I'm pretty sure it's Adina. And also, I mean, they have Bongwa, right? So
true.
It makes sense.
Very, very true. All right, well, even more posters coming in. I guess the PC problems are going a little bit longer, but that means you and I and people in the chat can bask in the greatness of some of these posters even longer. I have no idea what that one on the left says. It's too small. Okay. Cecilia, that says, I didn't come to Daejeon to buy bread. I came to watch Busan Vespa win. Okay.
And Sua Sasala, you know, they're two signature picks that has won them, I think, one of the ERMs.
Yeah, it's always that Sua. Always that Sua with Busan Vespa when it comes down to it. But Super, it's finally time. It seems like the PC problems have been solved. We're going to go on into game number 5. Finally, it is a cloudy day outside, maybe a little bit chilly, but outside of that, no other weird hazardous weather conditions.
Pretty cold over here, Shuvi, so...
Yeah, me too. It's gotten a little bit chilly very recently, so maybe it's the same thing for Lumia Island. Here we go, folks. Shadow Golden Light pulling out the Tia over onto Youngman, and I think we know where this is going because the Sua, so it's the Tia, sorry, not the Tia or the Sua, but the heart is up. We should see Juno or maybe even Dozy start flipping over onto that unless they want to just stick with the double backline with the Mai up in the front, but...
That's a lot of Mai's.
This is shaky, yeah. There's quite a lot of Mai's.
4 Mai's. So Mai will be banned for the final game, Game 6, and it looks like... Ooh, I originally thought Sika was going to be locking in that Cicella, so it's just going to be that Mai ban going into game number 6 here.
Interesting. Okay, so for game number 6, do expect a little bit maybe more of those Alonsos to start piling back on in. We should see that Kion once again, probably for Daejeon Failings, just because the Mai is not going to be available. Oh boy, Mai being banned for the remainder of the series is definitely going to impact how some of these teams play in game number 6, which means for game number 5, when you actually have access to that character, you have to make a lot of it. So guys, here we go. Game number 5 is about to be underway as we do have... Just a second, Shirley. The hockey puck. Hockey puck. I want the hockey puck, please. Get us into the game.
Yeah, I think it's still loading in because I think they just cut away from. There we go.
This thing will always be called the hockey puck to me. No matter what anyone else says, it will always just be the hockey puck, just because.
I mean, it is just a giant hockey puck if you look at it like that.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Game number 5. Seiko is going to be back on that Henry, which I think is a pretty decent call. I do want to see the composition that you were talking about earlier, their bread and butter, but Henry's not bad in this. I think especially with how he played it in game 4.
Yeah. Their last game, they did really good, right? They only really lost because they ended up overchasing in red, and it wasn't a clean it wasn't clean kills, and they ended up losing a lot of players. So you know, Seiko had to go in by themselves without getting any of the reses off. But I think if it was a clean 3v3, I think they definitely would have had a good chance there. So yeah, we are gonna have them playing the same comp, and it's gonna be that Nadine as well on Seiko this time instead of that Tsubame, because Tsubame I think was banned out for game 5.
Absolutely. Okay, well, let's see how it goes for pretty much everybody. Golden Light trying to get control over Hospital. Same thing on the western side as well. A couple of teams already looking for control inside of archery range. Down goes one, which means Team Highway is going to be struggling a little bit. Bear is going to get out for the time being, but no White Lily available. Is it going to be available for anybody else on Songnam Rocks? I don't think so. Songs are caught out by himself. Busan Vespa will lose out on their Cecilia pretty early on. No trade available as it's too early in the game for the Sicilla to get any trades. That means Hospital going completely in control of Golden Light. Pretty massive, I would have to say, for this team. There's a lot of value inside of Hospital at day number 1.
Yeah, and they need kills, right? You can see it on the leaderboard there. They are in 8th place with 18 points. They are about 23 points behind 4th place here. So, I mean, and you can see how close it is. 4th, 5th, 6th, all with about a 1 point difference. It's really anyone's game here to make it into this top 4 spot. Looks like Shadow GLT is going to find out Rosner here, but the Kadia is on the backside is going to get completely isolated, but the Tia is getting so much damage on the backside. Oman should be able to finish them off, is going to be able to get the silence onto the Nadine, and should be able to finish Min, and it is going to be Shadow GLT picking up 2 kills, Busan Vespa grabbing 1.
Yeah, really good exclusive. I think it was a little bit early, but it did end up working out in the end for Team Shadow Golden Light. But it's going to be 3 kills that they really need to start snowballing. This is a very good comp to snowball with, especially with Yeoman sitting on the Tia. We just saw Dozy also playing very confident with that Kadia as well, going back onto a Nadine even despite having low HP. We know Golden Light is going to look for kills. That's their game plan. This is the reason why they're playing the 2-1 front to back. I love to see it.
Looks like Rosner is going to be able to TP themselves on out of there. Seiko going to be able to get themselves to safety as well. And looks like Revolu going to get caught by the side of Team Busan Vespa, trying to grab these bears. Not going to be able to get them, and they will end up going down in dock there. Sandom Rocks is going to be able to find 2 members. It's going to be Seiko and Jumo here on the side of Team Insider. It's going to be another 2 kills going to the side of Team Sandom Rocks.
Yona in a little bit of trouble himself. Will not be a victim of the break from the looks of it, as Beksu is going to get caught by the squirrel traps. Will not be able to chase down the Nadine further. But Team Insider starting to fall behind just a little bit. These death timers are not really going to work out in their favors whatsoever. Right? It's not that bad, but it won't also be helpful either.
Yeah, and Young Yenates looks like the Stella was able to just use their ultimate to get themselves to safety, and it looks like the objectives are going to be spawning in very shortly. Here we are going to have a Team Shadow GLT versus the side of Team Busan Vespa playing for this meteorite down in factory here. There is going to be a blue, yellow-blue on the Stella, forced a bubble and a great double. Great double taunt. It's not going to be enough though, as the Cella is just barely able to stay alive. And there is the ultimate coming down from the Cella. Just so much AoE damage, and that's going to be Team Busan Vespa coming out on top, getting a nice clean 3 kills.
That's terrible too. Shadow Golden Light, this is a team that needs to scale. This is a team that needs to get the kills, but now they miss out on day 2 start altogether. What a terrible way to start out day number 2. Peksu's going to get taken down. Nia's game roll going to instantly get cancelled by Bubba. Youngie's still trying to chase on this. That is an Arda after all, but it's still a level 1 unleashed power, so he's not going to be able to have that anytime soon. And the range plus, yeah, it's just not going to be enough either.
Wait a second, looks like Nia's actually going to be able to kill 2 members of the side side and blocks by themselves.
How did that happen? Even without the game mode this early as a Nia?
I think they used the Arda gate in, and Nia just said no thank you, and it is used the point sync and probably just kill both of them there. So very nicely played, and that's going to be a meteorite going to go to the side of Team CNJ Esports. A disastrous overchase for Team Sangnam Rocks, as they not only lose out on the meteorite, they lose out on the mutant pack in archery as well. It's a huge tempo loss for the side of Team Sangnam Rocks.
Yeah, and this is really big for CNJ Esports because that's the weapon for the Jackie, right? Now you have a lot of kill potential with the slow coming in. Makes it much easier for you to get the 5 stacks going on, for you to be able to chase down anybody, overwhelm anybody. This is massive for CNJ Esports. Another fight inside of school / fire station, but it's not really that big of a fight, as Satin's just going to get obliterated on the Abigail, unfortunately. Kyunggi Ini will be able to pick that up and extend their lead even further.
Sangnam Rocks is getting sent farther and farther behind. They had such a great start, but yeah, that overchase might be the cost of them, because this is a team comp that wants to snowball, right? They're playing 2 assassins with that Arda to try to look to one-shot any of these backliners, and yeah, they're just not able to really get that for the start of the game here.
Zico in a lot of trouble himself, will get taken down, trying to solo farm by himself inside of Chapel, does end up getting caught out by Busan Vespa. Look at the death timer too, it's 20 seconds to go until the alphas are going to spawn, and look at the death timer for Zico, 20 seconds. That is no way in position to contest for some of these objectives. Maybe a rift, but I didn't see one inside a cemetery, and that's where everybody of the Insider is.
This is gonna just take the engage onto the side of Team Youngie Innate, but not able to really find any real value here. Is gonna get some damage onto the Sella, but Sella is gonna be able to heal it back up, and Team Phalanx are just gonna just give up this box here. Youngie Innate gonna be able to secure it for himself. Alpha gonna be here for Chapel here. The taunt is going to go a little wide for the side of Team Shadow Golden Light. A lot of damage is going to be exchanged. We're going to be down to half HP here. There is Alpha Security. It's going to go for the side
I think Rosner got
Team Shadow Golden Light. Rosner ended up getting it, but should end up going down here. Oh no, the taunt isn't going a little wide, but they do end up trading 1 for 1. Both Miles are going to go to the floor here, and there is the backstep on Ikadia. And looks like it is going to be Team Shadow Golden Light getting the 1-up. They do get the Alpha as well.
Unless we saw some sneaky drop tech, because I've seen some teams do that before. Pexu, oh no! Oh no, Belzer has absolutely no chance of trying to get away from this. He's trying to outweigh the 5 stacks as much as possible. Maybe Belzer is playing this correctly, but the stacks are too easy to stack against the melee character. Down he goes, Pexu will be able to win it out, and CNJ Esports win the Rift.
Yeah, Jackie, one of those characters that if it comes down to the 1v1 and you're a melee character, there's probably next to no chance you are winning that. A little unfortunate for the side of Team Sagnum Rocks, as Pexu was able to just get so much value there, and able to just win it out for his team, able to clean up that team fight, which it's basically kind of what Jackie's kind of known for. So
okay, well, CNJ Esports is trying to find some kind of aggression inside of archery range, but the problem is without the Jackie, it's a bit difficult, and the Sicilla is already doing quite a lot of damage. Triple items on that character already too. Satang gonna get taken down, which means now we're gonna go back to archery range to fight for the Alpha, a very late one at that, by the way. 25 seconds until day number 3 is going to pop. Gyeonggi Innate playing a little bit dangerous considering the fact that their Estelle is not here. KCW joining back over on towards the Alpha. They will secure the Mithril, but the fight is going to begin. Ing9 saving up in the front side, and I don't think this is a good place for Estelle to be, but the damage output return is pretty good. KCW will be able to snipe down Ingu, but Bexu gets traded out instead. Who got the Mithril?
It's kind of funny. Bexu just jumped on forward and just gets completely obliterated there because of the burst damage.
Pexu had the Mithril.
Ooh, yeah, that's pretty good for the side of Team Youngie Innate there. CNJ Sports not really going to be able to get any value out of that. You end up trading 1 for 1, so it is 1 point apiece for both of those teams. And if you're CNJ Esports, you know, any point counts here because he's still not in the clear, even though you're in that second place spot.
I'm surprised if that's the case. Pexu even decided to go in on that 1v2, because if he had the Mithril, then you really don't call that.
I think maybe they thought they had an angle in, but yeah, just got blown up. Or maybe they thought because of the day swap, I'm gonna get caught anyways. Like I might as well just die really fast before, you know, maybe
jump
into potential. Yeah, I guess I could have jumped away. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a bad call. It happens every now and then. So I guess technically our first is that macro or micro? What do you think? I think that's
it's definitely a micro.
Oh,
no, it's definitely a micro mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's
oh yeah, it is. You're right.
Like it's still in the fight, and then he just jumped in and just died. So
okay, so no bad examples of macro just yet then.
Yeah. That is totally fine though, as looks like Team CNJ Esports, I mean, they're still pretty strong. You can see the Jackie sitting on 4 golds, the Yan sitting on 2 as well. Looks like the blue-yellow is going to be connected onto the Mai here. It looks like the Mai is going to get taunted in, and Rosner is getting chunked down here by this Kadia, but the Zella ult is going to be able to trade some damage back. I think it's going to be enough. They're not able to really get anyone here. It's one of the problems, you know, when you are playing these front-to-back teams is these other teams can just slowly walk away, and you don't really have too much pressure to push the fight any farther.
I think they would have at least been able to get the kill onto the Mai if the yellow landed, but the yellow went wide. You didn't really look for the cone spread either. You were just trying to land the point-blank skill land, which is a lot harder, of course, because you need to be precise with it. Another fight on the southern side of the map. It's going to be a massive initiation from Juno. This is huge. You're absolutely correct. Scylla's going to go into the bubble in order to dodge out the damage from the in a blitz, and down goes the execution. Min's going to get taken down. Golden Light is having a heyday in game number 5. This composition is working out. His Huns are now in trouble. Will be able to get himself away, but that's a minus 400 for this team very, very early on into day 3.
That was just huge from Juno. They're just finding the double The double strut into the Quake, the double Quake, just getting so much damage, is able to chunk both of the backliners down for half of their HP by themselves there. I mean, tanks, if they get the perfect engage, they also are a threat in terms of damage as well, especially if you're a backliner.
Oh man, really desperate situation for Team Busan Vespa, because they don't even have enough credits to res back the mine. Even if they do, their wallets are going to be completely empty. Super.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little tough for the side of Team Busan Vespa here. And looks like Team Insider.
Timer too.
They're just looking to get some more kills. I think they know this is a duo because they could see the top. It's 8-23, and the way that these two are playing, they definitely know something is up here. They're gonna be able to get the kiosk down and get the res here, but it's gonna be a -400 for the side of Team Busan Vespa.
And the gadget points. That's another thing we have to consider. It might be only night number 3, but gadget points really make a difference going towards the end of the game. And if you don't have any control over bears or even the mutant bears as well that can give you the gadget points, each of these uses really hurt a lot. Team Highway looking for something, but CNG Esports investing a couple of blinks. That means Highway making a good call, not even looking to invest any further into that, making better use of their time than trying to chase people who already blinked.
Yeah, and gonna go back to Team Insider here. A lot of teams are just playing safe for the last couple of games here. There hasn't been actually too many team fights post day 3. We are gonna have the school reopening. There's gonna be 2 teams actually entering, Team Insider and Team Sangnam Rocks. Probably gonna be trying to play for this cube in school here. There's gonna be another team actually. It's gonna be Team CJ Esports entering school as well. Here comes Engage coming out from the Mai. It's gonna be able to get the down onto Rosner. But like you said, yeah, good interrupt from the side of the Sicela. Gonna be able to pull Bear back and should be able to keep themselves safe here. Storm Chaser is giving chase here while the Nadine is on the top side here. A lot of damage is going to be exchanged. There is the Monkey Wire going to be placed down, and the Blink was invested by the Sicela. And Team Busan Vespa's on full retreat there. Blink on the Nadine with the Wolf Assault is going to be able to chunk down the Sicela. And a huge laser able to snipe off the Sicela there. And they're just going to chase even farther. Min is going to get caught out, and this is going to be a disaster for the side of Team Busan Vespa there. They are going to lose yet another 2 members. That's going to be the backlines. And look at the credit counts. They're not going to really have anything to res here.
They just called back, if I remember correctly. It was like 28.
No,
either way, it doesn't.
It's a -800 in total now. It's a disaster.
It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad.
Yeah, I think they just have to find the rift if they want to get back into this game. They the Mind needs to get to a rift to get their teammates back into the game, and not have to -800 once again. Maybe try using the VLS or something coming up on the night 5 swap here.
Crazy part about this is Team Highway didn't even have to fight that, because look at their credit counts and look at what they just bought. Double blood items for their backline carries. They fought that fight without the blood calls at all. That is really gutsy from these two. But it ends up working out in the end. 2 additional kills, 2 additional points in their favor, and they get the blood items in perfect time as well. Wickline's going to spawn inside a forest. There's a couple teams hanging around here, which means maybe Team Highway can start maneuvering around, snaking around this area to prevent teams from either taking the rift or getting that weak line for free. Rosner needs to take the rift as fast as he can. No! There was a team right on top of it. That's going to be brutal. Busan Vespa ends up losing out on a couple of members and then takes the fall in the end. That's a huge explosion shot coming out from Nemery, walking in, blinking with that HP bar. Absolute madman. Insider trying his best to run away as Jumo, the last one alive on that team. Oh my goodness, Nemery. Did you see his health bar when he blinked in?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, like, when you're playing these ADCs that get that can do a lot of damage and can kind of dive in, like, you have to be confident. And Jumo, that's gonna be it for the side. Team Insider does end up getting caught by the side of Team Highway there, and Insider gonna go out in 7th place, and Jackie gonna get caught out by the side of Team Phalanx. But the ultimate with the Wisdom Robe, movement speed, and the Soul Stealer is going to be able to keep them alive. Or not the Soul Stealer, but the Blink is going to be able to keep themselves alive. And Team CJ Esports, they're fine here.
Okay,
a huge find from Juno. Look at the damage coming up from the Mai once again. Nemery is just going to go down instantly there. And Shadow GLT, they're in a perfect position to win this game here. They got the Wick buff, they got another kill. and they should be able to just slowly start to take control of these zones.
Yep, here we go. Another fight up on the northern side. Everybody's starting to fight all of a sudden as soon as it turns night number 4. Ingu trying to chase down as fast as possible.
Ooh, good
Zero J
ball.
does end up getting the pull over onto Satan. Down goes the Abigail. Tangi as well as Belzer just completely booking themselves on out of there. Without the Abigail, it doesn't have enough damage to deal with that team at all.
Yeah, and Shadow GLT, they're looking so stronger. They have the Wick buff, but they don't have too many points for themselves.
Yeah.
They still need to farm some of these kills, but a lot of these teams are probably just going to start avoiding them now because they have that Wick buff, they have the blood samples, they have the items to you know, sort of start to take control of these zones now.
This is not a team that really has a lot of ins either, right? Maybe you get a lucky yellow-blue off on the Tia, but then what? Yeah, maybe the Mai can follow up too, but you have cooldown rotations on the Tia in order to follow up. This is going to be really rough for Golden Light. Yeah, that blood sample, then the Wick line is so good of a buff for you to have, but sometimes it can be a curse, really, when it comes down to these teams that desperately needs these points. By being too strong in the lobby, everyone's going to avoid you, and when everyone avoids you, where are the points?
Yeah, and they have to be a little careful coming down into forest here. You can see there's two teams, both Sangnam Rocks. I mean, Sangnam Rocks isn't a full team, but you can see CNJ Esports is a full team, and there's another team down in Chapel here. Belzer, is going to get caught by the side of Team CNJ Esports here, but the blink away and the jump away coming out from Belzer is actually going to be able to keep themselves alive here. Hyungi going to use that Nimrod's Gate for vision to see if there's any teams coming down, and Belzer going to try to get the res, but CNJ Esports is going to be here to intercept. Will they get the res? They do end up getting the res off. Here's Nia's Game World, and all three members are actually able to get themselves to safety here, and Sangnam Rocks is going to be able to get back into this game.
That is insane. I don't know how Sangnam Rocks was allowed to do that, but now Jechum Phalanx is here, and they're trying to get a piece of the pie as well. Hangi has absolutely nothing left because he already blinked away. Down goes the Arda.
And
that means, and there goes the Ispan too. Unfortunate for Sangnam Rocks. That's probably going to be the end of their game pretty much entirely. CNJ Esports turns on the fight pretty late, but yeah, Jechum Phalanx is already out. Golden Light also not able to capitalize either.
Yeah, I love that Phalanx just immediately called for disengage. You know, you want to have the fight start on your terms if you are playing that Ekion, because you're not going to have that full bar on that randomization. So Phalanx just going to completely disengage here, and Rocks, oh no, the Abigail
this is the
caught
worst.
between three teams, and oh, here comes the engage. Wait a second. The ultimate was already invested for this Nadim, but look at the damage coming out from this Eva. Blink going to be used, going to be forced from this Acela. Look at another third party is here. It's going to be CNJ Esports, but no one's going to die. Everyone's going to slowly back away from each other because they know there's too many teams in the area. They don't want to get that. They don't want to be the one in the middle getting third partied.
How crazy is that? So many ways that this fight can go explosive and nuclear, but nobody ends up pulling the trigger all the way. Now CNJ Esports is in a little bit of trouble because remember, Jechum Phalanx is very well statted right now. Look at the items on this side, looking pretty good, but jumping into multiple frayed teams, not exactly the way that you want to be starting out this fight, but the red carpet is good. Dushman just jumps away. Everybody resets once again. School is right at the edge of the trigger being pulled all the way for this place to also turn into a mass graveyard, but it's just not being pulled yet.
You can see teams are slowly starting to walk their way up into a gas station here. We're actually going to have actually two teams going down into Forest, Team Highway, and I think Team Shadow GLT is already down there. And here comes the engage from the Abigail. Actually going to look for Team Highway and the engage. A lot of damage from the Abigail was hit onto the Eva here. And oh no,
Golden Light needs to win this.
Like a third party is going to be a Golden Light. Oh, they do end up getting the Nadim from Team Highway, but they can't full send it because there's another team nearby. It is TNJ, not CNJ Esports, it is Team Phalanx on the backside there.
Yeah, and look at the fight on the left side. CNJ Esports is trying to duke it out up against Kyunggi Innate again, but they're also playing it expertly again as well. Kyunggi Innate just gives no way in for CNJ Esports. So many cooldowns invested. The only blink they have available now is the one on Peksu. Health bars are low. Ultimate cooldowns are gone.
Make it right.
5 seconds to go. KCW, can you get in? Can you get in? Yes, he can, but that's the dash gone, and now what do? That's a long dash cooldown too. Timers are starting to get invested, and look at the right side. Jechum Phalanx is trying to do what they can. Golden Light, no. Juno is about to get taken down. I think that might be it. The Mai trying their best to stay alive, but it's just not going to happen. Down goes Shadow Golden Light. Down goes Jechum Phalanx. We're going to have Team Highway once again in the final zone. But up on the northern side, CNG Esports, they're running low on time, and KCW gets obliterated with the free at last. There is just no way in hell CNG Esports gets an in on towards Team Gyeonggi N8. Once again, expertly played, once again to the final zone.
Yeah, they're just playing it so well there, and now it's going to go down to Team Gyeonggi N8 and the side of Team Highway here for our final two teams. It's two front-to-back teams, both playing different ADCs, actually the same ADCs, but different mages and different tanks here. We got Cicella and Estelle versus Mai and Eva here. And I mean, we saw the last time these two teams have fought, you know, if a Mai does end up getting the taunt onto the Estelle, that Eva can definitely look for, you know, that one-shot angle there. And it is going to be that blood weapon going to be built onto that Mai.
Yeah, color me surprised. I actually thought it was going to be a bit of a taproots angle for the Mai, because at this point, cooldown reduction is absolutely massive for this character. But no, it's going to be the Bloody Ninetales activated for Bear, which means the Mai will now be a damage threat. But who is this damage threat really going to be for? Chronosphere, not going to be in favor of Team Highway, but they've been through this before. Bear going to try jumping on in towards Zerojin. Nothing really done. That's the Quake invested from Bear, but the lasers are just shredding Zerojin apart. Storm Chaser still being a threat up on the front side. Soul Stealer activated. Ingu on the backside. Can they get a kill anywhere? That is the question. The auto attacks are going through, and the trades are there too. Bear is still alive. Oh no, it's a 1v2 trade for Team Highway. They might be able to do it one more time. Bear is just trailing him all the way. There is no chance for Zerojin to chase that through. Bear is resting. They cannot kill the Cicilla. They cannot kill the Eva. Oh my goodness. Team Highway wins another game, and this should theoretically punch their tickets into the final, but we'll have to see as they step their way, set up the pedestal into game number 6. GG's.
Yeah, huge find there once again. I mean, this Eva is just ripping these teams to shreds. They're just not expecting, you know, the range that Eva has, right? They're just walking up, taking the laser, and then they get chunked down for about half of their HP. They're forced to reset, and then that just gives the green light for the side of Team Highway to engage.
Amazing gameplay from Highway once again too. It wasn't even close, quite frankly. If anything, Nemery just jumping in like that, getting the trade up against the Nadine, really solidified, I think, the rest of the fight too, because now you don't have to really worry about the explosion shot. You already damaged the Cicilla long enough that if you can take out the other damage dealer on the enemy team, you're just at a clear advantage. Bear living on top of that was just icing off the cake. It was beautiful gameplay from Team Highway, and I love the way that they're playing right now.
I liked Zerojin. I mean, he knew he was in a really rough situation if that Mai was able to reset, which is the reason why you saw him just beelining over to try to get the trade so he could play that 1v1 into Eva. But unfortunately, the Mai knew exactly what was happening, just ended up walking all the way deep into archery to get the rest out of the vision of that Cicilla there.
Yep, exactly the same call from both of the players, which is the reason why it looked a little bit funny, but both of those players were making the exact right call with the circumstances that were given. Bear a little bit too far away, Zerojin trying desperately to get the kill. And quite frankly, if Zerojin did get the kill onto Bear, I would have really had it as a 50-50, because Cicilla still heals really well, right? She has her passive, so...
She's really good in those 1v1 like scenarios, right? So especially if it's like a mage v mage, because the mage is basically forced to, you know, eat your pulls, or sorry, eat your Wilsons, and if you ever get pulled, you're basically dead.
One of the rare mages that can actually almost rival the range that an Eva has. It's not a common thing to be able to say, but with the additional kind of AoE radius around Wilson, you do actually rival the distance that those Eva lasers are able to do. So, yeah, if you have dispersion, sometimes not enough for the Eva to 1v1 out a Cicilla. We've actually seen that in the past, but with Bear staying alive, it did turn the fate around.
Yeah, just very nicely played by the side of Team Highway. And I think you're absolutely right. I think that is definitely going to secure Team Highway's spot in the season finals. So it's going to be up to these other teams. I think it's still relatively close between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place. I think even 7th place might be in contention here. But I think, unfortunately, Shadow Golden Light didn't get enough points there. I don't really like their chances for Game 6.
Falling down early as well in comparison to some of the other teams inside of Forest, right? Just barely. If the exclusive, maybe the invul time lasted a little bit longer, maybe if the laser was just a little bit further back, there would have been a chance for them to pick up an extra placement point, but that didn't even come to fruition. So I'm not liking Shadow Golden Light's chances. Just like you said, it's looking a bit cooked. But for the rest of the lobby, it's still there. Still there. One more game remaining. You are very much running out of time if you're still in the bottom three. Let's say 5th to 7th. But you're kind of hedging your bets on this game, so everything has to be laid out on the table now. Otherwise, this is the last game you'll be playing for Season 8 in competitive for ERM specifically.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I think such a great showing from all these teams, right? They made it all the way to the season finals. It was they definitely fought 2-0 to get here, and they'll still be walking away with some cash pricing, right? 500, I think, 1,000 Korean won for even the 12th place team. I think 11th and 12th get that much.
Yeah, and you also get the tickets to be at the convention. You also get to play the game on stage. You get the clips of and everything. All the experience that you are able to get with the Daejeon season finals, you get that right into your hands. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. Congratulations to all the teams that were able to make it here, but it is still an elimination format, right? We're going to lose 4 teams today, regardless of whether or not we want it, and which teams get eliminated, it's all down to our final game, which should be starting up very soon. Team Insider. Go ahead.
I'm really interested in the scoreboard.
Me too.
And to see which teams are, kind of on the chopping block and which teams, I think we already know which teams are relatively safe, but what the difference in points is on, how many points some of these teams need to get into that top 4 spot.
Mm-hmm. If these teams are able to start slowly climbing their way throughout to the placements in game number 6, I think this last leaderboard that we're going to see after game number 6 is going to be absurdly close. With Insider falling down pretty early and them being at that really tight mark in that 3rd to 6th place spot, yeah, there might be a bit of a chasm between that team and everyone else sitting in the middle of the pack. But if Team Insider also does pretty good, we have no idea how it's going to go. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we are. Oh,
it looks like the top 3 are relatively safe.
Oh, wow. It's a battle for 4th.
72.5, 62. Well, look at 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. 47.5, 45.5, 44, and 43. A 4.5 point difference between 4th and 7th place here.
And 3 out of those 4 teams are KEL teams. So this is going to be a bloodbath. Everyone's going to be looking for points. Daejeon Failings, Busan Bespa, and Team Insider, can they steal away that 4th place spot away from Seongnam Mox, or are they going to be able to lock down tight, hunker down, and try to maintain their position in that 4th place spot? Other than that, as you said, Gyeonggi Innate, Highway, and CNG Esports looking very poised to push their way on into finals. That's going to be happening on Sunday.
I think Highway and Gyeonggi Innate, for sure they're in. CNG Esports, if they go 8th place, they could potentially get knocked out as well.
Yeah. That's why it's still not safe for a lot of these guys, but they are poised, and that's what matters at this point. You just really get that satisfaction. A big weight is just taken off your shoulders, right? It's not gone just yet, but a big weight is gone.
Highway, I think, is for sure safe, right? I think they need about 25 points. 2 teams need 25 points. I think that's impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen 30s before, but that's also implying that Highway also doesn't do anything, which is kind of difficult because they're a very safe team until they get that chaser.
We've seen 30, but I don't think we've seen 2 teams have 30. There needs to be 2 teams to have 25. And I'm pretty sure that is. I mean, if the stars align, maybe.
If day 1 just becomes an absolute bloodbath, maybe.
maybe.
And maybe if the day 2, night 2 rotation is also just an absolute massacre, then maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a really good chance that I would probably say like 99% chance that Team Highway is in.
Yeah, that's why you and I, by the way, always never say it's guaranteed until it's like literally Gyeonggi Innate level.
Yeah, because
right?
I remember we did have this one. I remember there was one time where.
Yep.
I think a team they had like about 15-point lead, and then they went 8th place, and then it opened up the door for like three other teams, and they actually lost, and they didn't make it, I think. So could happen again.
There was also the situation, by the way, with CNJ Esports during Phase 2 knockout. I think it was like 5 or 6, the one inside Factory. I don't think you were there for it, but you definitely saw the clip of it, where Pixu accidentally called the Mithril instead of calling back their teammates.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, anything can happen.
I did see that.
Anything can happen in competitive play. That's exactly the reason why Team CJ Esports was not able to progress on forward into the further points of phase number 2. Also, our chance of getting that golden ticket from knockout stage number 1 all the way to finals was also ruined because of that situation. Regardless, they're still here in the finals, doing absurdly well, by the way, with the composition that they've been bolstering. So get all that out the window, forget about it. We just have to look at what is in the present.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, we're finally down to our final game here. We're going to have, I think, a couple bans, right? We think it was the My ban coming in for sure. And actually, I think that might just be it. I don't think there's any
I think so too. Cecilia wasn't banned.
No, Cecilia was not banned.
Was banned for this game, so she's back for the next one. There weren't really that many repeat picks either. Although I did notice, by the way, on the opposite, I guess, topic of repeat picks, Priya really hasn't been picked after what, like game 2, game 3.
Yeah. I think Priya does really well into dive teams and when you're trying to out-sustain your opponent, but I think because of the way these teams are playing and like the team comps are running, I guess Priya isn't really gonna work out as well in these lobbies.
Yeah, we've seen the front line and double backline compositions. That's not dive. There's a couple of exceptions to the dive compositions that do exist in the series, but trying to run Priya specifically for those comps when a lot of the ones that seem to be dominating today are the front line double backline doesn't seem like the most smart composition practice and idea to me either. So I do like the fact that Priya has been strayed away from ever since the beginning of the series, and now we're starting to dive into a bit more of, can I keep my carry safe, right? A lot more focus on the Mai, a lot more focus on the Estelle. Even the Alonzo is gone now because we're not trying to dive the enemy team, we're trying to protect my backline.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I'm very excited to see where this final game ends up going and which 4 teams will have for the season finals here.
Indeed. At this point, with the top 3 being almost guaranteed, top 2 most definitely, the third team very close to being safe. 4th place spot, it's a fight for that one spot. I feel like that's been the way that it's been for the past couple of season finals on day number 1, where we're only fighting for that 4th place team. I'm amazed that that's the way that it is.
I mean, usually you have, one front runner team, you have another team that's close to the front runner team, and then the 3rd place team is kind of in the middle of the pack. I mean, usually it's either just the 4th place spot that's in contention, or like the 3rd and 4th is like kind of like the average, I guess, right? We do obviously have some lobbies where it's like, every spot it's like really, really close, but I think there's usually always like at least one front runner team.
You have to also remember that after game number 1, by the way, almost 6 teams were right along that 17 to 12 point mark. So after that game, I honestly thought this was going to be a much closer series across the board, but then Gyeonggi Innate started stepping up, which was definitely not something I expected with the compositions they've been running today. And then even Highway as well. That's the one that I really wanted to see. Just get their confidence up, play confident as well. They're doing that immaculately today, which is why they're up on the leaderboard. CNG Esports doing what they do best, although not winning games, but definitely making it harder for everyone else to win games, which is the reason why they're also up here as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Gyeonggi Innate's, one of those teams that's has always had a pretty consistent showing, especially on that front to back team comp. So it's no surprise, front to back coming back in the middle once again, and they are, kind of dominating the field here.
After all, it's one of the reasons why if Team Gyeonggi Innate ever does have a slump, it's really impactful, because this is not usually how Team Gyeonggi Innate ends up going through. They'll always be consistent, just like you said, playing exactly like they've been playing today. Very domineering force. When they're playing the front line and the back line, double back line, almost feels impossible to get through that wall. So yeah, you're absolutely correct.
100%.
All right,
And
well,
I think our final game is taking a little bit here, but
yeah, I'm assuming there's
gonna...
another delay for this. Haven't really been giving us any updates on why some of these delays happen as of late, so I'm just going to assume and go out on the stretch here. Maybe there's another PC problem or something of the sort, which is kind of bad because, once again, I'm just going to mention this for people who are here just so that you guys can plan ahead. So we have day 1 today for ERM Season 8 Finals, and then day 2 is not going to be happening tomorrow, but it's going to be happening on Sunday at 1 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, 1 a.m. Eastern. Midnight my time, 1 a.m. Eastern. The reason why is because tomorrow is KEL Finals. So if you guys want to watch that, there's a possibility, if I'm bored and I don't have anything else to do, I might co-stream it. So we'll see if I can get that figured out. Otherwise, maybe you guys can watch one of the Korean sources for it. I'm pretty sure the KR Eternal Return YouTube channel will be streaming it over there as well. So after that's done, then on Sunday, we get day 2 of the finals. That's going to be the whole checkpoint shebang. We get the top 4 teams from regulation, yada, 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 top 4 from here, smash them all together, boom, Apple Pen, like, you know what I mean?
We do also have ERCC finals on
yes.
Saturday.
Yeah, oh my God, they're just shoving everything in here. Wow, yeah. We're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow as well. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I got a pretty busy schedule for this weekend, but I'm definitely excited to be playing my favorite game, Eternal Return.
Maybe if that's the case, because you're playing in ERCC, I gotta like follow up on that fervor, right? Maybe I should be doing the co-stream tomorrow for KEL. I haven't really kept up with it throughout the entire course of the year because, yeah, it's a bit rough. They've also done KEL tournaments in the middle of the weekdays as well. That's also very, very rough on my end. So if we're able to at least get the co-stream going for the finals, hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be a treat to watch, right? It's all of the National League teams. I think it's checkpoint format, but it's also the same format system as ERCC, right? With the 3 comp ban, or it's like every 2 games you have to swap your comp.
No. Okay, better way to say it is a certain character can only be played twice per team.
Yeah, and then it resets after the 6-6 game, I think.
Yep, exactly. Going to be a bit of a chaotic system, but if I do end up co-streaming it tomorrow, then I'll explain a little bit more since we're usually not adapted. We're not more adept to the whole KEL scene over on the North American side of things, but that's A-OK. I'll be there to explain it along the way. But right now, I don't know. What else can we really talk about for what's been happening here today? Maybe some predictions about tomorrow. I actually don't have any graphics on the teams that's going to be playing tomorrow, but maybe I can bring up the graphic they showed us earlier today. So I can bring that up. I have to find it, but... Okay, so there it is. So the teams that we're going to have our top 4 from today fighting tomorrow are going to be Daejeon Auto Arms, DS Guardians, FN Sejong, and Always Incheon. So let's talk for a couple of minutes about those teams. So which one's the one that you're looking super far ahead for? Maybe the one that you're looking ahead, trying to get some things going for.
I mean, I don't think there's any... I think Team Auto Arms are just so much ahead of the rest of the teams. Mm-hmm. At least from what we saw in the first 2 phases, right? They won both of the 2 phases, and it was a dominating win both times. So, I mean, Team Auto Arms. I mean, I'm a big fan of Taeyoung and Sad Hands. So, I mean, those guys just play, I think, some of the cleanest Eternal Return I've ever seen. Mm-hmm.
Probably the best Eternal Return I've ever watched was Daejeon Auto Arms in phase number 2. I said it multiple times, but their group stage performance was... I honestly don't even have a word for it, because I already use Immaculate for really good games, but what they were able to do during phase 2 group stages just transcended that. It was perfect Eternal Return. If it wasn't for maybe, I think it was like Sanhan dying once or twice, they actually would have gone through the entire game deathless as well, with such a dominating performance that I think you're absolutely correct. Daejeon Auto Arms is the team to be looking out for. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the same case for all the teams across the board. DS Guardians, FN Sejong, Always Incheon, and even the teams that are playing right now. That is a team they need to be looking ahead for, because the last time a team was this dominant throughout the entire season was FN Sejong back in like season 2 and 3 when they were like peak FN Sejong with Danana. It has been a long time since the team was able to get first place in both of the phases. So Daejeon Auto Arms has a lot going for them right now.
Yeah, and Auto Arms is one of those teams that is really easy to adapt to the meta, right? Like we saw them in the previous phase for Checkpoint. They even swapped their team comp to what other people were playing with the Sua, Celine, and Kadia for that Checkpoints breakpoint, and they were just beating. They even beat team Evan Sejong at the very end on the exact same team comp, right?
Yeah.
They're just able to just adapt their roster. They're able to adapt with their picks to exactly what they need and just win out, right? We saw in phase 1, they won it on a completely different team comp. I think it was Ekion, Subame, and Adriana, right? They could just play whatever they want and just show such a dominating performance.
Exactly. A lot going for Team Daejeon Auto Arms, but another team that I do want to look at as well is going to be Always Incheon, because this is also a team that definitely shifted their identity throughout the entirety of Season 8, because what ended up happening to Always Incheon this season is one of the more unique styles for a team that has always been so consistent, no matter how bad the situation was. This was the first season we ever saw Always Incheon actually brute forcing double DPS and a support, as a lot of other teams have, but it's just so surprising to me that Always Incheon is the one to bring this out, because we know with this roster, they've always just done Kyungkwae sitting in the front line, mid line going for Luminal or Blaster, and then SEMIFINALS on the back line, no matter how bad the situation was. Even if Shoichi was super bad, even if Tazia was super bad, that is what they always stuck to. But now it's going to be double DPS of Luminal sitting on the Theo, Blaster sitting on the Tazia, with SEMIFINALS supporting in the backline, with maybe Kyungkwae subbing in back and forth. It's a new look for Always Incheon. They looked amazing throughout the course of the season. I wonder if they're going to do it again on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see.
It's a hard
I'm very
comp
excited
to,
though.
Yeah, it's a hard comp to really pilot. Tazia, Theo, as well as did they play? No, they played Lenny and maybe the Johan. What else did SEMIFINALS play other than the Lenny? Because I could have sworn they stuck something. Right, yeah, you're right. They played the Sua as well. Yeah, that's where it becomes a little bit interesting too, because we did see the healing factor. We saw that from Bear earlier, right? A little bit more of the supportish style version of the Sua.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, a lot of things that we could be looking forward to on Sunday, which is going to be a pretty interesting one.
I'm also interested in, how FN Sejong is going to, adapt to everything as well. Because usually they're the ones that makes the team comps, that makes the meta. But I think I actually don't really know which team is the one that's kind of in the kitchen cooking up these team comps that everyone else is swapping towards now.
This is the problem though with FN Sejong. This has probably been one of the worst seasons they've had for quite a while, right? Their performance this season was really shaky. Phase number 1.
And that's kind of crazy to say, because they just made it to day 2, and we're saying it's one of their worst seasons yet,
It goes to show you what the expectations are like for some of these teams. FN Sejong finishing 7th in phase 1 is like catastrophic for that team, which is so weird, because for a lot of other teams we typically say, hey, good job, you made it to the phase finals, hey, good job, you made it to day number 1 of season finals. But for FN Sejong to be like, hey, they made it to day 2, they're 3rd place overall throughout the entire course of this season, but they got that 7th place finish in phase number 1. What a catastrophic season.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy to think about.
It's just so strange. But yeah, they have a lot going for them throughout the season as well. I'm pretty sure with the month and a half they've had off of ERM, obviously they've been playing in KEL, obviously they've also been playing in scrims. We need to see something coming out from these guys. The performance they had in phase number 2 did kind of boost the morale that I had and the belief that I had in this team for season 8 specifically. But it's just, the memory of what ended up happening in phase number 1 still haunts me when it comes to FN Sejong because it's checkpoint. That's the problem.
Remember, they are our defending ERM champions, right?
Yes.
They won season 7,
Yes.
so they're coming back and they're gonna be swinging. I think for the finals.
They better be. We got quite a show that's going to be waiting for us on Sunday, which is also, by the way, this is like probably the worst season for them to have that intermediate break between the 2 days of season finals of ERM because I want to see date number 2. Daejeon Auto Arms has been like the go-to team that I want to watch the entire time. Evan Sejong, we talked about Always Inchan, and also I don't remember. I think I told you about this before, and maybe this is the first time I'm telling chat. Maybe it's not. But this is also the last season that we're going to be seeing G-Work play competitively because he is going to the military after this. So
I know that.
The story of what is to come on Sunday is going to be absolutely insane. Obviously, that is still pending. I'm pretty sure it's locked in at this point for G-Work. I haven't heard anything else about it.
I could see it. G-Work is going to take it home.
That would be the story of a lifetime.
He's going to have his main character arc, and he's going to take it home before he gets sent off.
Yeah, I really wish he does. It would be probably by far the best goodbye present to G-Work if he does end up going, right? Because I know some circumstances could come through. Maybe the calling to the military could get canceled out, but obviously that would be really bad. I really wouldn't wish that would happen because that means something really bad happened to G-Work, but if that is the way that he ends up kind of departing from the professional scene for quite a while, then I couldn't really think of any other way to honor a man that has really contributed so much to the Eternal Return competitive scene over in the Korean side of things.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he's been around since the very beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be sad to see him go, but very excited to see how he performs on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Funny enough, Dushimen is actually another person that had that happen exactly to him. I don't know if you remember. No, you definitely remember. Maybe some people in chat won't be able to remember all the way back in the days, but Dushimen was actually our very first World Invitationals winner for Eternal Return back in like pre-release season 1, 2? Somewhere around there. Oh my goodness, it's been so long.
Season 1, I think.
That was what, Shukai, dual blade Jackie with Rocker's jacket, and then the Adriana.
I didn't realize, was he the Shukai?
No, he was the Jackie, man. He was the.
He was the Jackie. Oh wow, okay.
Just a bit of a Lord Ambanyu. That's the Nunchaku Dailin guy from way back in season 1 and season 0. Remember? I don't know. It was when I made the first shift to dial in from Jackie back in the days. You probably remember it. That's the guy that saved my Eternal Return career. If it wasn't for his Nunchaku build, I probably wouldn't be here today.
Yeah. I mean, they did. I think they were like the best team or the best squad team by far. So
yeah, Team Food Truck, right? Back in the days, it was the Shukai. Dual Blade Jackie and the Adriana just completely ransacked everybody internationally. But guys, it seems like the Korean side did end up sending it to a break, so I guess they're having a little bit of extended problems. Really unfortunate that it's happening on the final game of the day, but it is what it is. We'll go to a break as well. We'll see you guys in a few minutes just for our final game, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with it.
Take care.
몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실을 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 시작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어딜 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
보안 취약점 발견. 탐지 모드 활성화. 경고. 금지 구역.
그날 이후 이 몸은 다시 태어났지. 두려움을 떨어라. 어중이 떠중이들은 끝이다.
무기 시스템 업데이트.
좋아, 가볼까? 한번 피해보시지. 가만히 있어. 멍청하게 두들겨서 만든다. 저리 꺼져. 너를 초월할 수는 없다. 불붙은 내 엔진은 쉽게 꺼지지 않아. 지옥 끝까지 쫓아가주마.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋을 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로군요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실은 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가. 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
보안 취약점 발견. 탐지 모드 활성화. 경고. 금지 구역.
그날 이후 이 몸은 다시 태어났지. 두려움을 떨어라. 어중이 떠중이들은 끝이다.
무기 시스템 업데이트.
좋아, 가볼까? 한번 피해보시지. 가만히 있어. 멍청하게 들겨서 만든다. 저리 꺼져. 나를 초월할 순 없다. 불붙은 내 엔진은 쉽게 꺼지지 않아. 지옥 끝까지 쫓아가주마.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋은 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로군요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실은 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말려 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
보안 취약점 발견. 탐지 모드 활성화. 경고. 금지 구역.
그날 이후 이 몸은 다시 태어났지. 배움을 떨어라. 어중이 떠중이들은 끝이다.
무기 시스템 업데이트.
좋아, 가볼까? 한번 피해보시지. 가만히 있어. 멍청해. 즐겨서 만든다. 저리 꺼져. 나를 초월할 수는 없다. 불붙은 내 엔진은 쉽게 꺼지지 않아. 지옥 끝까지 쫓아가주마.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋은 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로군요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
이상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실은 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니라 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
희귀한 취약점 발견. 탐지 모드 활성화. 경고. 금지 구역.
그날 이후 이 몸은 다시 태어났지. 두려움을 떨어라. 어중이 떠중이들은 끝이다.
무기 시스템 업데이트.
좋아, 가볼까? 한번 피해보시지. 가만히 있어. 멍청하게 즐겨서 만든다. 저리 꺼져. 나를 초월할 수는 없다. 불붙은 내 엔진은 쉽게 꺼지지 않아. 지옥 끝까지 쫓아가주마.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋은 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로 가요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실을 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
보안 취약점 발견. 탐지 모드 활성화. 경고. 금지 구역.
그날 이후 이 몸은 다시 태어났지. 두려움을 떨어라. 어중이 떠중이들은 끝이다.
무기 시스템 업데이트.
좋아, 가볼까? 한번 피해보시지. 가만히 있어. 멍청해. 즐겨서 만든다. 저리 꺼져. 나를 초월할 수는 없다. 불붙은 내 엔진은 쉽게 꺼지지 않아. 지옥 끝까지 쫓아가주마.
전설 밸류도 나쁘진 않았지만
네.
조합의 상성에 한 번, 두 번 휩쓸렸을 때 돌아오는 그 말림 현상을 극복하지 못했습니다.
자, 서커스 지금 아이템 밸류가 너무 낮죠. 사실 교전 지향적으로 흘러갔기 때문에 부활에도 좀 크레딧 썼거든요.
네.
그래서 지금 미르게이밍 이 기회를 놓치고 싶지 않을 겁니다.
그래도 이 정도 밸류면 서로 할만하다라고 얘기할 수는 있을 것 같거든요. 그런데
네, 프리차 돌았고요.
이게 아티팩트 끝나는 타이밍에 이렘의 꼬리치기로 타지아를 한번 노려주려고 했었는데 이게 또 아티팩트가 남아있었던 타이밍에 그냥 이렘의 스킬이 없어져 버렸고
어이구야. 모던 입장에서 이 뜻대로 걸어주지 않을 거거든요.
보이자마자 정말 권 선수가 보여주는 이 펠릭스의 과감한 이니시에이팅 능력과 상대를 이렇게 휘젓는 하는 부족하지만
야, 지금 미르게이밍과 뉴라이즈 강원 한 명씩 살아남아 있고요. 에너지 필드 깔고 들어가 보려고 하는데 권 선수가 좀 건재하다는 게
뒤쪽에 힐쳐!
아이고야. 마이너스
자, 그리고 여기서 페나 선수가 프리아 잡아낸다면 나쁘지 않은데요?
나쁘지 않은데요?
생명력 공도 있지 않나요? 자, 미르게이밍도 다운됐고 이러면 모던 이러면 다음 또 변이 쿨타임까지 돌려진다면
자,
돌려
그래도
신타면인데
잡았어요.
보혜 선수가 정말 노련한 플레이 보여줍니다. 이게
네.
엠마 입장에서 상당히 불편하죠.
그렇습니다. 이게 프리치아 쉴드를 계속해서
팔이 짧다고 봐야 되고 이러면 뭐 펠릭스의 블링크 이제 스킬 3타를 봐야 되는데 자 이런 것도
과감하게 먼저 돌진
자, 근데 각을 벌려줬는데
이러면 구도 자체가 잘 안 나오지 않을까
네,
싶긴
들어오자마자
하거든요.
올가미탄 깔아주면서 딜로 찍어 누르는 플레이.
그리고 사텐 선수의 포지셔닝이 그냥 뭐 타지야 들어올 수 없게끔 완벽한 차단이 이어졌다 보니까요.
그렇죠.
모던 입장에서는 완벽하게 KO 패를 당해버린
네,
이런
타자
상황이
내가
됐습니다.
막고 있어. 너네 본대 싸움 알아서 해 하면은 프리아 알겠어. 프리아 무시하고 그냥 펠릭스 보자. 우리 둘이 때리면 어쩔 건데.
예.
성공했죠. 락스.
자, 이렇게 첫 번째 라운드 생명의 나무를 채집했습니다.
이렇게라도 밸류를 또 올려주는 그리고 이거 걸었는데요. 자 이거 테오도르 쪽.
그래도 살아남긴 했었거든요.
이게 허를 찌르는 플레이가 정말 잘 나왔기도 했고 테오도르가 결국 궁극기를 쏘면 잠깐 멈춰 있잖아요.
이러면은 터미네이터가 나옵니다.
양조웨이즈 한 방에 서로의 이런 스킬 교환이 정말 중요한 타이밍이 됐고
유티나 돕니다. 이게 돌고 있는
도는데요.
게 1타, 2타 장전해놓고 Q 2타와 W로 한 번에 견제하려는 건데
근데 이거 살짝 빗나가긴 했지만 그래도 유의미한 타격을 입혔습니다.
근데 커리가 잘 피해요.
자, 밀어내는 데까지 성공했는데 본대 싸움에서 마이가 너무 아프게 맞았거든요. 상대가 너무 강하죠.
그래도 무빙으로 노드란 선수가 눕지 않았기 때문에
스킬.
네. 저때 만약에 노드란 선수가 누웠으면 구도가 진짜 이상했을 겁니다.
자, 그래서 여기에서 소모값을 봐야 되는데 유스티나는 블링크를 2레벨까지 찍었기 때문에 이거 한 턴 쭉 빠졌다가 다시 싸움 보면은 블링크 있는 유라이즈 강원대 없는 락스거든요.
묵직하게 싸워가지고는 이제 좀 이기기 힘든 구도까지 왔거든요.
자, 이거 올가미탄 빠졌기 때문에 이러면 인세인 선수 들어가다라도 한번 핑퐁할 수 있는 힘이 생겼고요.
그렇죠.
이게 인세인 선수의 캐릭터 마이가 들어간 타이밍. 근데 유스티나가 좀 멀어요. 딜을 해주기엔 좀 어려운 상황.
네, 아이고 그래도 잘 버텼긴 했고요.
그렇죠. 결정타를 날리는 타이밍에 피스메이커 켜졌고.
근데 시간이 없어요. 리우리 시간이 없어요.
3초,
킬
2초,
만들어야 돼요.
1초,
1초 터졌습니다.
못 만들고 결국
인세인 마무리가 됐습니다.
진짜 성장 잘했습니다.
이런 성장세가 이어졌을 때 계속 보여주는 게 또 하이웨이의 매력이었거든요. 걸렸는데요, 이렘.
와, 이게 근데 딱 시야에 안 걸렸네요. 양주회제 위에 망원 카메라가 깔려 있는데 못 봤습니다.
저희도 블링크 써보지만 결국 다운될 것 같은 실.
이러면 이역 혼자 살아남아 있는 상황이고요. 빠지긴 했습니다. 그리고 양조의
이거 각이 좋다 한번 해보자였던 것
공유 눌렀고
같은데
그리고 테오도르가 너무 일자길이에서 잘 스크린 깔고 때려주고 있었죠.
맞아서 다른 팀들 입장에서는 굉장히 환영할 것 같습니다.
이거 피스메이커가 한 번 또 살려주긴 했는데
이런 싸움은
끝나고
가 조금 위험해 보이는데요.
이 결국 피스메이커 이후에 시셀라 궁극기까지 같이 연계가 돼야 좋잖아요. 근데 이제 그런 부분이 좀 나올 수 없는 위치에서 걸렸고
따라가다가
주변에 균열이 있을
이거 모던 근데 진입각 한 번만 제대로 보면 되거든요.
한 번 흘렸고 마이가 커버 좋았고
근데 이러면은 지금 것만 피하면
그리고 이게 또 들어왔을 때 한번 흘려내주는 두 원딜들의 약간 움직임이 너무 좋았거든요.
맞습니다. 근데 뒤쪽으로 위상의 소용돌이 이 자수정의 물결 썼을 때 잘 빠져주긴 했어요.
스톰 체이서 현란한 움직임으로 상대방 손을 쏙 빼놨고 그리고 너무 좋았던 건 권 선수가 정말 좋은 타이밍을 잡고 뒤쪽에 있는 네무리 선수와 스톰 체이서 선수 쪽으로 진입하려고 들어갔었는데 정말 둘이 한 몸처럼 그걸 흘려내주고 펠릭스를 그냥 붕 뜨게 만들어버리니까 이렇게 구도가 망가지는 상황이 나왔습니다.
자, 역으로 한번 다시 한번 노려봅니다.
부시시아를 활용해서 이거를
너무 신났던 게 약간
승전보까지.
자, 이거 그냥 갈고 가자.
자, 승전 받았고요. 이러면 좀 더 상황이 힘들어질 수 있는 하이웨이인데
잡았어요.
이러면 이겼죠.
근데 루미가 먼저다. 하이웨이 좋은 선택입니다.
그렇죠. 이게 또
잡을 수 있어야 돼요.
없으니까요. 잡았어요. 이게 또 이렇게 상당히 있었던 팀이 있었고 이를 잘 캐치해서 하이웨이가 더 좋은 점수를 가져갑니다.
계속 질주 하이웨이 터미네이트 시켰고요.
그리고 뉴라이즈 강원이
근데 인센 선수가 먼저 다운됐어요.
그리고 이게 핑퐁이 됐으면 서커스 입장에서는 서커스 제대로 시작해 볼 수 있겠는데
그리고 뉴라이즈 강원 시간도 없기 때문에
여기서 마무리가 됐습니다.
네, 그래서
는 있지만 밸류가 사실 그렇게까지 올라온 편은 또 아니다 보니까 남아있는 두 팀에 비해서요 이런 부분을 좀 뚫어내려면 정말 극한의 서커스 한번 더 보여줘야 되는데
왜 이렇게 아파요?
이게
잡았어요.
제가 오토바이로 서커스를 보여드리겠습니다 했는데 다음은 고양이로 보여드리겠습니다 였는데 그냥 천막 닫아버렸죠.
근데 양주해지 입장에서는 사실 저렇게 이팔 선수 숨겨놓고 에너지 패드 타이밍에 이팔 선수가 그냥 앞으로 모자 체인지 하더라도 한 명의 딜러 잡아낼 수 있을 딜이 충분히 나올 것 같거든요.
그래서 잡으러 가요. 자, 그래서
자,
뒤쪽에 있는
보여줘야겠죠.
이팔 선수를 확인했기 때문에 저 이게 양옆으로 갈렸는데 이러면 양주웨이드 입장에서 나쁘지 않죠.
맞습니다. 지금 안쪽 몰아넣고 이거는 그냥 팍 들어가서
2대1.
견제해주면 되는
2대1.
거고.
와, 그리고 비둘기 딜러까지 깔끔하게 나딘한테 적중시켜주는 이팔 선수의 현란한 마술.
네, 이거 그냥 치업 차면은 앞으로 들어가면 무조건 잡습니다.
자, 페나도 일어날 확률이 높아져 있는 상황이고요.
이러면 3대1 구도에서 역전의 변수가 전혀 없어지는 양주 웨일즈의 우승이 보입니다.
자, 이렇게 양주 웨일즈 세 번째 라운드
했었고요.
네, 그리고 락스는 지금 크레딧 쓰고 싶거든요. 600 크레딧을 들고 있습니다, 버니스.
근데 지금 누군가가 뭔가 시켜놓고
사태 선수 조금 깊어요.
와,
그래서
이런 거.
이거는 사태 선수
자,
위험할 수 있는데요.
피스메이커 이후에 자, 빙글 걸렸고.
아니, 피스메이커가 왼쪽에
이러면
깔렸고.
락스가 갑자기
대형 사고.
자, 그러면 균열을
오!
가야 양성으로 이렇게까지.
자, 그럼 자, 천천히 압박하는 하이웨이.
아, 구도가 갈렸고 사실상 그냥 거리 살짝만
근데
조절하면서
이거 미러
때리기만
게이밍이
하면
보거든요?
저
아니,
자,
아니 미러
이거는
게이밍 감사합니다.
와.
하이웨이.
미드 게이밍이 이렇게 점수를 많이 가져가는 라운드가 됐다고 하면 지금 7등인데
그렇죠. 그리고 이런 플레이 덕분에 덩달아 이 성남 락스 같은 경우에도 임시한
버텨내야 되는데
이게 미르 게이밍이 아이템 밸류가 나빠요. 그렇기 때문에 락스 입장에서는 굉장히 좋은 기회를 얻은 거고요. 미르 게이밍은 방금에도 교전에서 킬 많이 먹은 거 너무 기분 좋죠.
맞습니다.
와.
이러다가 기회 한번 왔을 때 그냥 뭐 나랑 놀자의 뭐 올가메탄 이런 것만 날라가도 미드 게이밍은 터집니다.
이거 그냥 회복 못하게 저격무기 스킬로 한 대씩만 긁어줘도 굉장히 불편하거든요. 자, 그래도 일단 휴식 잘 취하고 오고 있고요.
그런데 결국 시간이 없기 때문에 들어와야 되고 윌슨의 위치가 너무나도 거슬리는 미드 게이밍일 거예요.
맞습니다. 파고 들어왔는데
이런
거리
것도
유지를 너무 잘했고요.
피해버리는
올가미탄.
성남 락스 이러면 체크 포인트
네, 이거 잡으면 무조건 찍어요.
달성
찍었고요.
피스메이커까지.
완료입니다.
야,
크로노스피어가 좁혀지고 나서 위치를 보고 그 다음에 판단을 하겠다는 거죠. 천천히 지역을 밀고 있어요.
자, 그래서 벌써 블링크로 들어가면서 파고
근데
들었는데
올가미탄.
터져버립니다.
네, 아까부터 펠릭스가 들어오는 타이밍에 올가미탄 진짜 기가 막히게 맞춰주고 있는 향기
맞습니다.
선수거든요.
저 타이밍에 만약에 펠릭스한테 휘둘렸다면 락스 입장에서도 진짜 무너지는
자, 근데?
구도가 나왔을 텐데 그런
피스메이커.
각을 절대 허용하지 않은 락스예요.
자, 그래도 소혜. 이거 다음에 프리차 돌거든요?
잠시만요. 그래도
와, 근데 이
더들
덫을
달아나서 이게.
야,
자, 그리고 이쪽 프레이. 근데 구도 자체가 우민 선수가 딜 잘해주고 있긴 한데 이거 이바 잡기가 굉장히 어려워 보이거든요. 그래도 이혁 선수 옵니다.
근데 이거 구조물 벽을 끼고 이바가 계속 프리딜을 잘 넣어주고 있거든요.
그렇죠.
이바적 거리두기 진짜.
와, 이 우민 선수가 보여주는 이바의 고점 플레이 이렇게 조금씩 아티팩트가 끝난 이후에도 멈출 수밖에 없고 들어와도 대응이 안 되거든요. 자, 하지만 균열로 넘어갔고 여기
자, 뉴라이즈 강원 아이템 밸류가 높은 편이긴 하거든요.
이거 후방 한 방만 맞았고 아스트라버스 일단 부시에다가 던져봤지만 맞진 않았고요. 이러면
오히려.
깊어진
자,
해방 어떻게 맞죠? 해방 에스텔이 막아줍니다.
자, 그 와중에 건 선수가 리우리 선수를 다운시켰어요.
와! 컨!
아니, 이게 딱 이 밖에 살짝 진짜 발톱만 걸쳤는데 그걸 캐치해놓고 잡아줍니다.
이어가고 있고요.
너네 락스야? 아니에요. 저게 아니에요.
근데 이거 잡아낼 것 같죠? 한번 건드렸기 때문에
시간을 채우면 락스 입장에선 나쁘지 않습니다. 자,
시간.
여기서 잡고 시간 채우면 터졌어요 머리. 어이구 1초만 더 빨리 잡았으면.
자, 그래도 락스는 들어가야 돼요.
자, 여기서 그런데 잠시만 이러면
들어왔어요.
2대2 상황.
잠시만요.
나쁘지 않은데요 락스?
나쁘지 않은데요. 지금 뉴라이즈 강원도 반파되어 있는 상황이고요. 하이웨이 시간 부족해서 터지고요.
아이고야. 팀이 없는 상태에서 락스가 좋은 기회를 잡고 여기도 시간 3초, 2초, 1초.
락스 진짜 설마.
또 채우고.
근데 체력이 좀 많이
이건
부족해요.
어려울 것
이건
같아요.
어려워요.
자,
네.
뉴라이즈 강원 침착하게 상대한다면 한 자리를 내주지 않을 수 있습니다. 잡아냈어요.
그렇죠. 근데 뭐 그 과정에서 뭐 서로 뭐 블링크가 빠졌거나 이런 건 아니고 카티아의
와 뭐야?
와 잠시만요. 이러면 여기서 끝나요. 이 교전에서 일단 피스메이커 2번 터지고 자, 이 끝났을 때 잡아내는 거.
여준
잡았고
자 2대2 상황.
자 이거 여준 선수가 해줘야 돼요. 일단 이거 서로 승전보를 받고서 교전해보고 싶을 것 같은데 붉은 폭풍으로 한 턴 피해주면서 리우리 선수 쪽으로 큰 피해 입혔고요.
자 음유
노던의 선수가 앞블링크 쓰면서 뭐 만들어야 됩니다.
카티아가 그래도 사거리가 확실히
네
가지고 있죠.
적용
자, 근데 이거
그리고 모두 해방이요. 모두 해방이요.
뉴라이즈 강원
포인트까지 갈 수 있는데 양주
이것도 근데
좋지 않고요.
결국 들어올 때 갑자기 훅 들어오면서 반격하는 거 이런 거 노리고 있었던 미드 게이밍이거든요.
자, 근데 권 선수가 건재하다는 게 좀 큰 것 같습니다. 이게 결국에는 카티아가 살아남아 있기 때문에 유티나를 잡더라도 이런 식으로 대응할 수 있거든요. 끊어주고.
끊었어요. 이거 시간이 안 돼서 미드 게이밍 터졌습니다.
그러면 그냥 없이
자 저것도 미드 게이밍
최대한 시간을 벌어주기 위한 그런 움직임이었죠.
모던 심상치 않은 상황입니다.
오, 그래 이거
와 라운드 잠시만요. 이러면 그냥 빠져야죠.
아 근데 이거 끊길 수도 있어요.
이거 이러면 했겠지만 프리아는 그럴 능력이 없었거든요.
네, 그래서 이바가 크게 한 건 했습니다. 체크포인트 팀을 제대로 잡아내는데 성공했고요. 자, 그리고 뉴라이즈 강원. 위클라인 팀이기 때문에 더더욱 위험한데 만두 선수 들어오는 거 한번 노려볼 수 있나요? 그러긴 알렉스의 커버가 너무 강하긴 하네요.
알렉스가 진짜 큰일 해주고 있고 안쪽에서 이니시에이팅과 핑퐁 다 해주면서 상대방 그냥 뭐 때리기까지 다 해주고 있습니다.
이게 초월의 맛인가? 알렉스.
그렇죠. 이게 이제는 다들 찾고 있죠.
네.
거의 납치 수준으로.
서커스는 아직 배고프다. 난 체포가 될 거야.
어제 익스클루시브에 이어서
노도나리 맷집이 좋긴 한데
뉴라이즈
잘
강원이
버텼거든요.
잘 때리고는 있고
잘 버텼는데 서커스는 끈질기게 때리네요.
진짜 거의 다 왔습니다. 서커스.
본인들의 힘으로 체크 포인트를 달성해 나가고 있습니다. 자 블링크에 이어서 꼬리 한번 잘 들어갔고 이러면
이거 잡으면
강원은 터미네이트를 당할 수밖에 없겠죠.
그렇죠. 이거 이레미 또 추격. 강로 무빙까지
잡으면 100% 성공.
양양 펀치까지.
자 17점 뚫었습니다. 체크 포인트.
모던이 우승을 못하면 체크 포인트 팀이 엄청 늘어나겠네요.
모던의
그렇죠.
위치가 근데
이거 모던이 서커스를
잡았고요. 이거
강로까지 완벽한 플레이.
강로 타이밍이
너무
좋았어요.
좋았습니다.
양주가
자 양주 오는 거 봤기 때문에 모던도 한 번 잘 빠져주고요.
엠마가 터졌는데요? 아까의 그 금지구역 1초 남았던 거 그게 회복이 안 됐네요.
자 그래서 양주 웨일즈 한 명의 선수를 잃었고 그러면 역으로
이게 정말
그림이 이렇게 되나요?
절호의 찬스였잖아요. 사실 이게 본인들이 불리한 밸류였지만 상대방의 이런 교전에 난입하면서
그래서
찍을 수 있는
이거 모던이 서커스가 잡아내면요. 모던 탈출 각인데요?
그렇죠. 물론 프레이가 남아있지만
아이템 밸류 차이가 너무나 크고 방금 현상금도 많이 먹었기 때문에 여기서 더 올라갈 거거든요.
만두 선수 잡으면은 후에 선수가 500 크레딧을 더 만들어낼 수가 있다 보니까요. 충분히 밸류로 찍어 누를 수 있는 상황이 완성되는 모던입니다.
성남 락스가 아닌
왜 끝내러 왔다. 너네 절대 못 나가.
많이 소모했잖아.
너네 못 나간다.
전술 스킬 없지?
일로 와.
없지. 사실 있거든요.
있어요?
없지. 없잖아. 없다고 말해. 없다고 말해.
없다고 해줘.
없다고 말하라고. 자 그래도 파고드는 제시피 선수.
근데 이거 카티아 체력이 너무 많이 빠졌는데요?
그렇죠.
안쪽에 이거 고립됐고
이러면
잠시만요.
근데 건선수 잡아냈어요. 건선수 잡아냈어요.
교환이 안 되나요?
유선수 파고들었는데
이런 잠시만요.
이바의 힘인가요?
초월 아이템을 많이 받은 생일의 에스텔이라면?
근데 불가능해요. 그래서
이미 체력이
또 설답이 고독한 싸움. 프레이가 이걸 해내나요? 해냈어요.
어쨌든 두 체크 포인트 팀 입장에서도 여기 3명 대팀에서 지금 생교전이 나오게 됐고 자 이렘 살아나기 전에 다운되면 브레이크 걸리고요. 브레이크 들어갔습니다. 이거 굉장히 크죠 서커스.
그렇죠. 그리고 여기에는 테오도르의 힘 바탕으로 해서 양주웨이즈가 한번 앞으로 밀고 있는데
맞습니다.
이 싸움 지면은 터미네이트입니다.
뒤쪽에 힐링 스프레이도 있었고 그러다 보니까 양주웨이즈가 확실히 좋은 구도로 밀어내는데 성공을 했는데요.
그래도 회복해주고 버텨주면서 먼저 부활하는 팀이 운석 싸움을 오게 될 것 같은데 아래는
이거-
성남락스도 오거든요.
자, 너무 오래 싸우고
성남락스가
있어요.
오거든요.
이거 락스가 그리고 3면을 둘러싸고 있기 때문에 이거 터미네이트 당할 수 있겠는데요?
자 일단 모던
자,
리오 1초
리오가-
남았습니다. 리오 1초 남았습니다.
모던이 터졌어요.
양조엘즈는 일단 엠마가 부활해서 성공했고요.
아니 근데
모던이
97.5점의 모던이
딱 100점 찍고 탈락.
아, 자 일단 굉장히
양주도 이거 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요.
오,
예,
양조엘즈
고정 타격이.
공포탄까지? 이거 잠시만요.
잠시만요.
어머! 아!
예, 금주구역 시간 10초.
자 나랑 놀자. 잘 맞춰줬고요.
아 근데 결국 이거 맞았다고 해서 막 들어가서
와!
피스메이커 누르면
자 피스메이커.
자 이거 이제 공포탄! 우와! 공포탄!
공포탄.
뻥!
와 공포탄.
근데 저건 자연재해거든요.
가운데 꼈어요 하이웨이.
와, 또 타이밍에 딱 시절락 궁극기도 떨어져서
네.
자 근데 이러면은 뉴라이트 강원 시간 많이 부족해서 나가야 되고요.
네, 그럼 바깥쪽에서
교전을
무조건
하겠죠.
끝내야 돼요. 무조건
팀이기 때문에
자, 이 싸움 너무 중요한데 이거를 프레이가 가만히 두진 않습니다.
예,
네.
구경만 하지 않아요.
옆에서 시원하게
저 이러면
긁어주는데요.
프레이 체크포인트 찍죠.
찍는 게 문제가 아니라 이번 라운드에 졸업 아무도 못 시키겠다라는 의지가 보이는데요.
그렇습니다. 제 눈에도 9라운드가 보이는데요. 미르 게이밍이 위쪽 교전 잡아내고 있습니다. 아 근데 원업. 자 그래도 일단은
잠시만요. 비체크 포인트 팀이 최종 생존을 최종 안전지대 싸움을 가면
네.
당연히 9라운드가 보일 수밖에 없잖아요.
아니 잠깐만 미르도
아야가 앞쪽에서 계속 견제해주는 상황에서 나랑 놀자만 안 맞으면 되거든요.
루빙턴도 있고 루빙 리로드도 있고 또 이제 블링크도 있기 때문에 어지간하면 잘 안.
자 들어오는 턴.
와 잠시만요. 미르 게임이
미르 이러면 찍었어요.
찍겠는데요?
그렇죠.
자 이바가 힘을 발휘해주고 있지만
와, 이렇게 아야의 승리 모션은
네
다음 시즌으로 날아갔습니다. 내려가는 것도 내려갔을 때 양옆이 다 금지구역이기 때문에 선택 잘해야 되고요.
자 다시 한번 들어갔는데 이게 타지아가 힘쓰기가 너무 힘들어. 그래도 이슈트반이 안쪽으로 들어가면서 이렇게 만들어냈고요.
그렇죠. 이거 그리고 승전보가 곧 들어올 것 같아서 버텨지나 했는데 일단 타지안 터졌고요. 자 이거 이슈트반이 이렘 마무리 충분히 가능할 것 같고 자
와,
이거까지도
이거
2초 걸렸나요?
진짠가요?
다 잡는데 2초도 안 걸린 것 같은데.
자 그리고 락스 떨어지자마자 교전. 근데 상대가 바로 이바가 보였기 때문에 좋은 흐름으로 가져갑니다.
자 우리 향기 선수가 그래도 좋은 구도로
갑자기 지금 밀어야 돼요. 커리 선수가 밀어줘야 돼요.
해야 돼요. 근데 이거 이바 조심해야 되거든요. 체력이 없기 때문에 원거리 딜러들 입장에서 체력이 없는데 이바랑 맞대기 어려울 수 있어서.
네 그리고 캐더크 2타 블링크로 피해주면서 사태 선수 시간 벌었는데
자, 이러면
이바의 패시브가
나는 먼 거리에서 황소의
황소에는 잘 피했어요.
그 이런 유티나가 막아줘야죠.
자,
유티나가.
근데 유티나는 이미 이 향기 선수 살리면서 2대2 싸움 구도를 봅니다. 본대 싸움 이겨야 돼요 이러면.
자 이러면 잠시만요. 피올로를 살리는 게 과연 이득이었을지를 따져보면
자 근데 피올로가 해주면
해주기가 많이 어려울 것. 템이 왜냐면 안 좋잖아요.
그렇죠.
락스 결국 여기까지인가요? 하이웨이가 살아남습니다.
자 여기도 근데 양주가 좋은 구도로 교전 걸었는데요.
그렇죠. 그리고 와 이거는
진짜 양조엘즈.
잠시만.
와 그리고 방금 이팔 선수의 변이 보셨나요? 정말 거의 뭐 상대를 다 토끼로 만들어버린.
자 왔습니다. 진짜 10라운드가 보입니다.
진짜. 네 결국 크로노스피어가 다시 한번 하이웨이 쪽으로 가게 됐거든요. 직선 상황이 됐어요.
자, 그래도 구조물을 끼고 아까처럼 이런 건물 안쪽에서 이바가 VF 방출을 할 수 있는 상황은 아니다 보니까 자, 충분히 양주 웨이즈 입장에서도 기회 한번 잡으면 그리고 이렇게 구석진 곳으로 몰렸을 때 한 번 침투되면 이바 입장에선 도망가기 어려울 수 있거든요. 이런 거. 녹였어요.
하이웨이.
자 그러면 할 수 있나요? 하이웨이.
결국 가나요?
하이웨이가 먼저 찍을 것 같은데요. 이렇게.
굉장히 냉정하고 침착하게 하이웨이가 LCQ 가장 먼
걸렸어요. 그러면은 꽤나 어려워질 수 있습니다. 자, 그래서 천천히 금지구역 소모하더라도 최대한 시야 체크 잘해주고
걸었습니다. 자 앞라인부터 겁나 뒤쪽에
자,
오는데
향기 제대로
피올로가 향기가 이러면 원거리들로 딜 어떻게 하죠?
리우리 선수도 다운될 것 같고요.
락스가
크게 도망가고 있는 인세인입니다. 하늘날이 타기 전에 잡혔고요.
이러면 알론소 혼자서 3명 잡으면 2차로 보내드려야죠.
예, 결국엔 돌고 돌아 성남 락스가
많이 뜨거울 텐데 떨어지는 게 좋은 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로 가요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운 축제였어. 운명의 붉은 실은 쉽게 끊을 수 없어. 가자. 너와 나의 영원한 축제로. 내가 느끼는 기분을 너도 느꼈으면 좋겠어. 지금을 영원히 기억하자.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니라 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허튼 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 고리 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어다니. 안에 들어. 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
보안 취약점 발견. 탐지 모드 활성화. 경고. 금지 구역.
그날 이후 이 몸은 다시 태어났지. 두려움을 떨어라. 어중이 떠중이들은 끝이다.
무기 시스템 업데이트.
좋아, 가볼까? 한번 피해보시지. 가만히 있어. 멍청하게 두들겨서 만든다. 저리 꺼져. 나를 초월할 수는 없다. 불붙은 내 엔진은 쉽게 꺼지지 않아. 지옥 끝까지 쫓아가주마.
전설 밸류도 나쁘진 않았지만
네.
조합의 상성에 한 번, 두 번 휩쓸렸을 때 돌아오는 그 말림 현상을 극복하지 못했습니다.
자, 서커스 지금 아이템 밸류가 너무 낮죠. 사실 교전 지향적으로 흘러갔기 때문에 부활에도 좀 크레딧 썼거든요.
네.
그래서 지금 미르게이밍 이 기회를 놓치고 싶지 않을 겁니다.
그래도 이 정도 밸류면 서로 할만하다라고 얘기할 수는 있을 것 같거든요. 그런데
네, 프리치아 돌았고요.
이게 아티팩트 끝나는 타이밍에 이렘의 꼬리치기로 타지아를 한번 노려주려고 했었는데 이게 또 아티팩트가 남아있었던 타이밍에 그냥 이렘의 스킬이 없어져 버렸고
어이구야.
모던 입장에서 이 뜻대로 걸어주지 않을 거거든요.
그래서 보이자마자 정말
야.
권 선수가 보여주는 이 펠릭스의 과감한 이니시에이팅 능력과 상대를 이렇게 휘젓는 하는 부족하지만
야, 지금 미르게이밍과 뉴라이즈 강원 한 명씩 살아남아 있고요.
에너지 필드 깔고 들어가 보려고 하는데 권 선수가 좀 건재하다는 게
뒤쪽에 힐쳐!
마이너스 점프.
자, 그리고 여기서 테나 선수가 프리아 잡아낸다면 나쁘지 않은데요?
나쁘지 않은데요?
생명력 공도 있지 않나요?
자,
프리치아가.
미르게이밍도 다운됐고 이러면 모던
이러면 다음 또 변이 쿨타임까지 돌려진다면?
자, 그래도
돌려진다면인데
잡았어요.
보에 선수가 정말 노련한 플레이 보여줍니다. 이게
네.
엠마 입장에서 굉장히 불편하죠.
그렇습니다. 이게 프리치아 쉴드를 계속
팔이 짧다고 봐야 되고 이러면 뭐 펠릭스의 블링크 이제 스킬 3타를 봐야 되는데 자, 이런 것도
과감하게 먼저 돌진
근데
건.
각을 벌려준데
이러면 구도 자체가 잘 안 나오지 않을까 싶긴
들어오자마자
하거든요.
올가미탄 깔아주면서 딜로 찍어 누르는 플레이.
그리고 사텐 선수의 포지셔닝이 그냥 뭐 타지아 들어올 수 없게끔 완벽한 차단이 이어졌다 보니까요.
그렇죠.
모던 입장에서는 완벽하게 KO패를 당해버린
네,
이런
타자
상황이
내가
됐습니다.
막고 있어. 너네 본대 싸움 알아서 해 하면은 프리아 알겠어. 프리아 무시하고 그냥 펠릭스 보자. 우리 둘이 때리면 어쩔 건데.
예.
성공했죠. 락스.
자, 이렇게 첫 번째 라운드 생명의 나무를 채집했습니다.
이렇게라도 밸류를 또 올려주는 모습이고 이거 걸었는데요. 자, 이거 테오도르 쪽.
그래도 살아남긴 했었거든요.
이게 허를 찌르는 플레이가 정말 잘 나왔기도 했고 테오도르가 결국 궁극기를 쏘면 잠깐 멈춰 있잖아요.
이러면은 터미네이터가 나옵니다.
양주웨이즈 한 방에 서로 이런 스킬 교환이 정말 중요한 타이밍이 됐고
유치나 돕니다. 이게
크게
돌고 있는 게
도는데요.
1타, 2타 장전해놓고 Q 2타와 W로 한 번에 견제하려는 건데.
근데 이거 살짝 빗나가긴 했지만 그래도 유의미한 타격을 입혔습니다.
근데 커리가 잘 피해요.
자, 밀어내는 데까지 성공했는데 본대 싸움에서 마이가 너무 아프게 맞았거든요. 상대가 너무 강하죠.
그래도 무빙으로 노드라 선수가 눕지 않았기 때문에
스킬.
네. 저때 만약에 노드라 선수가 누웠으면 구도가 진짜 이상했을 겁니다.
자, 그래서 여기에서 소모값을 봐야 되는데 유스티나는 블링크를 2레벨까지 찍었기 때문에 이거 한턴 쭉 빠졌다가 다시 싸움 보면은 블링크 있는 유라이즈 강원대 없는 락스거든요.
그렇죠. 묵직하게 싸워가지고는 이제 좀 이기기 힘든 구도까지 왔거든요.
자, 이거 올가미탄 빠졌기 때문에 이러면 인세인 선수 들어가더라도 한번 핑퐁할 수 있는 힘이 생겼고요.
그렇죠.
이게 인세인 선수의 캐릭터. 마이가 들어간 타이밍. 근데 유스티나가 좀 멀어요. 딜을 해주기엔 좀 어려운 상황.
네. 아이고, 그래도 잘 버텼긴 했고요.
그렇죠. 결정타를 날리는 타이밍에 피스메이커 켜졌고.
근데 시간이 없어요. 리우리 시간이 없어요.
3초,
킬
2초,
만들어야
1초.
1초 터졌습니다.
못 만들고 결국
인세인
마무리가 됐습니다.
진짜 성장 잘했습니다.
이런 성장세가 이어졌을 때 계속 보여주는 게 또 하이웨이의 매력이었거든요. 걸렸는데요, 이렘.
와, 이게 근데 딱 시야에 안 걸렸네요. 양주해제 위에 망원 카메라가 깔려 있는데 못 봤습니다.
그래도 블링크 써보지만 결국 다운될 것 같은 실.
이러면 이역 혼자 살아남아 있는 상황이고요. 빠지긴 했습니다. 그리고 양주에
이거 각이 좋다 한번 해보자 였던 것
공유
같은데.
눌렀고 그리고 테오도르가 너무 일자길이에서 잘 스크린 깔고 때려주고 있었죠.
그래서 다른 팀들 입장에서는 굉장히 환영할 것 같습니다.
이거 피스메이커가 한 번 또 살려주긴 했는데
이런 싸움은
끝나고
가 조금 위험해 보이는데요.
이 결국 피스메이커 이후에 시들락 궁극기까지 같이 연계가 돼야 좋잖아요. 근데 이제 그런 부분이 좀 나올 수 없는 위치에서 걸렸고
저것은 따라가다가
주변에 균열이 있을.
이거 모던 근데 진입각 한 번만 제대로 보면 되거든요.
한 번 흘렸고 마이가 커버 좋았고.
근데 이러면은 지금 것만 피하면.
그리고 이게 또 들어왔을 때 한번 흘려내주는 두 원딜들의 약간 움직임이 너무 좋았거든요.
맞습니다. 근데 뒤쪽으로 위상의 소용돌이 이 자수정의 물결 썼을 때 잘 빠져주긴 했어요.
스톰체이서 현란한 움직임으로 상대방의 혼을 쏙 빼놨고, 그리고 너무 좋았던 건 건 선수가 정말 좋은 타이밍을 잡고 뒤쪽에 있는 네모리 선수와 스톰체이서 선수 쪽으로 진입하려고 들어갔었는데 정말 둘이 한 몸처럼 그걸 흘려내주고 펠리스를 그냥 붕 뜨게 만들어버리니까 이렇게 구도가 망가지는 상황이 나왔습니다.
자, 역으로 한번 다시 한번 노려봅니다.
부시시아를 활용해서 이거를
너무 신났던 게 약간
승전보까지.
자, 이거 그냥 갈고 가자.
자, 승전 받았고요. 이러면 좀 더 상황이 힘들어질 수 있는 하이웨이인데
잡았어요.
이러면 이겼죠.
근데 루미가 먼저다. 하이웨이 좋은 선택입니다.
그렇죠. 이게 또
잡을 수 있어야 돼요.
없으니까요. 잡았어요. 이게 또 이렇게 성당에 있었던 팀이 있었고 이를 잘 캐치해서 하이웨이가 더 좋은 점수를 가져갑니다.
계속 질주 하이웨이 터미네이트 시켰고요.
그리고 듀라이즈 강원이
근데 인세인 선수가 먼저 다운됐어요.
그리고 이게 핑퐁이 됐으면 서커스 입장에서는 서커스 제대로 시작해 볼 수 있겠는데.
그리고 듀라이즈 강원 시간도 없기 때문에
여기서 마무리가 됐습니다.
네, 그래서
는 있지만 밸류가 사실 그렇게까지 올라온 편은 또 아니다 보니까 남아있는 두 팀에 비해서요, 이런 부분을 좀 뚫어내려면 정말 극한의 서커스 한번 더 보여줘야 되는데
왜 이렇게 아파요?
이게
잡았어요.
제가 오토바이로 서커스를 보여드리겠습니다 했는데 다음은 고양이로 보여드리겠습니다 였는데 천막 닫아버렸죠.
근데 양주해지 입장에서는 사실 저렇게 이팔 선수 숨겨놓고 에너지 필드 타이밍에 이팔 선수가 그냥 앞으로 모자 체인지 하더라도 한 명의 딜로 잡아낼 수 있을 딜이 충분히 나올 것 같거든요. 그래서
잡으러 가요.
자, 그래서 뒤쪽에 있는 이팔 선수 확인했기 때문에 이게 양옆으로 갈렸는데 이러면 양주웨이즈 입장에서 나쁘지 않죠.
맞습니다. 지금 안쪽 몰아넣고 이거는 그냥 팍 들어가서 견제해주면 되는 거고.
그리고 비둘기 딜러까지 깔끔하게 나딘한테 적중시켜주는 이팔 선수의 현란한 마술.
네, 이거 그냥 치업 차면은 앞으로 들어가면 무조건 잡습니다.
자, 페나도 일어날 확률이 높아져 있는 상황이고요.
이러면 3대1 구도에서 역전의 변수가 전혀 없어지는 양주 웨일즈의 우승이 보입니다.
자, 이렇게 양주 웨일즈 세 번째 라운드
최했었고요.
네, 그리고 락스는 지금 크레딧 쓰고 싶거든요. 600 크레딧 들고 있습니다, 버니스.
근데 지금 누군가가 뭔가 시켜놓고
사태 선수 조금 깊어요.
그리고
이거는 사태 선수 위험할 수 있는데요. 피스메이커
이후에 자, 빙가 걸렸고
피스메이커가 왼쪽에 깔렸고
락스가
갑자기 대형 사고.
자, 그러면 균열 가야 되는데 양손 모르겠기까지.
자, 천천히 압박하는 하이웨이.
아 구도가 갈렸고 사실상 그냥 거리 살짝만
근데
조절하면서
이거 미드
때리기만
게이밍이
하면
보거든요?
저
아니
자
아니 미드
이거는
게이밍 감사합니다 감사합니다.
와.
하이웨이
미드 게이밍이 이렇게 점수를 많이 가져가는 라운드가 됐다고 하면 지금 7등인데
그렇죠. 그리고 이런 플레이 덕분에 덩달아 이 성남 락스 같은 경우에도 임시한
버텨내야 되는데
이게 미르 게이밍이 아이템 밸류가 나빠요. 그렇기 때문에 락스 입장에서는 굉장히 좋은 기회를 얻은 거고요. 미르 게이밍은 방금의 그 교전에서 킬 많이 먹은 거 너무 기분 좋죠.
맞습니다.
와.
이러다가 기회 한번 왔을 때 그냥 뭐 나랑 놀자의 뭐 올가메탄 이런 것만 날라가도 미르 게이밍은 터집니다.
이거 그냥 회복 못하게 저격무기 스킬로 한 대씩만 긁어줘도 굉장히 불편하거든요. 자 그래도 일단 휴식 잘 취하고 오고 있고요.
그런데 결국 시간이 없기 때문에 들어와야 되고 윌슨의 위치가 너무나도 거슬리는 미르 게이밍일 거예요.
맞습니다. 파고 들어왔는데
이런
거리
것도
유지를 너무 잘했고요.
피해버리는
올가미탄.
성남 락스 이러면 체크 포인트
이거 잡으면 무조건 찍어요.
달성
찍었고요.
완료입니다.
야.
크로노스피어가 좁혀지고 나서 위치를 보고 그 다음에 판단을 하겠다는 거죠. 천천히 지역을 밀고 있어요.
자 그래서 벌써 블링크로 들어가면서 파고 들었는데 터져버립니다.
네, 아까부터 펠릭스가 들어오는 타이밍에 올가미탄 진짜 기가 막히게 맞춰주고 있는 향기 선수거든요.
저 타이밍에 만약에 펠릭스한테 휘둘렸다면 락스 입장에서도 진짜 무너지는 구도가 나왔을 텐데 그런 각을 절대 허용하지 않은 락스예요.
자, 그래도 소혜 이거 다음에 프리차 돌거든요?
잠시만요. 그래도
와 근데 이
덫을 달아놔서 이게
야. 자 그리고 이쪽 프레이 근데 구도 자체가 루민 선수가 딜 잘해주고 있긴 한데 이거 이바 잡기가 굉장히 어려워 보이거든요. 그래도 이혁 선수 옵니다.
근데 이거 구조물 벽을 끼고 이바가 계속 프리드를 잘 넣어주고 있거든요.
그렇죠.
이바적 거리두기 진짜.
이 우민 선수가 보여주는 이바의 고점 플레이 이렇게 조금씩 아티팩트가 끝난 이후에도 멈출 수밖에 없고 들어와도 대응이 안 되거든요. 자, 하지만 균열로 넘어갔고 여기
자 뉴라이즈 강원 아이템 밸류가 높은 편이긴 하거든요.
이거 후방 한 방만 맞았고 아스트라버스 일단 부시에다가 던져봤지만 맞진 않았고요. 이러면
오히려.
깊어진 해방 어떻게 맞죠? 해방 에스텔이 막아줍니다.
자 그 와중에 건 선수가 리우리 선수를 다운 시켰어요. 와!
컨!
아니 이게 딱 끝나 이 밖에 살짝 진짜 발톱만 걸쳤는데 그걸 캐치해놓고 잡아줍니다.
이어가고 있고요.
너네 락스야? 아니에요. 저게 아니에요.
근데 이거 잡아낼 것 같죠? 한번 건드렸기 때문에
시간을 채우면 락스 입장에선 나쁘지 않습니다. 자,
시간.
여기서 잡고 시간 채우면 터졌어요 머리. 어이구 1초만 더 빨리 잡았으면.
자 그래도 락스는 들어가야 돼요.
자 여기도 그런데 잠시만 이러면
들어왔어요.
2대2 상황.
잠시만요.
나쁘지 않은데요 락스?
나쁘지 않은데요. 지금 뉴라이즈 강원도 반파되어 있는 상황이고요. 하이웨이 시간 부족해서 터지고요.
아이고야. 팀이 없는 상태에서 락스가 좋은 기회를 잡고 여기도 시간 3초 2초 1초
락스 진짜 설마.
또 채우고.
근데 체력이 좀 많이 부족해요.
이건 어려울 것
이거는
같아요.
어려워요.
자
네.
뉴라이즈 강원 침착하게 상대한다면 한 자리를 내주지 않을 수 있습니다. 잡아냈어요.
그렇죠. 근데 뭐 그 과정에서 뭐 서로 뭐 블링크가 빠졌거나 이런 건 아니고 카티아의
와 뭐야?
와 잠시만요. 이러면 여기서 끝나요. 이 교전에서 일단 피스맨크 2번 터지고 자, 이 끝났을 때 잡아내는 거.
여준
잡았고
자 2대2 상황.
자 이거 여준 선수가 해줘야 돼요. 일단 이거 서로 승전보를 받고서 교전해보고 싶을 것 같은데 붉은 폭풍을 한 턴 피해주면서 리우리 선수 쪽으로 큰 피해 입혔고요.
음유.
노던el 선수가 앞블링크 쓰면서 뭐 만들어야 됩니다.
카티아가 그래도 사거리가 확실히 가지고 있죠.
적용
자, 근데 이거
그리고 모두 해방이요. 모두 해방이요.
뉴라이즈 강원
포인트까지 갈 수 있는데 양조
이것도 근데
좋지 않고요.
결국 들어올 때 갑자기 훅 들어오면서 반격하는 거 이런 거 노리고 있었던 미드 게이밍이거든요.
자, 근데 권 선수가 건재하다는 게 좀 큰 것 같습니다. 이게 결국에는 카티아가 살아남아 있기 때문에 유티날 잡더라도 이런 식으로 대응할 수 있거든요. 끊어주고.
끊었어요. 이거 시간이 안 돼서 미드 게이밍 터졌습니다.
그러면 그냥 없이
자 저것도 미드
최대한 시간을 벌어주기 위한 그런 움직임이었죠.
모던 심상치 않은 상황입니다.
그래 이거
와 락스 잠시만요. 이러면 그냥 빠져야죠.
아 근데 이거 끊길 수도 있어요.
아 이거 이러면 했겠지만 프리아는 그럴 능력이 없었거든요.
네, 그래서 이바가 크게 한 건 했습니다. 체크포인트 팀을 제대로 잡아내는데 성공했고요. 자, 그리고 뉴라이즈 강원. 아, 위클라인 팀이기 때문에 더더욱 위험한데 만두 선수 들어오는 거 한번 노려볼 수 있나요? 그러긴 알렉스의 커버 너무 강하긴 하네요.
알렉스가 진짜 큰일 해주고 있고 안쪽에서 이니시에이팅과 핑퐁 다 해주면서 상대방 그냥 뭐 때리기까지 다 해주고 있습니다.
이게 초월의 맛인가? 알렉스.
그렇죠. 이게 이제는 다들 찾고 있죠.
네.
와, 거의 납치 수준으로.
서커스는 아직 배고프다.
예.
난 체포가 될 거야.
그래도 익스클루시브에 이어서
모더날이 맷집이 좋긴 한데
뉴라이즈
잘
강원이
버텼거든요.
잘 때리고는 있고
잘 버텼는데 서커스는 끈질기게 때리네요.
예. 진짜 거의 다 왔습니다, 서커스.
본인들의 힘으로 체크포인트를 달성해 나가고 있습니다. 자, 블링크에 이어서 골이 한번 잘 들어갔고 이러면
이거 잡으면
뉴라이즈 강원은 터미네이트를 당할 수밖에 없겠죠.
그렇죠. 이거 이레미 또 추격이 와 강로 무빙까지
잡으면 100% 성공!
양양 펀치까지.
자, 17점 뚫었습니다, 체크포인트.
모던이 우승을 못하면 체크포인트 팀이 엄청 늘어나겠네요.
모던의
그렇죠.
위치가 근데
이거 모던이 서커스를
오, 잡았고요. 이거
소에서
와
살아야
방금까지
되는데
완벽한 플레이.
강로 타이밍이
야,
너무
기술을 꽂습니다. 양주에
양주가
자 양주 오는 거 봤기 때문에 모던도 한번 잘 빠져주고요.
엠마가 터졌는데요?
그 엠마-
아까의 그 금지구역 1초 남았던 거 그게 회복이 안 됐네요.
자 그래서 양조엘즈 한 명의 선수를 잃었고 그러면 역으로 싸움이 됩니다.
와 이게
아니,
정말
그림이 이렇게 되나요?
절호의 찬스였잖아요. 사실 이게 본인들이 불리한 밸류였지만 상대방의 이런 교전에 난입하면서
자 그래서
찍을 수 있는
이거 모던이 서커스가 잡아내면요.
네
모던 탈출 각인데요?
그렇죠. 물론
LC를
프레이가
탈출하는-
남아있지만
네 아이템 밸류 차이가 너무나 크고 방금 현상금도 많이 먹었기 때문에 여기서 더 올라갈 거거든요.
네 만두 선수 잡으면은 후에 선수가 500 크레딧을 더 만들어낼 수가 있다 보니까요 충분히 밸류로 찍어 누를 수 있는 상황이 완성되는 모던입니다.
성남 락스가 아닌
왜 끝내러 왔다.
네.
너네 절대 못 나가.
많이 소모했잖아.
너네 못
너네 전술
나간다.
스킬 없지?
일로 와.
없지? 사실 있거든요.
있어요?
없지? 없잖아. 없다고 말해. 없다고 말해.
없다고 해줘.
없다고 말해.
Yay, we're back, everybody. Woo! Oh my goodness, it has been over an hour. So thank you all for being so patient with us here today. We really appreciate it. We really didn't have any idea what was going on either, but I did get confirmation that it was indeed a server issue. Apparently, one of the service providers that they use over there for the venue was down, so that means ping's unstable, game's just not working. They just want to make sure that competitive integrity is there, hence the long break. Now, I'm not sure if I would completely agree with it, but it is what it is. That's why we are back now. Hopefully, now we can get back into game number 6, because that's the last game of today. Super. It has been over an hour since the last couple of games. Let's try to kind of get back into the vibe.
Yeah, I mean, not much we can really do, but come back and cast some fantastic Eternal Return, and it is going to be clear weather for you guys here, looks like, for the final game here, and you're going to have to see what these teams are going to be picking for the final game here. It has been a grueling 1 hour wait, but these teams are going to be here to close it out now.
Some of you guys in chat will still remember the day. This is not even the longest tech pause that we've had for Eternal Return, but it's getting close. We couldn't beat that record just yet. But here it is, folks, the final game of the night. Hopefully everybody is going to have no problems loading into this. Team Insider is going to be going on towards that triple DPS slot composition. Although, again, as I mentioned at the beginning of stream today, it is kind of unfair because Priya is like that mixed hybrid of DPS and a support. That is what they'll stick on. But Shadow Golden Light, Dozy on the Nikki, and Juno on the Adela.
Yeah, I didn't even know, but the Nadine was banned out as well from team number 5.
You're absolutely correct. That means no Nadine going into our final game, which is actually really crucial, right? Because a lot of teams were heavily relying on that Nadine. If those of you guys in chat even remember at this point, a lot of Nadines were heavily relied upon for DPS towards the middle to the end of the game. So I think this is going to be a massive ban. We can definitely see it in the character picks. Some very unconventional compositions coming out for these guys. I hope it's okay for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does end up, swapping some of these team comps. But I think from what we've seen, relatively speaking, most of them are going to be the same from what they have picked in one of the previous games here.
Indeed. Here we go, folks. For the final time tonight, after a long and grueling wait, we zoom in onto the hockey puck to begin our final game of the night. Round 6 is now underway, and after these banners are done, we will take a look and give you guys a little bit of a reminder of what's been happening here throughout the course of tonight. If you guys are just joining us for game number 6,
There's a cheers. You can hear it. The crowd is excited to finally be here for our final game. And it looks like there's a good pull there. Zeojin trying to look for some damage onto the Scylla, but not going to be able to find anything there.
Nothing too crazy. I think it's even way too early at this point. Right? We've seen quite a lot of teams playing very aggressive early on, but about 20 to 30 seconds into the game is a little too quick. Okay, so let's take a look at the leaderboard right now while everybody starts looking for kills, and for good reason as well. Look at that middle of the pack at the moment. Remember, today it's 6 games. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So there's going to be a 4.5 point difference between 4th and 7th place. So it's going to be up to these teams here that, I mean, it's really open for any of these teams to make it into that top 4 spot.
Yep, it's the reason why everybody's playing so aggressive. Even Nemery trying to blink away from this so that they can keep their lives intact, maybe stay alive for a little bit longer, get those animals going, because that snowball potential is going to be absolutely massive. CNG Esports does end up losing out on 2 somehow. The turnaround is there. Team Highway making a complete fool of Team CNG Esports. There's a break on in, 3-0 in favor of Team Highway.
Yeah, very nicely played by the side Team Highway, but I don't even think it's needed, at this point for them to, get to these kills. They've basically already secured themselves a nice spot into the finals, but still, probably wanting to end on a win here. Juno gonna jump on forward. There is gonna be able to kill onto the Scylla, but looks like Busan Vespa is gonna be able to respond in kind with that William. Gonna be able to kill that Submarine there from the side of Team Gagi Nates.
Considering that we were on a very extended break, same thing goes for these players as well, right? I'm pretty sure as a player yourself in competitive, but sometimes like the engine that keeps you going is the hype from the previous couple of games. So the fact that we had that long of a break has definitely have some kind of impact on these players as well. But the fact that we're bringing out a character like that William, despite all of that, Min is playing with fire. Despite that, he will get taken down. Golden Light doing quite a lot of damage to the members of Busan Vespa inside of Hospital. Can Rosner take down at least one more member? Can he trade? No. Absolutely not. And there's the break as well. Busan Vespa are going to get the extended death timer. That means that Cecilia is going to be dead for quite a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, still not too bad of a start for Busan Vespa, right? They're on 3 kills already, 1.5 points, and they are one of the teams that need as many points as possible. They're sitting on that 5th place spot here, so gonna have to see how many points they can get. Phalanx is gonna get ran down here. CNG Esports is grouped up to kill this Ekion. The Yan is chilling in the bush here. I think probably tried waiting for Cadmus to walk down, but Cadmus is just gonna be taking the other side on the red side here to get themselves on to safety. But KCW is going to be here to intercept it. Now Ekion is in exuviation. The dashes are going to be a lot shorter. I don't think they'll be able to get away. And yeah, Bobo is going to be there as well to intercept. But the speed gate, no, yeah, they will end up. They will be going down there to the side of Team CG Esports, and it looks like Youngman is caught as well. Wait a second. No, it's not going to be enough. Great offense coming out from the Yan.
That was really good reactions, by the way, from KCW, because he got tagged with the yellow-red. So I thought he was going to get silenced and his combo interrupted, but he actually ended up getting the kickoff before the yellow-red silence comes in, right? Because after you get hit by the combo, it takes like a split second before the silence actually comes to fruition. So in that time, KCW was able to knock up Youngman into the air and give his team time to actually catch back up. So really nice kill and a pick off from there. Ingu in a little bit of trouble himself. Sidewinder Ekion, quite tanky, but not tanky enough just yet. EMP Barrage also going off to the side, but this is a little bit tricky. Jino on the backside too. It's day number 2 now. If this entire team gets wiped, Songnam Rocks is out of the tournament completely. There is no way they're going to be able to turn things around. Zaten is in a whole heap of trouble. He's trying to blink around to the other side, but he needs to buy 15 to 20 seconds of time. I don't know if Justina is going to be able to do it, and I think that is it. Songnam Rocks 4 points is all they have. 51.5 is what this team's entire tournament life now lives on, and I don't think it's going to be enough, because look at all the other teams too. They're getting points all over the place. Highway might be able to knock down a couple members of Busan Vespa, but that's way too early of an exit for Team Seongnam Rocks. This is catastrophic.
Busan Vespa, they just need 2 more points to Team Seongnam Rocks here. 6.5 is all they're gonna need to outplace Team Seongnam Rocks, and even Team Insider and Team Failings. They are so close to the side of Team Seongnam Rocks, and our 4th place team, that just opens the door for all these teams to make it into that top 4 spot.
It's gotta feel like an absolute punch in the gut. You waited about an hour and a half in order to play a game where you last for maybe 3 minutes at most, just to see your tournament life disappear like that in the blink of an eye. I mean, it's like Seongnam Rocks is getting toyed with by God or something, but that is just the fate that they have locked themselves into. Gyeonggi NA trying to keep themselves alive. Ingu trying his best to stay alive, but actually Dozy that ends up getting taken down first instead. Zero Jin on this Justina, just pumping out damage left and right with the lasers, but the combo is there. Astroburst not there in order to knock down Juno. It's a 1-for-2 trade in the end in favor of Team Golden Light.
Yeah, and they're looking to maybe get the team wipe here onto Gyeonggi Innate as well, but Juno should be able to get themselves out to safety with that. I think that was the just the shuriken skill to make sure the enemy cannot chase their bear. Is just gonna back themselves on out of there. I don't think they really want to risk anything into the side of Team Phalanx here. Phalanx, one of those teams that's on the chopping block as well. They gotta start scoring some kills before Team Busan Vespa or Team Insider start running away with that 4th place position, because relatively speaking, one of them is definitely going to outscore Team Seongnam Rocks.
Yeah, just looking at the statistics in the previous games as well as pretty much the entire history of Eternal Return Masters, we really shouldn't see Busan Vespa or Team Insider or even Chechen Phalanx as well give up on an opportunity like this, right? You might not know that Seongnam Rocks is already gone, but you should still have an idea that somebody is gone from contention, right? Regardless of which team it is, maybe you have an idea that the Alex Piolo composition is what Seongnam Rocks has been running. And if you do, all the better, right? You really know you have a chance. So for Busan Vespa, for Team Insider, and Team Chechen Phalanx, time is of the essence. You have all the time in the world to try to catch up. It's a matter of who can do it first. Down goes Yana, obliterated into disintegration. Zico trying to do what he can on the Sicilla, fighting up against his counterpart of the Adela. Can he actually counterplay Juno to the best of his abilities? Yes, he can for now, but the bubble has been popped. Nightfork is gone. Blink away from the checkmate is looking pretty good on the side of Team Insider, but the pull isn't there. Dozy still punching Jumo as much as he can. He's getting the damage in on the outside. Sicilla trying to do whatever she can, running herself back into the Chronosphere. This is all over the place. 5 seconds to go for the Sicilla. They do get the kill over onto the Adela, and I think that should be it. I don't think the Nikki can stall out any longer than this.
Yeah, Seiko just playing really well on the Sicilla here. I thought it was going to be 2v3 from the side of Team Shadow GLT, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. They were able to get the one-shot onto Seiko, but not going to have anything left in the tank. No Peerage Uppercut, no Queen combo for that Adela, and it will be Team Insider winning out on that battle zone, so getting 2 points in themselves, and they are inching closer and closer into that 4th place position here. Oh, a great blink away coming out from Jino to dodge on that bad skill. Very nicely played.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I actually think this was still a really bad result for Team Insider, because with Seiko and Jumo being the only ones remaining inside of that rift, Shadow Golden Light bought way too much time. Insider should have had that in the bag about 20 to 30 seconds ago, but because of the characters remaining inside of the rift, the entirety of night number 2 has been pretty much wasted for Team Insider. The only one actually being able to get a lot of value out of it was the Kadia, and yes, it is great. But in a composition like this where you're running double DPS 1 support, you need everybody to be on the lead. Oh my goodness.
Falling in a little too late, and a huge unlock up coming out from the Yan there. And that is going to be the Nikki going down. Shadow GLT on the back foot here. There's going to be a Queen. Oh, Jumo going to fall as well. That's going to be a early minus 400 for the side of Team Shadow GLT. A disaster. And when you're a team that's in 8th place, there's not really much left here, I think, for the side of Team Shadow GLT. I mean, they're one of those teams that had to snowball, had to get as many kills as possible, but I don't think it's going to be there for them here.
Yeah, just a bit of a bad call there too, right? From the Adela, hesitated a little bit. Hesitation will get you killed in ERM, especially in the season finals. You saw that happen exactly right there. Team Insider still fighting for their tournament lives. Will be able to pick off a member of Team Highway. Storm Chaser trying his best to run away. Seiko desperate for kills, still trying to chase this through. Can they find the Eva is the question. No, they cannot, even with the reduced cooldown to play with us. It's not going to happen. So Eva does end up getting out. Storm Chaser is gone, but minus 200 to Team Highway pretty early on into the game for our final one.
Yeah, and here's the full combo coming out for the Team Shadow GLT, and they instantly kill the side of Zero Jin. Yusina just not able to get the ultimates off, I think. I think their ultimate is still, yeah, it looks like it's still available. So just, I think just probably mistimed there, or just wasn't able to get it in time. Because I think that Nikki was a little too close there. There's the ultimate coming out from Zero Jin now. They do end up taking the fight into the side from CNJ Esports. And oh no, Jino's going to go down a little too early here. KCW is going to get to knock as well. Oh, another knock up as well. And Zero Jin is going to fall. It's just going to be up to Ignite to get their team to safety here. And it looks like they should be out. Oh, the third party is going to be here from the side of Team Shadow GLT. And another third party, Phalanx, is going to be here to join the fray as well. A great double scud coming out from the Nikki is going to be able to get the first uppercut onto the Jenny here. And yeah, the Nikki's just going to be the one to sacrifice themselves for the side of Team Shadow GLT. And Phalanx are going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills there.
Chechen Phalanx is fighting. They are fighting. Insider and Chechen Phalanx, they're 2 points apart. What's the other team fighting now? Busan Bespa. They've been a bit quiet during day number 2, but you know, with this going into the Rift to try fighting for it, we'll be able to boink the Ekion out of the way. Indeed, get in by themselves. If this is a free Rift, 100% worth it. And considering all the chaos that we just saw inside of Fire Station, there's a high possibility that it is just the Sua alone inside of that Rift.
Yeah, I think they did end up getting it for free, and there is going to be a red box going to be called in for that William as well. You can see the little icon there. I think KCW was able to actually crawl their body away and get the res, so it wasn't actually a minus 200 for the side of Team CNJ Esports, which was kind of nice, and it was a free rift for the side of Team Busan Best. That is huge.
Team Insider trying their best to run away from Gyeonggi NA, who is really far ahead in this game once again. A lot of evenly distributed items, but we can already see 3 on the Ekion. Probably that chest piece is going to be the Guardian suit as well. It's absolutely disgusting how ahead Team Gyeonggi NA is, even though they don't really have to be. They're guaranteed for tomorrow. They're just styling on other teams at this point.
Yeah, Shadow GLT, a team that's really far behind. They already spent about 600 to 800 credits on, I think, on revives already alone. They're only sitting on 4 gold items. I think Gyeonggi NA should see this team coming in, and I think they're just probably just going to take the team fight here. Gyeonggi NA going to be able to get that crow, so they should have the vision of at least the Adela on the bottom side here. An Insider also sitting, probably trying to play for some vision play here. Not going to be able to find anything though.
Yeah, they were mainly waiting for a team to maybe walk up to the kiosk, because they do have a camera right underneath it. That telephoto camera should be able to tell them pretty much everything they need around this kiosk, but no one's going for it because there's 2 teams having a standoff inside of the zone. Okay. Ballistic advantage going in, nothing really gained out of it because a couple of teams were hanging on the outside of that vision range, but it's all good and dandy. Everybody keeping themselves safe as we are going to start heading in to day number 4.
And Team Highway also on the top side there, going to walk into school as it is reopening. There's going to be a purple box here in Hotel, and I think Team Shadow GLT want to try to contest for this, but I think it's already going to be gone. Tsubame was able to grab it really quick here, and yeah, they're just going to just walk back, just slam the item, and Shadow GLT are just going to walk away. I think they know that Team Gyeonggi NA are a little strong, a little too strong for them here, but I think almost every other team is going to be stronger than the other team Shadow GLT right now.
I'll be a little bit real with you. I'm actually quite surprised that Shadow Golden Light is running the the Frailty on the Adela with this composition, because typically when you're running Frailty with the Adela, you're looking for the one-shot composition. And yes, this team definitely has the potential to one-shot, but you can't really one-shot tanks with a Tia as your extra DPS, just like this. On the flip side, Eva definitely has the damage for it. Nikki with the pure uppercut, with the parry as well. It is just not even close. Kyungki and Nate getting absolutely rolled by Team Highway, who is also styling on their enemies at this point. Blink away from Zerojin. The Justina will keep herself alive, but that's a minus 400 going to our first place team. A great revenge set from Team Highway, who hasn't really been able to deal with Kyungki and Nate the entire day today outside of that fight.
Yekion just getting completely shredded, and oh my god, a huge engage coming out from Phalanx there. It looks like Cadmus is able to get so much damage, and a huge pull coming out from Seiko, and the ultimate I think should be able to kill Su unless the spell shield is going to come out in time. Oh yes, it looks like there will be 2 spell shields actually going to be able to keep Rosner alive just barely. Wow, I'm surprised Phalanx didn't really wasn't able to get any of them there, but I think Cadmus was a little too far up from their team, right? Because you know when you are playing this Ekion, you can just walk up miles away from your teammates and just do stuff yourself. But yeah, they just weren't able to get any of the kills there at the end, as there just was no follow-up damage.
Useful transitions right now too, Cadmus. This is one of the reasons why he's playing so aggressive. Plus, there is Wickeline that spawned inside of Forest. We can see that right now. That's why a lot of teams were looking for the control inside of Forest. It's going to be up to Team Tetum Phalanx as well as Team Insider. Look at this, the fight might begin. Ingu is really deep in. They can see that on the flip side, which means Tetum Phalanx gets the Wickeline all for themselves. But now is the problem, right? For this team, we talked about it earlier today, Super. They need points, but getting Wickeline makes you a little bit too strong. It actually kind of turns away teams from fighting into you. So where are the points that are left for you?
Oh, it's not enough damage. They just don't have any items on the side of Team Shadow GLT. That was a full Nikki Adela combo, and just weren't able to kill Beyond even without the Tonfa skill there. And it's going to be an easy wipe for the side of Team CNG Esports. CNG Esports, look, it's looking like with this game, they've guaranteed their spot in. Cadmus is going to jump on forward here, going to look for the side of Team Insider. So much damage being sent, but the Priya shielding and sustain is going to be able to keep their team alive here. There's the ultimate from the Sella is going to be used. A lot of damage is going to be exchanged, but Team Phalanx is just going to slowly start to kite back.
Funnily enough, if we actually ended up having the endgame stats for this, for Tetum Phalanx throughout the entire course of the series, I swear to you that Cadmus is like 3 times damage of the Jenny. Jenny's only just following up on the initiations that Cadmus is doing. Look at this. He's going to go in again. Triple Quake once again. Yona is in trouble. Gets obliterated by everybody on Tetum Phalanx because they can just catch up to that nice and easy. Down goes the Priya as well. No cooldowns available means you are all dead. Potential fight inside of archery range. Here we go. Kyungki and Nate versus Team CNJ Esports. It's not even a fight as Gino just gets obliterated. Bubba on the backside trying his desperate pleas to stay alive. Damage output from the Ekion is looking really good. Look at the AoE. The Cataclysm also burst, but it's just not enough. Kyungki and Nate will finally get taken down. It's going to be CNJ Esports to knock down their adversaries. Team Insider. Seiko gets taken down again as well.
Phalanx currently outscores Insider and Busan Vespa right now, and I think they're already ahead of. Oh no, they're 1 point.
No,
they're half a point behind. They're half a point behind of Sangnam Rocks, but I think they should be fine, especially with the wick line. And oh no, Jumo's gonna get caught here. I think that's gonna be it. The side Team Insider gonna have to use the red, gonna have to TP as well. Look at the credit counts; they're not gonna be able to get both their members back in. It's looking truly good for the side of Team Insider here. I think they're gonna try. I don't know where they're gonna TP because you could see Lumi is gonna get stopped as well, all the way up into gas station. Gonna have to wait for the full rotation of Lumi, but there's gonna be a team that's gonna intercept. Busan Vespa is gonna be up there in archery range.
And even then, look at Insider's credit count right now. Who do you res at this point? Because the Cecilia is the one that has probably the chaser at this point. Because I've seen a lot of Cecilias nowadays running the throw weapon on their arsenal. But now you're missing the Kadia for the consistent DPS. You need both in a situation like this. Team Insider is at an impasse right now. They got nothing left in their arsenal, but Team Highway doesn't. CNJ Esports is going to get jumped on first. KCW on the backside gets access to Storm Chaser. This Eva is dead to rights. Down she goes, but traded out for the Jackie. So both DPSs are going to be gone. Very core DPSs. KCW starting to build up their unyielding stacks. He is maxed out. Emery on the backside. He needs to somehow deal with KCW. There is no blink. The all-in from Papa is so good. Oh my goodness. Highway disappears in the blink of an eye too. And the player that we really don't talk about too much from CNJ Esports, Bubba just cleans it up in a snap. Team Insider is gone as well. It's down to 2. Busan Vespa and Tetum Phalanx. Those 2 teams are now duking it out for our final spot in the top 4. CNJ Esports might be down a player, but they don't care about this at all. 3 teams left at night number 5. This is the fastest game we've had all night.
And I think these teams, after the waits, I think they've realized we just wanna fight. We just wanna get out of here. So they're just going all in, just trying to get as much damage and as much his team fighting out as possible. You know, because they had to wait so long here. Phalanx, they do sniff the revive here coming out from the side of Team CNJ Esports. It's not the wick line, or not the wick line, but they do have the double buff still from the Alpha Omegas. Still as well. They're looking so strong here. That is the blood weapon Ekion and the blood weapon on that Jenny here. So
158 defense with 198 defense with 237 attack power as an Ekion, if you include the bonus effects from the elf dress on that Lenny. Absolutely disgusting stats that we have on this Ekion right now.
I feel like if Phalanx fights CNJ Esports and they win, does Busan Vespa even have enough points to outscore? Actually, I guess they have a 2.5 point lead, so I think they would.
There is definitely still a possibility just because of the placement point differences, but yeah, Chechon Phalanx is the one at an impasse, but they're the ones trying to fight.
It's gonna come down to this. They're gonna. This is it. It comes down to this. It comes down to these two teams right here.
There's no more VLSs unless somebody uses a gadget point for it. Chechon Phalanx versus Busan Vespa. This fight right here inside of Beach will determine which team moves on into the finals. Here we go. Cadmus jumping on into the fray, but that is just the augment for Rosner taking down. No other real big investments, but look at the damage from Sunsur. Even without the blood weapon, it is just so much for the Jenny to deal with. If it wasn't for the Lenny, she'd still be at half HP. CNJ Esports also wanting to join on the fray. We're ending the game right here, Super.
This is good for these two teams because these two teams need to qualify out of here, and there's gonna be one more wild card that's coming in, and it's gonna be the William getting caught out here. Min's gonna go down, and it's gonna be, I think, Phalanx gonna be the one to come out on top.
Unless they really start messing around with their time.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
15 seconds. They don't have any timer. 8 seconds left for the Jenny. She's gonna start to pop. They don't have timer to play with. Please tell me this was enough for Chechon Phalanx. I don't think it was. Do they have enough points? That is the question. 1 second left. 2 seconds left. Oh, the kill I think might have gone over to Sushi. No way. This is the way that it disappears. Busan Vespa sitting at 10.5. Chechon Phalanx at 11. Busan Vespa makes it. What just happened? Chechon Phalanx, what have you done? What have you done?
I don't even think that's... Oh no.
Oh, they overcomplicated it.
I mean, they sent it. They were winning into the side of Team Busan Vespa, but they just got caught by CNJ Esports at the end there.
Oh no, they had the safety drones and everything. They used all their gadgets, and it's just... You can see how happy Busan Vespa is right now. They were doing the math, but for Chechon Phalanx, it has got to feel like a punch in the gut.
CNJ Esports completely ruined the clean 3v3 there. I just threw a wild card and just... I mean, they were the reason. I think they're obviously the reason that Busan Vespa was gonna make it in.
How must it be to be a player in Chechon Phalanx? That has got to feel like a punch to the gut right now. The worst feeling in the world, because you had it. You had it. Yeah. The map was there, but you just got overconfident, walked out of your safety drone. They had it too. Oh my goodness, just to see your entire dreams disappear in a blink like that. What an absolute travesty.
Would they have had it there? If they because they would have had to fight CNJ Esports, right? Like
yeah,
right
but I think it's still fine because you just wait out your timer. Regardless of what happens, if you were sitting inside of your safety drones, the other players from Busan Vespa, they'll probably pop. You got the extra kill credit over onto the member. You get the additional placement points.
But even if they pop, I don't think, because they would have to get those Busan Vespa kills, right? Because they're still down 2.5 points in total.
Yeah, but they got the kill. I don't know how many points they were up. I think they were up by a half by the when the temp zone started. So they get the kill, they get the placement point, they have the plus 0.5 advantage. I think it would have been tied and maybe gone to a tiebreaker, assuming that CNJ Esports picked up the other two. I think they greeted. I genuinely think they greeted.
I feel like they needed to get. I think they had to get one more Busan Vespa kill, and then on top of that, they had to get an extra an extra placement. But I think they definitely could have got second place, and then maybe they could have looked to just all in on the Nia to try to get that tiebreaker.
Oh man.
But I think CJ Esports kind of just ratted in that just I just completely griefed the 3v3. You know, that is I mean, if you're in CJ Esports' shoes, right? They already qualified, so they could just do whatever they want for that final 3v3 there, and they could basically play Kingmaker.
What an absolute tragedy, Super. This is, after all that is like the kicker to this as well. After all that wait, we saw one team just get disintegrated in night number one, I apologize. At the beginning of day number 2, they were just out, right? Oh my goodness. And then for a team to get knocked out of contention like that, game 6
right. There's 2 points difference from second to third.
Yeah, it would have been enough if they made it to third, if they made it to second.
It definitely, I think it would have been a tie. Oh, no. I think it definitely would have been enough.
Oh, gosh. You got to feel it for these guys, man. They waited all that in the arena as well, and I'm pretty sure... I can't even begin to describe how some of these players will be feeling right now, especially the team that went out in 8th. That was a real fast 8th as well. That happens in a ranked game. You're just like, okay, you know, it happens, whatever. But this is in ERM season finals.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, what a gut-wrenching finish to, quite frankly, the strangest day 1 of ERM season finals that I have ever seen, really. I have no other real ways to describe this, but it is exactly the way that it happened. The KR side is going over through their prediction event right now from the chat. We don't have it over here, but we should have the scoreboard in just a moment. We would see the final declaration of which 4 teams will be moving on, although I have a very strange inkling. We know exactly which of those 4 teams it'll be.
Yeah, that is just a disastrous outcome, I would say, for the side of Team Phalanx. And you could see they are down by 2 points.
And they would have won the tiebreaker.
Yeah. No, it wouldn't even have
kills to go.
No, because if they swap placements, it's not 2 points, it's 3 points, right?
Oh, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so that placement actually was the key here for the side of Team Phalanx.
Oh my god, what a gut-wrenching finish. Oh, goodness gracious. I really feel it.
Actually, it's not 2 points. It would be 3? Oh, no, 4, I think, because they would +2 and then the other team would -2.
Something like that. Either way, I mean, this is like by far probably the worst feeling in the world for Team Phalanx. I feel it for the players. They played really well. Keeping in the middle of the pack throughout the entire course of the series, considering the way that today went in and of itself, is an absolute miracle to begin with. So for them to finish their season like this, it has got to be an absolute heart-wrenching finish here today. But on the flip side, we got to really congratulate Busan Bespa. They fought tooth and nail, played it correct, right? At the end, they're running away with all of their members. I don't know if the math was done correctly or whatever, but whatever decision they made, it was the correct one, feeding the kills over onto CNJ Esports as well. All the decisions were correctly made by Busan Bespa. So congratulations to them for making it through alongside Gyeonggi in 8, Highway, as well as CNJ Esports. We'll see them on Sunday for day number 2 of Eternal Return Masters Season 8 Season Finals.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the finals. It will be at 1 a.m. EST, so it'll be 3 hours earlier than today. If you guys were here at the very start, it has been quite a while since we've started. I think it's been about 6 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, about 6.5. No, wait, no, 5.5 hours.
Yeah, give or take. No, it's been a while.
Yeah, we started at 4.
Yeah, today was a very, very strange day. For those of you guys who were sticking through with us during the extended tech pause, once again, I very much thank you. I tried to keep you guys entertained by typing in chat, as I always do, but I know it was a very, very long break, very unprecedented. It's one of the reasons why even we were getting a little bit confused on why it was taking so long, because it doesn't happen all that often. So once again, guys, thank you so much for sticking with us. Super, you talked about ERCC tomorrow. That's going to be happening. So ERCC finals tomorrow on the Eternal Return game channel right here. So don't go anywhere for that if you guys are interested in watching the international funny band format tournament finals right here on the Eternal Return game channel. I actually don't remember what time. Do you remember? It should be sometime midday for us because it is also European region combined.
2 p.m. 2 p.m. EST.
2 p.m. EST right here on the Eternal Return game channel on the 11th of October. So make sure you guys are here for that. I'll also try co-streaming KEL because I think that's going to be pretty fun. I'm hoping that the server issues get all resolved by then as well. If that happens, it'll be on my channel tomorrow, whatever time it is. I actually don't know when it is because I wasn't keeping track. And then on Sunday, 1 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Eternal Return game channel. Once again, it is going to be Eternal Return Masters Day number 2, as we've been talking pretty much the entire day today.
Yeah, had a blast casting like always, and yeah, I'm very, very excited for the season finals.
Had a blast during the break as well. I got to have a little bit of a date with Superior. I haven't had one of those in a while, so it was a fun time. For those of you guys in the chat, once again, thank you so much for being with us here today. The KR side is doing an interview with our first place finishers team, Gyeonggi Innate, but I'm assuming you guys are trying to get on with your days. Same thing for me and Super, so we're just going to call it a day here. We'll see you guys back here on Sunday for day number 2. And until then, thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys next time. Have a good rest of your Friday, everybody. Bye-bye. If you guys need drops, well, suck it. Oh.
Bye-bye.